over the last 2 weeks here in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, we have seen RB Leipzig become the best club in the world. And last week we got to see the Brazilians successfully defend their E-Nations title. But that was 2v2. Now this week we get to turn our attention to individual performances as we look to see who is going to become the FIFAe World Cup champion and join the likes of MS Dossery, Mo Alba, Gorilla, and of course our very own Aggie, and go down in FIFA history.
Well, one thing's for sure, it's going to be a new name that lifts that trophy this year, because no, last year's champion, did not qualify for this year's FIFAe World Cup 2023. I'm here in the Players' Lounge, not too busy right now, but it's going to get busier as the games get closer. We're going to kick things off with Groups A and B. Later on, we'll see Groups C and D, and by the way, Group D has got to be one of the most stacked groups of death I've ever seen. Keep a lookout for it. But before that, we'll see the likes of STINGRAY and TEKKZ from Group A. Group B, we have TEKKZ, we have local hero ABOMAKKAH. Could he be the man that takes that trophy home along with $300,000 in the process? We're going to find out over the next few days.
No, you are not experiencing deja vu. We are back for the third and final time here in Riyadh for the big one, I like to say, the FIFAe World Cup. It now comes down to individual performances. There's no looking over your shoulder and asking your teammate to help you out. It's you against your opponent. And I cannot wait for this one. And I'm sure everybody joining me here in the studio cannot as well. Alex B, Richard Buckley, Brandon Smith, and Mike LaBelle. Guys, this one seems always to have that extra something about it. I feel the players get a little bit more nervous for this one, Mike, like I just said, because they can't ask anything from their teammates. It's all about them, isn't it?
I look at this as the original as well. If you've been around for the FIFA Interactive World Cup, of course, turning into the FIFAe World Cup, this has always been the claim to fame as the best, undisputed FIFA player in the world. Take me to the Ballon d'Or. I'm about to be at an award show, and then some extra cushions, some extra pocket work, as you've already heard at the top of the show from Spencer.
Do you as well, Brandon, think a lot of the people watching at home see and feel this is the big one? And if you win this, you really do. We always say go down history, but you do in terms of the individual title, don't you?
I think this is one of the only tournaments that people remember as a world champion, right? Predominantly FIFA Esports is a 1v1 esport. 2v2 has come in the last couple of years, but this is a history-defining tournament. We've never had a FIFAe World Cup with a $1 million prize pool. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, it is. It's absolutely ridiculous. Well, the rules change as well a little bit when it comes to 1v1. So let's look and see how they differ this week from what they did last week. Rich, I'll let you have a little look at this. We'll go through it together. Group stages, of course, they're the same as we'd already seen. Only 4 out of the 6 players in each group get to go through. And again, it's that round-robin tournament we have obviously grown to know so well over the last 2 weeks.
Yeah, absolutely. This is the tournament that all roads lead to. You can see, if you follow any sort of FIFA Esports, this is the tournament and the restrictions, the squads that you expect to see. No draft process in action as well. So the majority of the teams that you'll be seeing, pretty similar.
Proper FIFA, 2 legs of FIFA, where they start to excel.
Yeah, we say it time and time again that when you're playing group stages, it's very different to what these players have been used to throughout this season. You play that one game, 3 points for a win, 1 point for a draw. That suits some players. A lot of players will go out there and just look for those 3 points and go everything for that. But then when you get to knockout, it's a very different story. It's now 2 legs. It's what some players absolutely thrive in. So it's just about at times get through that group stage, make it through to knockouts.
Yeah, exactly. Well, let's have a look then at the groups and everybody in them, 6 again in them. Let's start with Group C and D actually, that come a little bit later. And if you're looking here for the world champion, the defending champion, he's not in it, guys. I hate to break it to you, but these guys are. Group C, Palinetto, we saw him last week. Stokes from Hashtag, he's in with a shout. JONNY, RVP legend, Oberon, and K. John there. The Group D, YILMAZ, ranked number 1 in Europe actually. DAMIAN, Nicholas 99 FC, remember he was runner-up last year to PHZIN, MANUBACHOORE, and Anders VEJRGANG. And then A and B, this is what we really got because they're playing up first today. So we've got LEKS, TEKKZ, STINGRAY, BERKAYLION, Darkly, and MONTAXER all in Group A. And then Group B looks like like this. Mark from Australia, he's actually joined by his team, his countryman Mike, ABOMAKKAH, the local hero, and DFERNANDES and YUVAL all make up your 4 groups then playing today. And we had a little look, didn't we, at the group C and D. They're the ones that are really stacked. That group D, guys, I wouldn't want to be in that one. Actually, Mike, quickly, I went down to breakfast this morning and saw Renzo and I saw MANUBACHOORE and I said, ouch, I wouldn't want to be in your group today. And he went, it's so tough, but I'm just looking at it at one game at a time. He said, how though, are there 5 people that he thinks can go through?
That's what this is all about. This is the best of the best, and as Brandon was saying, the reason this tournament hits a little bit different is because of the history. When you date back throughout FIFA, esports, and even before we really truly had an ecosystem and a competitive calendar, this was the event every single year everyone looked forward to, the undisputed, and it's going to build like that today. So it doesn't surprise me. There has to be groups that are going to be the group of death on paper or whatnot, but I actually think a lot of players are going to surprise you in other groups.
Well, we hope so. We love surprises here at FIFA Esports, and especially at a World Cup level. Well, let's have a look then at the fixtures coming up right now. C and D a little bit later, remember. You have to come back and join us for those. Okay, let's have a look then. LEKS, BERKAYLION, TEKKZ, Darkly, STINGRAY Junior, MONTAXER. 3 massive matchups there. And in Group B, round 1. Let's have a little look at that as well. TEKKZ, Mike, Mark, DFERNANDES, ABOMAKKAH and YUVAL. So that's how our first 6 fixtures looks. But we've spoken about the fixtures, spoken about some of the groups, and let's now meet Groups A and B, the players for the first time then today here at the FIFAe World Cup. With TEKKZ representing Fnatic, he's 2nd ranked in Europe, and he really is looking to make a comeback here after getting grouped in the Club World Cup a few days ago. And then Mike from Australia, representing Melbourne City, is just behind him.
To come out of this group will be Mark 11. He probably couldn't believe his luck when he saw he's in the same group as his fellow countryman, followed not long after by LEKS, his first ever FIFAe World Cup Grand Final representing Olympic Lyon.
And then this man, TEKKZ, then from Portugal, we know him so well, made all 3 World Cups, and again, unfortunately hasn't made it through the groups in both of them so far, so will be looking to turn his fortunes around. Well, the man from Portugal. Then following him, we will have STINGRAY of the UK. He got to the round of 16 in 2022, the French champion, and then we go to DFERNANDES,
He will be making his way out very shortly before that. Darkly coming out as it stands of Portugal. As we said, Group A and Group B will be played first here in today's rounds. MONTAXER, the Italian player, his first ever E-World Cup. Here comes a few more faces making their way to the booths, as all the coaches do as well. I think that's the full list. We didn't see everyone pop out, but some of the names we may have missed on that list. BERKAYLION came out, DFERNANDES, the Portuguese player of Diogo Jota's esports team, and ABOMAKKAH, the local hero. The only Saudi player in this tournament, no MONTAXER this time round. He'll be looking to do what MONTAXER did, though, by winning the FIFAe World Cup.
12 players out then, 6 in each group there. And as Mark, of course, representing FUTWIZ for the first time here at the FIFAe World Cup. That man, in his own words, and we saw it, didn't we, firsthand, has never been grouped. Let's see if he can continue his great form this week. Well, there we have it. All the players now are here in the arena, Spen, getting ready to start their journey to the FIFAe World Cup. Where are you starting your journey? What player are you going to first?
I'm starting off with TEKKZ, a man who knows this platform very well, not only from the last few weeks, but from the last few years, really consistently getting to the big tournaments. TEKKZ, this is your 3rd tournament in as many weeks. How are you going to approach this one differently and hopefully avoid the same fate of the last 2 and get out the groups?
Yeah, I have a different preparation. I try to avoid last 2 tournaments, not to think about the results, because this is 1v1, and I'm really focused on this tournament because probably is the best tournament for every FIFA player. Wants to be the world champion, and I want to be, and I'm here to win.
Good luck to you, sir. Massive opportunity for Tuga to follow up, winning a major world trophy last year. Can you do it again this year? Another man who might be looking for a slightly different approach to group stages compared to last year is Stingray. This time last year, you had a bad first day, but you followed up with an unbelievable second day, which got you out the groups. What can you do differently to make sure that doesn't happen again?
I mean, hopefully not lose every game. That's the start. But I'm here by myself this time. You know, TEKKZ has got Zach more, which is a bit of a upset for me. But I'm confident in myself. I know what I'm like. This year online, not been the best. But what happened when I got to LAN, I've smoked everyone. So.
He lets his LAN performances do the talking. Best of luck to Stingray and all our players. Guys, there's some huge games coming up. We're going to get started very soon. Let's do it.
Let's do it indeed. Well, that's one Englishman, of course, in the form of Stingray. But we have more Englishmen in the booth, and that man right there, I'm sure he would have been hoping from a little bit more from his World Cup journey so far, but has another chance right now.
It was obviously disappointing, but I don't really like looking back at stuff, because if you look back at stuff, then you just get annoyed about it. So I took a positive from it. So I'm trying to look forward, and I've been focusing on World Cup now, because World Cup's the one I really want to win, so yeah. My previous World Cups have not gone well at all. I got grouped in FIFA 19 and grouped in FIFA 22. For this tournament, I'm just looking at day 1 and day 2 of groups and thinking, just get me through that, and I get to the knockouts and we'll see what happens. But I've been like properly dead focused on getting out of groups. All the younger kids like coming through are the best players. They're all like 16, 17, 18, 19. And like, I'm 22, so I'm quite old now in terms of like FIFA. When I was a bit younger, the competition wasn't as high as it is now, so I play every now and then, and I managed to win tournaments. So I've realised, like, to stay on their level, you need to just keep playing, and that's literally all there is to it. Now there's Nicholas, Anders, there's YILMAZ, there's Oberon who's sick, like Paolo Neto, PHZIN. There's so many good players, but like a finals matchup against Anders, I'm there, man, I want that. And anything less than winning, I will be annoyed.
Well, he's dialed in, isn't he, TEKKZ? That's his opponent first, isn't it? MIKEJ there. He's dialed in, though. He knows what he needs to do. He wants to take on Anders in that final. That would be a pretty spicy matchup. Rich, though, 22, surely we can't talk about him being old just yet.
I love MIKEJ. He's such a character. No, I think for TEKKZ, he knows the importance of this tournament. He even said himself he's not had a great E-World Cup experience. He's been grouped twice. And if he's going to win it, he's winning it now. Like, I think when you speak to him, the motivation's there, and he almost thinks, this is the one. Like, this could be sort of, I don't know, this could be it for him, really, in terms of an World Cup perspective.
I want to ask you this question, Mike. I want to ask you, do you think the players still have the same respect for this TEKKZ right now? Do they think he's beatable now? Obviously, we used to say he was completely unbeatable like an Anders.
Well, yes, to the players still having the exact same respect towards TEKKZ. I don't think that shifted. I don't think that's changed. He's accomplished so much. My question for the couch, and I was going to send it back to Rich, is I feel that TEKKZ is coming in with the least amount of pressure that he's ever had before, and I think that makes him a little more dangerous. Do you feel that way?
He's putting a lot of pressure on himself.
Not like previous years, though. With social media, the expectations were always, if TEKKZ doesn't win, it was a failure.
In Europe.
I'm looking at it from a result standpoint. If you want to go back to FIFA 19 or FIFA 20, every event that we went to, every LAN event, if he did not reach a final and win that final, then we had critiques for him. And we said, oh, we're disappointed, or the people online would say the same thing, that are following him, that are tweeting him, that are interacting with him. I feel like this year he comes in, he's got his own personal expectations, but I don't think there's the same worldwide, this guy has to win for us to give him the same respect or that type of
But if
support.
he wins, the debate's over then as well.
No, but we're not saying about that, but right now what he said as well, he said so many names there, didn't he, as well, that he was worried about playing. So, you know, we talk about Anders. I think if we all put our top players here, he's amongst them, but there's a lot of players around them.
I think if you ask 1,000 FIFA Esports fans, who do you think is going to win the E-World Cup this year? It would probably go Anders, Nicholas, TEKKZ.
I disagree. I don't think TEKKZ is in that top 3 discussion if you talk to a lot of the competitors here.
I think it is.
I have talked to him today. I went through it. I asked that direct question. So, but not a poll of 1,000.
That's what we're doing. They're lying.
I've got a poll of 24, Rich.
Well, TEKKZ is ignoring us because he's up by a goal to nil in his group game there. That's TEKKZ leading MIKEJ on our featured match. I remember all games are underway. Group A, Group B in the FIFAe World Cup. LEKS against BERKAYLION. It is the French player of Olympique Lyon that does lead by a goal to nil 3 minutes in. I guess the other question I'll put out to the couch is why do we think TEKKZ was grouped in the last 2 occasions? Just the pressure or the quality that was around him?
Well, he says the quality, doesn't he?
Or even
burnout. He says the quality now and the depth of players. And Mike, we alluded to this, didn't we, as well, in the Club World Cup and the E-Nations. There's so many good top level FIFA players right now. And they're all here.
I think it depends on the year, just to answer your question. In FIFA 19, I believe that TEKKZ was feeling more pressure than he's ever felt. Just came out of the scene. He's been winning everything. He hadn't faced the same levels of maybe adversity, as we see a bit of a strange goal there as STINGRAY doubles up his lead. But I definitely think there were different reasoning behind a lack of success for him between 19 and last year, of course.
Well, Rich, you said a little bit about Mike and how he's such a colourful character. On the bus the other day, he said, I've been winning all my practice games, and you never know, I might just come here, win a World Cup and retire. Wasn't that his words?
Yeah, I think he's made it abundantly clear that this probably will be his last event, MIKEJ, even if he wants to win it. The final thing, because I'm not finished on this yet, and we've got time. You spoke about TEKKZ the last 2 tournaments, as we see him in action here against MIKEJ. FIFA 19, I think everyone just caught up to him. He started so much quicker than everyone else, and he was the benchmark that he won everything that year. You knew that you had to get to him if you wanted to win that tournament. FIFA 22, if you look back at the results, he just drew too many games in the groups. And we've always said the one-legged format doesn't really suit him. I think when we saw in the interview before we kicked off, if he can get past the tournament and get past that initial group stages, in the knockouts, he is one of the favourites to go and win it.
I don't think there's a world where he does not get out this group. You know, no offence to other players, they're in it, top players, but everyone else in his group, as Rich pointed out earlier, are in their first ever FIFAe World Cup Grand Final, which obviously goes to show the talent that's come through, but this is, of all years, he's got to get through. Top 4 from 6, he should be on his way. Well, let's see what else has been going on in other matches. There's been a goal in this one as YUVAL leads ABOMAKKAH by a goal to nil. TEKKZ against Darkly, still 0-0. Until this moment in the tie. Darkly, a couple of step overs. They call him the artist, and you can understand why when he's scoring goals like that, Mike.
Lovely coverage, top corner. We're going to see so many step overs throughout the course of today, tomorrow, and the upcoming days. I still believe to this point, probably the most overpowered skill move, and just wait till you see Anders in action with some of those step overs. You're going to see them introduced and reintroduced in ways that you're probably not doing at home. I feel like he's someone that's kind of created the meta when you talk about that skill move in particular.
I had a question about TEKKZ, actually. You know, we all wish he'd have done something a little bit special, don't we, over the course of the last couple of days. Are now the players looking at him and thinking he's beatable after underperforming?
Well, it's 2v2 versus 1v1. I definitely feel that TEKKZ's got his respect within the scene. I don't think anybody looks forward to playing him, but for sure, the fact that he's gone out to the last couple events, underperformed this year, especially for everyone's expectation. TEKKZ and getting grouped never went together. So I feel as if, from a competitive standpoint, that they definitely believe that he's beatable. And I think you'd prefer to play him in a group stage than in the format shift. I know that sometimes I can be a little bit critical format-wise. People use it as an excuse. But a player like TEKKZ who kind of outlasts you, you don't want to see him in a two-legged affair.
Just on that as well, I think, look, he'll be disappointed with those 2v2 results, Rachel, but 1v1 for him will be completely fresh in this tournament. As we say that, he's just conceded again. Terrible curse of the commentator. Let's leave this game if we can. Mark 11 against DFERNANDES. That one's also in Group B. What's going on over there? It was 0-0, wasn't it? It was Mark 11, the Aussie, that's having an unbelievable season, leading by a goal to nil. Signed for the team just a few days before this tournament, Alex. A little bit of the boost, isn't it?
very much a boost for him, especially given how the group stage went day one in E-Nations and Club World Cup for Mark 11. Getting off to a good start against a very good opponent in DFERNANDES. And I think for Mark, along with Mike on the Australian side, they've got a bit of a point to prove for themselves, that they are here to play and compete with the best. And putting himself one to the good just before half-time, he'll be feeling brilliant about that.
Well, big matchup as well. ABOMAKKAH, the local hero, is taking on YUVAL in this first fixture for both of these guys.
And it's YUVAL doubling his lead, 2-0 to the good. YUVAL, an incredible FIFA talent, especially if you saw the last 3 years. You can see the improvement with his FGS rankings, 8th, 4th and 1st now in Europe. He is a player that was very disappointed last week not to have gone further in the FIFA Nations Cup. And I think he's almost got a bit of a point to prove as well, that those rankings and his position in them, there's a reason why he's top dog in Europe.
Well, he's starting to get to that point as well, where people are going to start asking, can you do it on a LAN environment? Because online, he's unstoppable. I mean, the man is phenomenal. If you watch back some of the highlights or the live streams, pretty spectacular. But we haven't seen that exact same form in person, but he can quiet or shut down all the haters or the naysayers in the next few days.
He showed some serious clutch factor in qualifying for this tournament, beating DFERNANDES in penalties at the FGS playoffs. Like the big dog, MS DFERNANDES, beating him in a penalty shootout to knock him out in qualifying. That shows some serious bottle.
Well, now he's possibly playing as well, isn't he? The next MS DFERNANDES as well. The next best thing in Saudi FIFA Esports is ABOMAKKAH.
Absolutely. Look at the season he's had. He won the local league, the EMBS. That's always Dasari's trophy. He beat Dasari on the way through in that, in a semi-final victory, as he tries to pull himself back into the tie, unable to do so. Number 1 ranked player in the Middle East as well to back up that point. Had a decent E-Club World Cup with Twisted Minds, Raptors Twisted Minds. He's had a good break as well. You know, he featured in the group stages for the E-Nations, and in the knockouts didn't really feature at all. So a lot of time, you could argue, to prepare for this one. And as we said, we've got a home crowd here that are going to be spurring him on throughout this group stages and this tournament, as Mike will be feeling very hard done by not to make that 1-1. Post-saving TEKKZ, maybe it's his year to get out the groups.
What? Open goal and a lot of margin for error there, the fact that it comes off the post. This is where you start questioning yourself. I know it's early, it's the first game you're going up against TEKKZ, but if that doesn't go in for you, I don't know if you're scoring a goal.
I guess for TEKKZ as well, coming back after not qualifying for his country last week, that's got to hurt as well. We think English are a great nation in terms of FIFA Esports, Alex, and more fire in his belly having to come back and do 1v1, even as he is an E-Lion as well.
Yeah, for sure. And I think for TEKKZ, going back to the conversation about this Group B and who looks to possibly top it and take over, he's been there multiple times at the World Cup. Yes, grouped in the last 2, but just having that experience against all of the competitors in Group B that have never been here before, it just gives you that little bit of the edge. One player which I'm excited in a way to see is the player that TEKKZ finds himself up against in this first matchup. It is MIKEJ. He said, look, I'm here to play, I'm here for fun. I want to go out and just do the best job that I can, but he's got absolutely no pressure on himself, which, when you can go in and play with freedom in that sense, there's a lot of other players that will tighten up on this first day because they know how much it means. MIKEJ, TEKKZ, I think we'll start to see both of them look to be comfortable. But there has been goals elsewhere in these group stages. We are jumping over to STINGRAY versus MONTAXER, and it is MONTAXER who moves that ball off across. Lovely little low driven, but there is a foul come through and a penalty for MONTAXER to find himself back into the game. R9 steps up, slots it down the middle as calm as you like, all square, STINGRAY and MONTAXER.
Very underrated as well, MONTAXER. I think he's going to quietly go about his business in that very difficult Group A. And back to your point about MIKEJ, he put out a tweet this morning. It said, all I've been doing is playing ping pong and eating all the event catering for the last 2 days. I'm ready for the FIFAe World Cup. You had a long chat with him on the bus. He is probably the most relaxed grand finalist at a FIFAe World Cup I've ever met.
And it's purely because he didn't expect to be here. Which, when you don't expect to be here, just even getting here into itself is a massive achievement. So Mike has come in and said, yeah, I'm here just for fun, but we can't discredit him in the way that he has played throughout his competitive season as well. Ranked number 3 in Oceania, which is an incredible achievement for himself as we jump over to another game of LEKS and BERKAYLION. BERKAYLION looking for that backstick cross, calm as you like. goals flying in from across all games
little
right now.
little ball roll sets it up so nicely. And just to build off what you're saying with the Aussies, I think it's been the biggest uptick we've seen from a nation over the course of a couple weeks here. When you look at Hollywood made a run, a couple Aussies. Australia looked good for the E-Nations, and now you got the likes of Mike J and Mark, the Mark that hasn't been grouped. And Mike J, we keep talking about it. I hope Spencer gets some interviews with him. He's a character. You're right. I don't know how to describe it to you until you've had a moment with him. He's quick-witted. Everything is a little more nonchalant, but it still has to count. He's definitely grinding the game. He's got to be a little bit of a character.
And to top onto that, sorry Rachel, it's the fact that he beat LJR and Danny Pitbull to get to this moment. Those are two unbelievable FIFA players, so don't discredit him. He will be there putting up a fight throughout every single one of these games.
We just saw a lot of different Australian players as well, wasn't it? Hollywood, you had Negatron in there. Then you saw Naylor. We had Marcus Gomes as the coach. So maybe it's kind of Australia's time now, as we have Mike. So 4 actual different FIFA players, and Marcus Gomes as a coach. We haven't probably seen that depth for a while, Brandon.
Oh, I think the last person that showed us that was Marco, who recently just retired from team football. So I think the biggest question mark with Australia and Oceania is the lack of time they have to play against the European play style, which we always talk about as being so dominant. There's another goal goes in for LEKS there. But what a run, and I think you're absolutely right, Mike. Those have been the 2 surprises from the playoffs. You know, I think Mike J said he came in against Leandro Peixoto and thought, I'm going to get smoked here. Had no pressure on him and ended up beating him. And then, as Alex said, Danny Pitbull to qualify for the World Championship.
I think with Australia and FIFA Esports, as long as I've been sort of involved, it's always been relatively top-heavy. Like the talent at the very top are capable of competing on a global level, but as you said, as you go down, the level of practice that you can get there peters off. Where in Europe you've got 500 event level players who can qualify. If they're playing well, they'll make the event. If they're not, they'll get grouped. But I'm not surprised that when we see the Aussies, Mark, Mike, Nagide, Naylor, like these are, if they move to Europe, they're probably making events like occasionally.
I also look at Australia in particular, and when you talk about the Marcus Gomes or the likes of Jamie, who's been competing, or Marco, who just retired, I almost feel that they walked so this new group could run.
Honey Badger?
Yeah, Honey Badger as well. Because I feel this new era actually has even more talent. Only time will tell, but that's how I feel. That's what my heart's telling me.
Do you feel if they had a bit more chance to compete, Mike, with some other top-level competition like Richard Uzu, they would be another level still? They would kind of get deep into the competition?
They're making that case now. That's what I'm trying to say. Over the last couple of weeks, the fact that they're not getting grouped, they're performing to that upper echelon, they're tier 1 players, that might open up additional spots. I don't know what's going to go forward in terms of the ecosystem of competitive FIFA, but if there's an opportunity for them to get involved, they've been taking the most of it.
Speaking of the Aussies, there's been a big equalising goal. TEKKZ and Mike J. We asked what he had in the locker. We asked how those marble cakes suiting you. And with 10 minutes left to play, he has found an equaliser.
But the post tried to keep him out again, didn't it?
I thought that Mbappe was going to be offsides when he runs into the goal.
One thing that is going to interest me the most about group play here, for certain players, some FIFA players just really struggle with one-legged FIFA. I think TEKKZ could be an example of that. I know it's early days, but
draws.
He's going to struggle. I even question Mark Nicholas later as well when we see him, just to see how he gets on in best-of-1 games. Well, we've got some more goals to show you from around the grounds. Group A and B, as we said, underway here. LEKS against BERKAYLION. A word on BERKAYLION. Came runner-up in the virtual Bundesliga this year. And if you look across the board in terms of German players that are here, no Dylan Mike, no Levi Finn, no Umit. You're looking at Johnny and you're looking at BERKAYLION. Are we seeing another new wave of German talent come through, Alex?
He's a player which I've been very impressed with from the times that we've seen him multiple times throughout this season. He's so attacking, he just wants to go forward. He's so mechanical inside that 18-yard box as well. Like you said, there is a lot of big German players that are not here at this tournament. BERKAYLION is one of them that finds himself here. It's a big statement from himself, his first World Cup. We'll have to see how he does. With 3 minutes remaining now in the game of TEKKZ and Mike J, will there be 3 points or will it be a point shared for both teams? It is going to be Mike J that's going to have that time and patience to look for that last attack. against arguably one of the best FIFA players that we have seen over the last 5 years.
Well, as far as I can see, 4 out of the 6 games have ended as a draw in this first round. Expect a lot of draws. We saw that draws sort of ruin people's chance of knockout play in 2v2, and it will do in 1v1 with the best of one. It has to change your play style. Full time, TEKKZ was leading by a goal to nil. MIKEJ might sit there, Mike, and think if the post wasn't in the way, I could have won that 2-1.
I'm not sure if either party's happy. I was thinking back on that game because I was kind of watching it even when it's not as the main program game. There were opportunities both sides. TEKKZ probably feels that he should have closed it out. MIKEJ could easily argue that he should have had a couple more goals. Maybe should have had goals before the one that he actually scored in order to equalize.
Is that a game though for Mike, that Mike thinks, okay, a
There's
draw...
a lot of Mikes there.
A draw, a draw is okay. TEKKZ thinks that was a win gone missing.
Well, Mike's probably thinking about some muffins, so I don't know that he's analyzing the game. I mean that respectfully.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
I definitely we saw TEKKZ's reaction a little bit. He didn't look happy about it. So I feel like he probably thought he should have walked out of there. That's a game that he needs to win in order to kind of put his foot down. And also because this would be a situation where Group B is going to play Group D. TEKKZ might already be thinking about potential matchups there, and he wants to have higher seedings.
Just on YUVAL as well, what a win for Zuzendric, the #1 ranked player in Europe. We say he's so good online, but what can he do at LAN?
No draw
Interesting.
here.
Sitting behind him this year is Nicholas's coach from last year in Copenhagen. It's Coach Fer. As you saw, Nicholas and him sort of came to the end of their contract at the end of play last year. He stepped into the booth of Team Makers. What a start for YUVAL Belly in his first round here, beating the home favourite 3-0.
Well, yeah, we have the fans, don't we, back in action then for the World Cup, and we love to see them. Let's round up the results of the Group A. If I can hear myself think, I will try and deliver these to you. Well, a draw then, LEKS, BERKAYLION. Darkly beat TEKKZ there, 2-0, and then a draw for STINGRAY against MONTAXER, 1-1. That was Group A. Let's have a look then and see Group B round 1 results. Maybe we'll get them in a couple of moments' time. But it's very noisy in here. They're loving life here on day 1 of the World Cup. TEKKZ MIKEJ then ended in a draw like we just discussed, 1-1. Mark DFERNANDES 1-1, and then YUVAL 3-0, convincing victory there against ABOMAKKAH, the local hero. 1 round 4 to go today, and then 5 more tomorrow. Round 1 wrapped up. Spen, where are you heading for us after that first round of fixtures?
Yeah, it's getting lively down here, Rachel. Very loud indeed. I'm here with Darkly, who picked up the only win in Group A in that game against TEKKZ. How was the game for you?
It was a good game against my idol TEKKZ, but I need to keep the level. So next I will face a good player, BERKAYLION, so I need to keep the level.
Yeah, it was a Portuguese battle there. Have you got a target for what you need from this group in terms of points?
No, I want to win game by game.
Best of luck. Kicking things off the win, only 2 wins as the guys mentioned in either group, 1 win in each. And we're going to head upstairs now to a man from down under. I want to talk to him about his draw with TEKKZ. So what I'm hearing is he's very laid back, perhaps the most laid back man in the building right now. Mike, talk to me about your matchup you just had with TEKKZ. You got yourself a point.
It was a great game, honestly. I thought I got a little bit unlucky. I don't know if they showed it on the main broadcast, but my Mbappe open goal missed. That was a bit unfortunate, but honestly, I had some good fun. It was a good game, and hopefully another win. Hopefully my first win in this next game.
I've got to ask you about your afternoon tea sessions you've been having. Apparently, you've been. Is this the key to your preparation? Because you're the most laid-back man in the room, it seems.
My afternoon sessions?
Afternoon tea? Is that what you've been having?
Oh yeah, I've been raiding the cafeteria pretty frequently. Those red velvet cakes. Haven't seen them in a couple of days. I think I might have eaten them all in the first 2 days I was here. But yeah, no, I love those cakes. Shout out the catering team, doing a good job.
If you make it through the groups and you get to the latter stages of this tournament, do you think your energy might change, or are you going to be like this the whole time? Because you've got a big smile on your face. I think there's a few players that could learn a thing or two in terms of enjoying the moment.
No, I'm just here for fun, really. Like it's FIFA, it's a game at the end of the day. So I think people take it too seriously. I'm just here for a laugh. I'm happy to be here. I'm in Saudi Arabia. For free and expenses paid trip. So I'm just enjoying myself.
Well, keep enjoying yourself. Look, a very unique outlook from Mike, one that I enjoy. But the question is, if he gets to the final and he's played for $300,000, are we still going to see that smile on his face? It'd be amazing if we do.
I love that outlook on life, Sven. You know, give us a bit of that energy up here as well, and bring some cakes with you as well, Mike J. I'm a bit peckish, and I know we'd all like a bit of afternoon tea, the afternoon session, as you called it. Very Australian, that is. But how much do we read into that? Alex and Richard, I know you were laughing when he was just saying, oh yeah, I'm here for fun, all expenses paid trip. That attitude, though, possibly could be the relaxed attitude takes him all the way.
I also just think he knows that this is probably the last tournament that he's going to try and play in as well. So if you get bottom of the group, you're walking away with 10k. If you go and win it, you're walking away with 300k. Like, it's a win-win for him. He's not played for months coming into the latter stage of the season. He played in one qualifier, he won it. He went into the play-ins and thought, I'll just go and I'll dabble in it. He got through and then goes into the playoffs, won his 2 games, and he finds himself at a World Cup. Incredible.
Alex, do you think TEKKZ, if he could hear that, would be slightly annoyed with that outlook when he's desperate to be here and be a world champion?
No, for the simple fact of he spent time with Mike over the last few days and he knows that's how he's been and that's how he's going to continue up for that. But for TEKKZ, I think, yes, obviously he wants 3 points against Mike, knowing that matchup, but he won't be disappointed. When you play against someone that is probably completely different to every other player here, saying, I just want to go out and play with intuitive and just play in flow state, that can be very difficult to match up in your first game. So TEKKZ has got a point on the board. I'm sure he'll kick on in round 2.
Yeah, well, also we heard from Darkley as well, speaking there after that matchup against TEKKZ, which he won in his first World Cup outing. He was going up against, like he said, you know, his hero, someone he's always looked up to, Mike. I mean, that's great for him, but for TEKKZ, probably he's watched all his gameplay in the years gone by and, you know, going down. But talk about, you know, that matchup first. 2-0, I think, was the result in the end for Darkley there.
I would hate that if I was TEKKZ. If I was in that position, passing the torch moment, I don't want to feel as if that's what's happening right now. Especially if you're TEKKZ, where you've qualified for all 3 events, you've been grouped in the previous 2, you get your 1v1 opportunity. That might sting a little bit, just a little bit. And I will say this, I know we talk about draws a lot and the devastation of the draws, the double D, watch out for those. I will say a draw to start the tournament is probably the best time. But going forward after that, you need to start having those wins, pushing the extra bodies, taking a little more risk.
I would think, though, that was the matchup he was looking at and going, he's my hero. Just for him, his own personal pride and kind of head-to-head rating, he would be looking at that as, I've got to go all out, attack here and get that result, Brandon.
Absolutely. I mean, who doesn't want to start the win with the tournament with a win? I think the one thing that we have to look at from Portugal, as Mike was saying, TEKKZ has paved the way for the Portuguese scene, and I think this is a world first. We've got 3 Portuguese FIFA players here at a FIFAe World Cup final. That has never happened before.
The reason that this group, in my opinion, is going to be so tight as well is because all 6 players are from Europe. Like, they're used to playing with each other week in, week out. They're used to practicing against each other in all the qualifiers. They've probably matched up multiple times throughout this season, and it is just going to be a consistent roundabout of fixtures. 1 win you get, 1 win you lose. It will come down to real small margins.
Well, we've kicked off then, haven't we, in the second round of fixtures here on the first day of the FIFAe World Cup, and we just mentioned TEKKZ losing that first round to his fellow countryman, someone who looked up to him in his first World Cup. That was Darkley, of course, for BC Apogee Portugal, and then he's going up against STINGRAY now. Let's just talk up STINGRAY's chances. I think maybe he's a bit of a dark horse here, guys. What would you think?
Definitely. STINGRAY said himself in that interview, he's not had the best time online this season, playing in the online qualifiers. He's ranked 126th in Europe, but he's won the E-League one. If there's anyone that knows STINGRAY, you cannot count him out because he's so attacking. He's got so many different tools in his arsenal, whether that's the ball at the feet, whether that's for him to look for crosses, lob passes, first time over the tops. He has got absolutely everything, and he's more than capable in a 1-game affair of putting 2 or 3 goals past someone and just winning that match with ease.
He'll also want a little bit of revenge for last year in Copenhagen, because it was TEKKZ and Atletico Madrid Movistar Riders that beat SAF in the final to stop STINGRAY from having that accolade as being a Club World Cup champion. And when you look at this group as well, it seems like an outrageous statement, but TEKKZ's been grouped twice. He lost his first game. It might start to be that this is one of your more preferable games in the group.
Stingray's also become, Mike, a championship performer, hasn't he?
Yes, and I was going to say with Stingray is that he kind of gives you this dynamic, unpredictable element. We know that he goes forward well. He's got a big personality, a little bit of some bravado, and he's not going to pedestal his opponents, which personally I love that. If he goes down swinging, he's going down swinging. We saw that last year as well, where he had a terrible opening day, a fantastic follow-up day. He just kind of plays in that way, that manner, very fluid as an attacker and as someone that's in the competitive scene. So he's someone that I believe has what it takes to go far in this tournament as long as he has enough balance.
Here's the first goal from round 2 in the group stage. It's gone the way of the German player, BERKAYLION. A little ball across the box, as easy as you like. Leads by a goal, still looking to build off that first result he has had. I think for me, the game of the round is this one. YUVAL against TEKKZ. It's 1 versus 2 in Europe. First beat second in Europe. 2 players that were there for every single FGS online qualifier, going neck and neck all season long.
This might be controversial, but I actually look at this and YUVAL is the favorite. Even though he doesn't maybe have the same success in a LAN setting, what he's performed, how he's performed, if you talk to a lot of the competitors, what he's capable of coming into this, I would have him as the favorite going up against TEKKZ until proven differently.
And especially off the back of what, a 3-0 win in his first game for YUVAL.
Yeah, just off the back of a huge performance. It's not only TEKKZ, the sole Englishman in this afternoon's session. We were just talking about Stingray, and we can see how he is getting on in his opening matchup, because there has been an early goal. And Tuga, well, he's not having the best of times here in Riyadh. Goes 1-0 down to a Stingray corner.
Something we see time and time again, players looking to go short, laying it off to the edge, and as a defensive side, you go and do a go, put pressure on the ball holder to try and stop a long-range shot. In doing so, you just give your attacker, the opposing attackers, so much room to penetrate into the box, and the defensive side are trying to step up and press out. It just leaves gaps. Stingray taking the opportunity as it comes through. And you mentioned about Tuga, and is this the time for you to play against him and possibly get 3 points? Stingray starting off on that front foot.
Well, let's jump back then on that TEKKZ YUVAL matchup, which the boys have been bigging up massively, is maybe the matchup of this second round. Brandon was saying it's 1 taking on 2 in Europe here. This could be a little bit of a, I don't know, just who's better in terms of Europe. They played many times this year against each other, maybe online, but in terms of in competitive FIFA, this could be a chance to really put them 1 or 2 in the world.
Yeah, the best part of it, they play each other twice, don't they? They play again tomorrow morning.
So we're going to say there, Brandon, if TEKKZ wins both, he's the best in Europe. If YUVAL does, he's the best.
No,
hands down.
Whoever wins the World Championship for me gets that one. Speaking of TEKKZ, he does lead by a goal to 0.
TEKKZ has a lot of fans in Saudi, unless there's some other action going on.
Yeah, I wasn't sure where it was coming from, Rachel. We thought it was TEKKZ, but
yeah.
It isn't.
And the reason we speak over each other is because we literally cannot hear ourselves speaking here, can we, Brandon?
ABOMAKKAH was the man that got this crowd on their feet after a very disappointing first round fixture. 4 minutes to score his first goal in his first ever FIFAe World Cup Grand Final.
Asking serious questions of the keeper. Coming out, jumping out of his goal, Mark 11, 1-0 down. 5 minutes on the clock, and ABOMAKKAH already taken the lead here. I think just not for himself, but for this crowd in attendance. You had to bounce back quickly. If you start losing 1, 2, 3 games, potentially you might just start to see a little bit of a more subdued atmosphere here in the arena.
I tell you, the person I don't want to play, if I'm in this tournament, I don't want to play ABOMAKKAH at all. And I definitely don't want to play him, assuming he gets out of the group stage and you've got to be in some sort of knockout elimination game in brackets. Absolutely not.
Well, I'm sure at halftime we'll get a shot of it. They've got flags, they're waving them with passion here in the arena for this man on screen, ABOMAKKAH. Is he the next MS Dossery? Can he also pick up a world title and make Saudi become really a big FIFA esports country, Rich?
Also a little bit of back and forth we saw at the Club World Cup with Team FUTWIZ, where they were playing against Raptors Twisted Minds. And now, obviously, it was announced a few days ago, Michael Evans signed with Team FUTWIZ, so Jay Denman's heard a lot of these fans over the last couple of weeks. As you were talking about Saudi Arabia and ABOMAKKAH, it almost feels like a passing of the torch moment. MS Dosseri, not too sure how many tournaments he's going to be playing at, how long he's going to keep on going. It's been a Hall of Fame career, a Mount Rushmore performance throughout his FIFA Esports career for Dosseri, but ABOMAKKAH is the next guy in line.
He hasn't made a World Cup for 2 years, MS Dosseri, which goes to show just maybe the level. I think it was Lamps that stopped him last year, and it was YUVAL barely this time around that stopped him from getting to the World Championship. As TEKKZ was saying in his interview, just this new wave of talent coming through. Corner played in the air for MIKEJ to try and find his first win after drawing against TEKKZ in the first game here. A couple of scores on the board. STINGRAY in at half-time is still leading, as we know. BERKAYLION Lion against Darkly. And STINGRAY did double his lead before the halfway point. If you're a STINGRAY fan, you'll be very happy to see that one.
And if you're a fan of TEKKZ, it's concerning. Not even off the previous results, but the fact that we know he struggles with scoring goals. And I'm more worried that he's conceding goals. Defensively, he's always been sound. Positional, structural, methodical, a lot of O's that I'm just adding in there. That's always been part of TEKKZ's plan and game plan, and being able to make it difficult for your opposition.
We saw STINGRAY going 2-0 up there against TEKKZ, Mike. He mentioned that he doesn't have a coach here with him, Zach. He's chose to go with TEKKZ for this tournament. Sting is a very passionate FIFA player. You can see him in that booth with those reactions. He always loves to get people up out of their seats. Do you think for himself, of having no one there, do you think he might deliver a more calm performance just because he's by himself, or do you think it can stir him on a little bit more?
I don't think he'll be more calm. If anything, I think he's got a little chip on his shoulder. You heard the interview. He didn't seem very happy about Zach making that choice.
Ace of highest bidder, wasn't it? Whoever fancy taking him for an E-World Cup final spin.
In a few E-World Cup finals, has Zach Moore as well. I think this is fourth E-World Cup in which he's been a coach. Zach Moore, Stokes, STINGRAY, and now TEKKZ as DFERNANDES opens up the scoring against MIKEJ. 55 minutes on the clock.
Uga has actually scored a goal as well. As soon as we can, we'll give you that one against STINGRAY. STINGRAY was leading 2 goals still at the halfway point. Tuga of Letico Riders finding a way back in that tie. Remember, best of 1 FIFA, we did say question marks. Just doesn't feel like it's his way of playing. Big goal there from Thierry Henry. Speaking of goals, there's been another one in the MIKEJ matchup against DFERNANDES. We'll give you the latest on that one as soon as we can. DFERNANDES was leading before the break there. And here's the goal. It has been an equaliser. If you're an Aussie fan, keep watching, because MIKEJ is back in the tie of Melbourne City, manoeuvring in the smallest of areas, finding that one more pass into Kylian Mbappe that will run away. MIKEJ back in the tie.
I don't know if it's selfish, but I'm not pushing this MIKEJ retirement. I want him to stay in the FIFA scene. I need the backstory there. Sounds like he came to Rich and kind of gave him the sending off notion.
Yeah, look, I get stuff out of people.
Before he kicked a ball at the playoffs, he said, "This is my last year."
He did, yeah.
And then he qualified for an E-World Cup. I mean, if he goes and wins the E-World Cup, we'll have to wait and see. TEKKZ has just doubled his lead, 2 goals still against YUVAL in that matchup. If you are just joining to find out how TEKKZ is getting on, he drew his first game, leading his second game. LEKS also drew his first game, the French player 2-2. He leads MONTAXER by a goal to nil. They're back to STINGRAY, who leads 2 goals to 1 as it stands.
And with that matchup of TEKKZ up against YUVAL, #1 versus #2 in Europe, I feel like that's very much a momentum type of game. Whoever wins that right now, TEKKZ 2-0 up, that can just kickstart your tournament on knowing you've just taken down arguably the best player that you were going to come up against in that group stage. It can really push TEKKZ or YUVAL on. TEKKZ right now is the one that looks as if he will take those 3 points into round #3. But STINGRAY and Tuga, STINGRAY on that attack, trying to answer back after just conceding that goal.
Well, let's stay with this one then, which is what Alex was just talking about as well. The TEKKZ YUVAL game. Maybe this gives the player who wins it a bit of momentum, a bit of confidence as they go into the third round of the group stages here.
Well, it's getting very loud as ABOMAKKAH's just gone into half-time. He still leads against Mark 11 by 1-0, which has got these Saudi fans on their feet. Our game in focus, as you can see, TEKKZ against YUVAL. 20 minutes left to be played here. It just goes to show how topsy-turvy this group can be, Rachel, especially after what YUVAL won 3-0 in his first game. Now TEKKZ looks to be putting the first #1 ranked player, I should say, in Europe to the side in this one.
Yeah, we've had that quite a lot, haven't we, when some of the groups after day one, there's been nothing really to look into any of the scoring there, Mike. Yeah, it's pretty close in some of the previous World Cups.
It's still early doors, but what a response from TEKKZ. Assuming this is closed out, you've got just over 16, 17 minutes remaining. Remember, YUVAL won his opener 3-0, looked dominant. A lot of this success from Israel, if you're looking at the 2v2s, and all their goal-scoring capabilities is kind of led by YUVAL. The other two guys have been rotational. You look at Roy Feldman, or if you look at the likes of Nisad, and YUVAL being the youngster still kind of leading that team in many regards. They've kind of played that support role with them. So again, credit to TEKKZ here. He's able to see this out, and it starts to give you that early look of like, okay, he's not going to be grouped. He's got some points on the board. Because in the previous World Cups, the issue was he didn't get points on the board early, and they weren't happening often. And we had question marks day in and day out.
Also shows you how tricky the Australians are to play against, because we don't see them that much. So TEKKZ doesn't really know how to break someone like Mike down, and possibly YUVAL here, he sees more of his games as well. Plays him offline probably a little bit more. Yeah, has a bigger, greater awareness of a player like YUVAL.
No, absolutely. It's definitely a point to discuss on that one. There's been a couple of goals. Speaking of the Australian players there, Rachel, there's one that still is trailing by 1-0. And there's been a goal also in the DFERNANDES MIKEJ game. We can give you the latest on that one as soon as we can. Coming in, as we said, from Group B, where the two Aussies are actually in the same group. The goal has gone the way of DFERNANDES of Diogo Jota's Esports. Don't know what happened there. Was it an offside trap or just terrible defending?
Yeah, load of space at the back. DFERNANDES, probably the easiest goal he's going to score all day in the World Cup. Just having a look around a couple of other matches. Darkley and BERKAYLION. That's a goal back for Darkley, 2-1. BERKAYLION is still leading in that matchup. Big fan of what BERKAYLION does on the pitch. He's real talent, and I think he does go through that group A. Just his performances that we've seen this season as STINGRAY is off his feet, leading 3-1 against Tuga.
You question if he was going to be emotional, if he was going to be passionate, if he was going to give you reactions and pop-offs and animation. I'd say the answer is most definitely when we're talking about STINGRAY. And again, it's something that I look forward to a lot of his interviews too. He's a little more outspoken. He'll give you how he honestly feels about how things have been going for him and amongst other competitors as well.
Looking at Tuga, 0 out of 6 in the opening 2 games. 0 points out of 6. I think the thing that happened last week with Portugal, they just left it too late. Like, it was everyone above. When you're having to rely on other people winning above you, and then those teams start winning, you've left yourself with too much to do with not enough time. Very similar, too many draws the week before with Atletico Madrid. So he will know the significance of this, but it's a pretty emphatic win, it's got to be said, for STINGRAY here. 4-1 as TEKKZ about to close out a 2-0 shutout against YUVAL.
It's hard to watch, isn't it? Players which we've seen for so long and seen doing well for so long lose like that as well. 4-1 to STINGRAY, Brandon.
I mean, look, as we said in the 2v2 tournaments that we saw, it's a 2-day group stage, but you're right. I mean, look, it's been a long time for Tuga to be here as well. A lot of FIFA to be played, having to focus so much on 2v2 in a Portugal side that he wasn't really involved in it. He was subbed out more than he played, if we're being brutally honest.
There's a reason, though. He weren't playing well. Like, he plays in that team if he's getting points with Portugal, with Athletic Madrid, as you see MIKEJ with a 91st minute equaliser. He's off his feet. We're going to see this back here for ABOMAKKAH and Mark 11. It's an equalising goal for Mark. A little bit more time left on that game. We'll see it conclude in live this final 20 minutes. That was the last kick of the game for the other Aussie in Group B. 2-2, the final scoreline between DFERNANDES and MIKEJ. 2 draws out of 2 for Mike.
Well, this is obviously ABOMAKKAH. He lost his first matchup, didn't he, to YUVAL there, 3-0. Was hoping for 3 points to get his day one competition really up and running. Still 15 minutes left, but for this time being, he's settling for that solitary point there. ABOMAKKAH just needs to draw on that crowd, doesn't he, here as well, and use the home advantage really to his advantage. You don't get many World Cups on home soil.
And I hope that we get a camera in there as well. If you're looking at what I'm looking at right now, the intensity and the tension in the room next to us, it's something a little bit different. We haven't seen this at a live event in quite some time.
It's an interesting battle between both of these players as well, with ABOMAKKAH and Mark 11 qualifying for all 3 of the competitions here in Saudi Arabia. ABOMAKKAH, you could argue, maybe the favourite now as the #1 spot here in Saudi Arabia. On the opposite side, Mark, #1 over in Australia. They've both won 3 FGSs. It's an incredible achievement for both of them. They're just showcasing what they can bring to the table playing up against each other. It is going to be Mark 11 knocking on that door, and it's penalty.
Wow.
Wow, wow, wow.
This could be a terrible start for ABOMAKKAH. Up steps Mark 11 from the spot, saved.
Sounds like a goal, that penalty save, and it's celebrated like it as well. We're going to a pause with 6 minutes left to play.
You could also say with ABOMAKKAH as well, maybe we expect him to get to that next stage. He didn't look bad in the E Club. We saw moments that everything came together, but they didn't make that late run that we kind of were expecting after the group stage, because they looked so good in the group stage. Even in the E Nations, he was actually out of rotation for a lot of the E Nations. I didn't expect that. I look at him being the best player in Saudi right now, and they didn't use him, they didn't maximize him, they didn't build around him. And now he's into the 1v1, he controls his destiny. And you start questioning or wondering, how far can he take it? How far can he take advantage of the home crowd and really push that forward? And how good is ABOMAKKAH? This has been his breakout year.
But even in a one's perspective, we didn't have him qualifying from the playoffs. Like, he wasn't one of those names that we thought, I fancy ABOMAKKAH to go through. He went down to a loser's bracket, round 1, and won 3 elimination games back to back to back to qualify for the World Cup. So I think in like a clutch factor, he's the man to do it. He's the man to potentially ice up and push through. However, it's going to be a real tough group for him to get out of. It has to be said.
And if you recall, we could backtrack the playoffs. Last game, final game, he went up against Ali Bali. A lot of us were saying Ali Bali should take this down, take care of business. See the header there, doesn't quite convert. And it was such a dominant performance from ABOMAKKAH in that first leg. It was done. The game was finished before the second leg even really got underway.
Well, as we approach the final whistle then here in this pretty intense matchup that we're being treated to early doors, 1-1. ABOMAKKAH then gets his first point of the tournament after the second round of fixtures. The fans like that. They love that he saved that penalty there. They'll be backing their man all the way. Well, let's go down then to the floor where Spen is with ABOMAKKAH's coach. Spen, what's he got to say?
Thank you, Rachel. Yes, I'm here. We're going to try and do a translated interview here. First question's got to be, I mean, this crowd, I think is even louder than it was 2 competitions ago. How does he feel, playing with all the support behind him?
Yeah, the energy is crazy. مكة كيف شعورك والجمهور واقف ورا؟ يقولون حاليا كان أكثر من يوم كان في الأندية.
أكيد ما يقصروا الشباب وإن شاء الله نفرح.
He's saying he want to thank them and the energy is crazy and hopefully he will not let them down.
My next question would be, like, I can only imagine what's going to happen when he wins a game. He's had 2 draws so far. What does he have to do to turn those draws into wins and really get this place loud?
اوكي مكة بديت اول مباراتين خساره وتعادل وش تتوقع بيصير في الجمهور لما تفوز اول فوز لك؟
ان شاء الله يعني هو الطموح التاهل وان شاء الله انه يعللوا المدرج اكثر بعد ما فوز اول جيم.
He thinks the energy is going to be crazy. Hopefully he'll get back on track, play as he usually does, and then the crowd's going to be crazy.
Great, thank you very much. There was a big penalty save in that game as well. Obviously, he saved it. The crowd went wild. I can only imagine what's going to happen when they win a game. So we came into the man that they just played against ABOMAKKAH in a draw. He came back from a losing position. Talk to me about the match.
Just 2 points dropped, really. I should have won that game. I had a penalty 85th minute. He didn't even dive for it. He just stepped in the middle and dived. But it is what it is. We go again.
How do you feel playing, being the sort of the villain, if you like, against this crowd? You're trying to beat the guy that they're supporting. Did it make it harder for you, or did it spur you on?
No, I've got noise-cancelling AirPods. I didn't even know they were here, so I couldn't tell.
Okay, and we talked about it last 2 competitions. You've never been grouped. You've come through that every single time. You're going to do it again here?
This is the hardest tournament in the world, really. So if I don't make it, it is what it is. But that's my goal, to make top 4.
Let's not forget, Mark 11 has been at each of the last 3 tournaments, and his aim is to go, well, at least out the groups, which he always seems to do, but maybe even further this time out.
Obviously, we're going to run with that narrative, aren't we, Sven, for as long as we possibly can. It's a great narrative and it's a great achievement to have, isn't it? But I want to ask the boys, what do you think wearing that footwear's top for the first time will do for him? How much confidence or motivation do you think that will give him?
Well, I think if you look at Oceania, there's 2 or 3 organisations. You either play for Melbourne City or you play for Team Footwiz in terms of big esports organisations that are invested there, because we're being brutally honest, there isn't many esports organisations that are investing money into Oceania. So to play for them shows maybe recognition that I deserve from dominating the scene this year.
But you know what it's like, Mike, pulling on a new jersey, representing a new club for the first time. You want to do the business for them.
Most definitely, and it also kind of reassures that club or that esports organization that you were the right choice. You give them an instant value exchange, and most of the time you don't get it to be this quick on a turnaround. Last week he wasn't signed. This week we saw the announcement. We also saw Marco retiring. Maybe that played a factor. They wanted to line that up together. I would assume some paperwork has been done prior to those announcements, but I think they wanted to timeline that properly.
Yeah, for me, I think that would make me feel a little bit better about myself and give me a little bit more confidence coming in. Guys, what would you think?
Team Footwiz have always had a real sort of breeding ground of talent in Australia as well. I mean, as long as I've been involved, they've had a player pretty much in Australia, and that player is typically gone on to make a World Cup, perform very well. So I think it's a great pickup on both ends. Mark was a free agent, Team Footwiz come in. Team Footwiz are constantly levelling up as an organisation as well, whether it's a Club World Cup top 2, whether it's the content that they're providing, the esports organisation growing as a whole. I just think it just makes a lot of sense. And I don't necessarily think that, I know Mark spent a lot of time with Footwiz here as well over the course of 3 tournaments. I think he'll feel a little bit of pressure to want to perform well for Footwiz, but to me this is a long-term vision.
Alex Marks wants top 4, of course. We can have a look as well at the standings. He wants top 4. He says he doesn't want to get grouped. He's never been grouped before. Currently sitting down there in 5th. He would be one of those names we would pen in the top 4, right?
Arguably, yes. I think, given what we've seen from Mark 11 over the last 12 to 18 months, it is a player which you kind of expect to be, but he is in a very, very difficult group. I think when we're looking at that, he's got to try and rival out Mike, his Australian kind of counterpart on that side. If he wants to go into that, I think that battle is going to be there. It's a lot to play for. 2 points, obviously 2 draws picked up as well. He won't be happy not to have that win, but still plenty of FIFA to be played. 3 games left for day 1 for Mark. I'm sure he'll be happy with where he's going.
We spoke, didn't we, about Group D being tough. All those groups are tough. He just said there it's the best FIFA competition in the whole world. Top 4 is a tough ask for any of these players in any of these groups, right?
But at the same time, if you can't make it top 4 out of 6, you don't deserve to keep pushing forward. I don't know if I just take too difficult of an angle, but that's how I feel. You've got yourself into this position. You've got 10 games. You're going to get to play a lot of FIFA here. or 8 games? 8 games. But you're going to play 10 games.
10
I
games.
started off well. I went the other direction. But
It's been a long 2 weeks.
you've got 10 games of FIFA, and you got to be in the top 4 out of 6. That's not bad. I'll take that most days of the week.
More difficult than last year as well. Do you remember there was 8 in a group last year, so it was even more tough to get through, more games, more of that mental strength that you had to go through, Brandon.
Also less spots on the line, hence why even being here is a ridiculous achievement. 24 players could only get to this stage, and you're right, there was groups of 8 last year, there was groups of 8 many years ago as well, when there was 32 players allowed in the tournament. So yeah, spots may have been weakened, but to get through the groups should be achievable for amongst a number of these players.
Yeah, the top 24 in the world is the lowest, obviously, you can finish. This, though, if I can hear myself think, is about this. ABOMAKKAH here. Mike J has been winding up the crowd here. He loves it. He's just here to have fun. He's playing up to them, isn't he? Big time. He's just looking over there, kind of saying, yeah, come on, what have you got for me? I'm up against your boy, ABOMAKKAH next.
For me, in this particular group, I think one of the 2 Aussies go through. I don't think both qualify, but I don't also think that neither qualify. I think they one out of the 2, and it's all about, I mean, it could come down to round 5 or round 10. That's when they match up against each other. It could come down to a round 10 matchup. Win to go through, lose to go out. Like it could very well be the smallest of margins. Unfortunately, I mean, I'm sure there's a lot of people who would love to see both Mike and Mark qualify. They could. In my eyes, I just don't particularly see it.
And would you say now, in this matchup, like
This is a must-win.
this is a must-win for either team. If they want to make it through into that top 4, these are the sort of games where you look at one another and say, I need to take 3 points off you to give myself that chance. So we'll have to see. Will it be Mike J or will it be ABOMAKKAH? The home crowd will be supporting ABOMAKKAH. And Mike, hey, look, if he goes 1-0 up, I think he's going to give this crowd a good time of it.
I'm going to go out on a bit of a limb.
What?
I don't think ABOMAKKAH gets out of the group. Whoa. I think Mike J does.
I'd whisper that if I was you.
And I'll give you that in round 3. Hopefully I might be right tomorrow.
Nobody got on the back door of that one. I saw no seconds or thirds.
That's what if you read between the lines, that's what I was sort of alluding to as well. I think it will be TEKKZ, YUVAL, DFERNANDES, and one of the 2 Aussies.
Well, they've had our first goal then in round 3. Where does it come from?
It's a massive, massive goal opening the scoreline. YUVAL was just off the back of a defeat to TEKKZ, and the foot with new signing, Mark 11, goes 1-0 to the goods. See BERKAYLION and STINGRAY battling it out here, and BERKAYLION continuing his fine form as ABOMAKKAH steps up from the spot, straight down the middle, and the crowd certainly like seeing that one.
Oh, we love that, don't we? They're on their feet, they are waving their flag. If that doesn't spur ABOMAKKAH on to defy what Brandon just said there, I don't know what does. Maybe he heard you as well, Brandon. I reckon he did.
Maybe he did. Maybe he did. Yeah, not great defending. We jump across. TEKKZ down by a goal to 0. A lot of people are sharing results as it currently stands. Mark's beating YUVAL. TEKKZ is down by a goal still against DFERNANDES. I know it's early days in these games, but with one leg of FIFA, whoever scores first, I think 80% of the time they normally go out and win.
Games also in this particular format, earlier on in the season, you'd play a match, you'd play your 2-legged game, then you'd be waiting 30, 40 minutes to play the next game. You've played 3 games, a third of your matches in an hour. If you started slow, it could be over straight away as LEKS and Darkley both underway.
This is one of our feature matchups, but Mike J had a massive chance here, Rich. That's why the crowd are back on their feet.
It's a clearance off the line for ABOMAKKAH.
Well, STINGRAY then. Ooh, that's difficult to take. 2-0 down for him when he's had such a great start already, getting 4 points.
Just won 4-1, didn't he? Against TEKKZ. So this result is a little bit different, but this is best of 1 FIFA for you, honestly. When you've got this level of player, anything can be possible. BERKAYLION looking for a third there, goes out for a corner. Looking around the other games, LEKS 0, Darkley 0, that's still goalless. TEKKZ against MONTAXER is still goalless as well.
For TEKKZ, do you go, it's okay, I just want a point, let's keep it as it is, 0-0?
I don't think TEKKZ knows a different way of playing. TEKKZ has been TEKKZ all of his career. He outlasts you. He's good at slowing down games. My biggest concern is actually not that he struggled scoring, but more so that we've seen defensive errors, defensive issues, defensive question marks, because that's always been his bread and butter. When you go into a TEKKZ matchup, you know it's not going to be wide open play. There's not going to be a ton of goals.
So if we can see this stay as 0-0, then maybe it's a chance for him to reset. I didn't concede anything in that match, let's build on it.
Well, back to TEKKZ's game for a split second. I just think for him, it's just anything on the board would be nice at this point, Rachel. Draw, win, just something to get my E-World Cup started. He's a player that you always, as you said, predict is going to get through the groups at an E-World Cup. Looking at his past history from FUT Champions Cups to 2v2 success, he certainly has given us a couple of question marks over those performances in the last couple of weeks. Let's leave this game for a minute, go back to MIKEJ ABOMAKKAH, where all the noise is around.
I'd just like to say that when we are on this game, I cannot hear a thing. I've got the seat which is closest to the fans, so when ABOMAKKAH scores or when the fans are up on their feet, I'm out of the conversation.
Might as well just go in there.
May as well at this point.
They were doing a Poznan about 2 minutes ago. Here is ABOMAKKAH, looking to find a second goal. Get to win a game in this group. 1 loss, 1 draw so far for the #1 ranked player in the Middle East. For this attack at least to see where it can come out. We'll leave it for a split second, I should say. We'll go and check out LEKS against Darkley. This is 0-0 so far over here. And TEKKZ scored. And he leads by a goal to 0 against MONTAXER. We'll go and show you the goal that he was able to score right about now. It was Milinkovic-Savic, of all people, coming to be the hero. And here's the goal. Is it a German cross in the box? I think it could be. Yes, it is. TEKKZ does lead for the first time in the FIFAe World Cup final.
You might have heard us talking. If you know TEKKZ, mentally strong goes hand in hand. And it's a big reason that we always expect him to get out of groups. This has been very unusual throughout the last couple of weeks that he's struggled, whether it's a 2v2 and even how he started off today in the 1v1 format.
Yeah, really nice, isn't it, to see him get off the mark here. As we're looking to see, as we approach 45 minutes, if STINGRAY can get back in this one. We have spoken STINGRAY up quite a lot on this couch, and I'd like to see him do really well in this tournament.
He's facing a serious FIFA player, though, in BERKAYLION, who, in my eyes, I think I've got to go out on a limb, I think he's probably a quarter-finalist, BERKAYLION, just for the quality that he shows. He's coming off the back of great performances. The Virtual Bundesliga, the last domestic league that we had, he finished second in that. He flew through the winners bracket at the playoffs, 2 wins straight through. He finished in about 45 minutes. He is just a serious FIFA player, as Mark 11 doubles his lead against YUVAL.
That's
in
big.
Quite surprising fashion. I think YUVAL, a lot of us probably had him topping, maybe second in the group, certainly coming through. Mark 11 picking up 3 points as it stands, 37 minutes on the clock. That dramatically improve his chances with 2 rounds remaining here on day 1.
It's a big statement, isn't it? Especially going up before half-time here when it's 1 leg of FIFA.
When you're looking at what, #1 ranked player in Australia, it's the #1 ranked player in Europe. Again, you come into this thinking, on paper, as YUVAL played more difficult players this year, because there's just such a bigger pool of European talents. 1 leg of FIFA tells you a very different story, Mark. Very comfortable and very confident.
I feel like Mark is kind of changing that quota that we have with Australian players coming over, that sometimes they can struggle to play against the Europeans and players from all over the world. I think Mark is proving time and time again over the last couple of weeks that he can compete with the best. And yes, YUVAL may be ranked #1 in Europe, but he's here for the same reasons, and he's certainly got something a little bit more different about than maybe what we've seen some previous Australian players.
And I also don't like this narrative that we keep talking about with format, and this guy's the best of this, and he's the best of that. You get 10 games of FIFA, over the course of 2 days, you only got to be in the top 4 out of the 6 players in your group. If you consider yourself one of the best players in the world, that's not a bad format, even in a single elimination situation.
I agree with you.
Or a single matchup, I should say.
I agree with you, but this is how format is so influential on a tournament. If you take the 10 games, however, you play 2 legs and you only play each other once, and you play 5 games, the results are widely different.
Very different, yes.
I'm just not giving players a fair, I guess, excuse out. There's certain guys that I agree completely from a logistics standpoint. We know how they play. When you look at the TEKKZ or the Nicholas, that's what their game plan is to be able to adjust tactically. They slow play you a lot of times in that first leg. But for the majority of the guys, this still works. And you've got a great chance of getting out. It might be even more well-suited for you than playing these 2-legged affairs.
And I think what you're saying there as well is that if you cannot make top 4 out of 6, then yes, you don't deserve it.
Yeah.
It's very different if we're sat here saying this is the format and only 2 people go through each group. Then I would say, yeah, you know, we could change that. But if you cannot make top 4 in your group, then yes, you just simply don't deserve to be there.
Those same guys will come and talk to us and say, I should have done it. I should have done this. I had this. I had that. It's like we had a lot of chances. You had 10 games of FIFA to play over the course of 2 days. I keep stressing that because there's a lot of opportunities for you to get those points. It didn't just come down to one game, one mistake, one error, one misjudgment, one bad step, one tactical shift, whatever it might have been. That's just not going to be the case. I don't like giving out the bailout, if that wasn't clear.
No, well, obviously, it's a World Cup. There's going to be a lot of excuses as well. It's nerves coming to play. It's first-timers coming to play. Lots of different variables as well. So a lot of FIFA still to be played, but it's not just the format. There's other external factors as well, because this is where it matters the most. And we already heard a couple of the players saying that this is the biggest event on their calendar.
Maybe I just have a bias because I started off with the FIFA Interactive World Cup. I was competing throughout that, competing in the FIFAe World Cup. And the fact that in the early stages, the early days, everything was single elimination. Forget about a group stage. I didn't even get a group stage in a lot of the tournaments until I actually made the finals. So this still caters to the guys getting a lot more opportunity to showcase what they have.
As we see MIKEJ and ABOMAKKAH here, there has been a goal in this group, as BERKAYLION still leading 2-0 against the Englishman STINGRAY. Speaking of an Englishman in the FIFAe World Cup, TEKKZ was taking on DFERNANDES. Did DFERNANDES double his lead? He certainly did not. TEKKZ skips around the keeper, gets the rebound off the defender, and equalises with 23 minutes left to play.
And that dribbling from TEKKZ to just walk it past the keeper there, so close, tight to the attacker, taking out the goalkeeper with ease, giving himself that chance to look for the pass off across and putting himself back all square. Now we jump over to the game between LEKS and Darkly11. Both of these players here competing at the FIFAe World Cup for the first time in their career. And also very closely matched in EU. Darkly ranked number 11, LEKS ranked number 12. This chance comes through. It's ricocheting, it's bouncing, it's still there. Right off across. Darkly fires himself into the lead.
He's had a decent month, has Darkly. Not too long ago, he won the FPF Masters 4 weeks ago. Got his hands on some silverware as comes into this with, I think, quite a bit to prove. We saw that game, I believe it was the match before qualifying, where he beat Ethan from Team Footwiz comfortably. It was quite a heavy scoreline in the end. And he's one of those players that, from Portugal, he always seems to perform. Maybe this is the first time we've seen him at an E-World Cup stage. However, he's that new wave of Portuguese talent coming through.
And that's what I was going to say. If you date back to the TEKKZ feature, he called himself old at 22 years young, I would say. Even in the competitive FIFA scene, I don't think you start getting old until you start pushing past that 25 mark. That's when we start asking questions. It's incredible how much the scene has shifted and so quickly.
There's a lot of young players though, aren't there? A lot of 17-year-olds in action this time, and in these groups we're going to see BERKAYLION is 17, obviously Anders is 17 a bit later on. LEKS then takes his headset off.
Massive turnaround, TEKKZ 2-1 up. He was trailing 1-0, Milinkovic-Savic, the goal scorer. He is now 2-1 to the good. A very, very big scoreline starting to emerge here. Mark 11, 3-0 up against YUVAL.
Game over. 3 more points on the board there, but what a turnaround for TEKKZ. As we said, YUVAL belly now suddenly drops down that table ever so slightly.
Could you imagine? I know it's super early. We've got a lot of people to be played, but if YUVAL didn't make it out of Group B,
I'd be very surprised.
I just can't see a world where that happens. Surely not. Surely not. Back to this game. Last couple of minutes. MIKEJ on the hunt for a way back into this to try and silence this loud crowd here in Riyadh. This year's FIFAe World Cup. We have got minutes left for ABOMAKKAH to try and see out his first win in the group. Be a big 3 points on the board. Doesn't really need another goal. Looks to be smart and take time out the game. Keep possession. MIKEJ got 3 players around him, just chased him down. ABOMAKKAH breaks the press. Happy to see out any time to follow. Any second now, a second goal. Even better. Doesn't want it though. Happy just to keep time ticking. Gets that crowd riled up. And this would be a group changing moment for him. Winning his first game with what, 2 more group games still to be played. Looking at who he has to play in his last match as he plays against DFERNANDES next. And last but not least, he'll finish the day playing against TEKKZ. So a win would certainly build the confidence. Game over.
Big 3 points for ABOMAKKAH there in front of his home fans, and 5 minutes just about left on another one of our matches, which Rich said had a massive turnaround. We saw them a little bit earlier. Had a little pause there, headsets came off after TEKKZ got that second goal.
You see what the first 3 points of the day means to these Saudi fans as well. ABOMAKKAH starting to make his way up this real tough Group B, in which TEKKZ would also be picking up a vital 3 points with not long left to go at all here. The final 3 minutes. Looks to potentially get a third here down the byline. Somehow it's a bit confusing at the back. Keeping the ball, knocking it around, waiting for the time to elapse here is TEKKZ.
With time to follow. TEKKZ finding another 3 points in this very difficult Group B. So long ball forward, as we should do it here. We'll leave the game now. TEKKZ GG's big win against DFERNANDES. Someone who's on the way to win their first game is TEKKZ, currently 0 points from his first 2 games. Desperately needs these 3 points to stay in the conversation by the end of play today. Look who else he has to play today. He has to play LEKS in his next game, and he'll end the day playing BERKAYLION, who is on fine form at the moment. 4 minutes left in the tie. MONTAXER will get 1 more attack. What can the Italian do? Representing Genoa, Italian football club, down the byline. Looking to recycle it for the perfect option. Back to Hullet. Couple of step overs. Where is that run of R9 or Mbappe at the edge of the box? Defended well by TEKKZ. This is where he needs to show his grittiness. Just to see out this tide as TEKKZ should have possession there. Ball bouncing around. Given 1 more attack to MONTAXER? No, he won't. Job done. Big 3 points on the board for TEKKZ in Group A.
Massive 3 points for TEKKZ, and Mike mentioned how defensively he's not been good enough over the last couple of weeks. Once he scored that goal and he went 1-0 up, he made a tactical change, went to ultra defence, and he's just seeing that out professionally. A fantastic 3 points against the Italian of MONTAXER.
They love him. That's right.
He loved that one, didn't he? Got all the fans up in the arena here. Well, Spencer's down there for us. Always love it when Spencer's down there. He races around getting all the interviews with all the players, all the storylines which matter. Well, Spen then is with the Group B DFERNANDES after that draw against MIKEJ.
Yeah, no, it was just a loss against TEKKZ that DFERNANDES just suffered. 3 games down, 2 points, no wins. What do we need to do to get these 3 points coming in?
I can make the question to DFERNANDES. Do que é que achas que é preciso para ganhar? Até agora tiveste 3 jogos, não conseguiste vencer. O que é que achas que está a faltar?
Falta melhorar no último terço, estar a definir melhor e pode ser que os resultados apareçam, mas de resto estou a ter bom nível e falta-me pontinha de sorte.
I said that on the attack, things are not going as you want. The decisions he's making are not the same. And I mean, he thinks that he can perform well. The games were really good right now, but it's the World Cup, right? So the opponents are really strong as well, and swing hard at that level.
Quickly, tell me what it's like representing Diogo Jota, you know, a huge Portuguese icon, playing for his esports team. What does that mean?
Como é que é representar a Diogo Jota Esports?
É incrível, foi sentimento muito bom e espero estar a orgulhar todos os meus companheiros da Diogo Jota e é isso.
He said that it's amazing and he really likes to. He was sorry, the crowd is really loud. But he really like to represent such a team as like Diogo and to be here competing not just as DFERNANDES but also as the teammates that we have in Portugal and representing also our team, a bit of our nation as well.
Fantastic, thank you. Good luck in your next game. Right, we're going to go upstairs now. I want to speak to the main man himself, TEKKZ, because he's done pretty well so far. 2 wins and a draw, 7 points. I'm pretty sure he's happier than he was this time last year, but we're going to find out from the man himself. Yes, that's right, TEKKZ boy, I'm coming to speak to you. Hello, right, TEKKZ, I reckon you're pretty bit happier than you were this time last year right now, 7 points from 3 games.
I'm happy at the fact that like that game there, I wasn't very good, and I managed to win it. When I'm not very good at World Cup, I just draw games. Like my first game at this tournament, I drew and I thought, oh no, here we go again, but nah. We got a win against YUVAL, who's very good. And then like lucky, well not lucky, he didn't create anything. It should have been like 0-0, but a 2-1 win there and I'm happy now.
That was a huge win against YUVAL, wasn't it? That was number 1, number 2 ranked in Europe going head to head. The fact that you won it, the fact that you followed it up with another win, it's looking good, isn't it? It's looking like we're going to hopefully get out the groups this time.
I like how you're saying we're, is that you're my fan now. But nah, listen, nothing is done yet. I need to win. If I win the next 2 games, you'll see a smile on my face. But if I win one, I'll be like half a smile, and if I lose both, you won't hear from me.
Will we see a different animal, a version of TEKKZ if you do make it out the groups? Because obviously it goes to then 2 legs. Like, what is it in the past maybe that's made you not prefer the 1 leg matchup?
You know what? Yeah, I'm better against better players. So like even last year, I played Oberon. I played well against him in the groups. I played MIKEJ. I beat him in the groups. Like, I play better against better players. It's the not so, what do you call them? Not so good players in the group, yeah, compared to like YUVAL and stuff that I always struggle against. So as I see, I beat YUVAL, but then like, I drew with Mike and almost lost that game there. So I just need to do better against guys that I should be beating, you know.
And then finally, this year, the guys were talking about it on the couch. Do you feel there's less pressure on you this year than other years? You know, you've got Anders, for example, who's kind of where you were maybe 4 years ago, new kid on the scene, young, lots of pressure on him. You could argue lots of people talking about him. Is it crazy to think that you might sort of sneak under the radar a little bit and then potentially win the whole thing?
Not so there's more pressure because I'm getting older and older, Spen, so like there's less and less time to win. They're like 17, 18, I'm 22, I'm an old man now, so yeah, like I ain't got much time left. I'm no longer in my prime as such in FIFA 19, so if I win when I'm not in my prime, come on, man.
Well, if you're old, I don't know what that makes me. Definitely old. But listen, TEKKZ is playing some fantastic FIFA, 7 points from 3 games. It's looking pretty good. He probably needs, what, 2 more wins to guarantee himself progression? He could get them today, and then tomorrow is a bit of a day off for him.
Well, but I get why he's acting as he is, you know, going about his business quite casually there because he wants to desperately get through, of course. And I want to ask the group here, actually, as we welcome 2014 world champion to the set as well. This guy knows what it takes to go all the way. Aggie, I know you were listening there and watching the previous rounds. TEKKZ saying he performs better against people who he believes are better. Is that something that, as a player, you just relish playing possibly the better players and it just ups your level? Was that the kind of player that you were?
I can follow what he's saying. I mean, you know that you're super, like, obviously you got to be motivated for all of the matches here, but when you know you're playing someone who has highly reputation and you're may not the biggest favorite here anymore. You want to prove yourself. As he's speaking, he's getting older. I don't want to call him old, but he's getting older, and he knows that the chances of him winning it is getting smaller and smaller. So when he's playing against those new top dogs, he's really motivated.
How would he view Rich? Mark, who's got next? Top player or a tricky player?
I think it's. He would probably say it's one of the tougher games in the group for him. It's simply sort of as a mechanical FIFA player v FIFA player. TEKKZ, what he's just described there, he plays up to opposition when they are elite level, when they are world champion-esque players, but he plays down to players that he doesn't value in that category, and he matches their level. And then you sort of get in these scraps where you are picking up draws and you're losing an odd goal here or there. And then you can't get yourself back up to play the better players in the group.
I'll make this a little more simple. And this is generally speaking, not definite. But typically what TEKKZ is saying here is that when he's playing guys in Europe, he feels like he's going to get those results. And some of the guys outside of Europe, they're less known. They don't have the same notoriety, the same reputation, as you said. And that's not necessarily about ability in terms of how good or how, I don't know, average. Everybody here is incredible at FIFA, so I don't know how you want to do the tier system of players, but he's really going off of well-known, successful guys that have a lot of achievements and accolades, as opposed to these guys that are first time in a FIFAe World Cup. He's thinking, I got to beat those guys. That has to be a win for me.
Well, talking of his opponent, we had one more match still underway as well. It is Mark taking on YUVAL, and Mark is actually 89 minutes on the clock there, 4-0. Remember, TEKKZ beat him, 2-0 I believe it was. So actually they're going up against each other next. So if TEKKZ thought Mark wasn't one of the top tier players, maybe he should think he is right now, beating the #1 player in Europe. Well, Spen is back down there as well, and he's going to chat to BERKAYLION for us, who actually just defeated STINGRAY. Spen, is that correct? In that last match, a big match, wasn't it?
Yes, indeed. 7 points, much like TEKKZ we just spoke to. A draw and 2 wins to start things off here for BERKAYLION. You've got to be pretty happy with your start.
Yeah, I'm really happy with 7 points, but the first game I played really bad, so 9 were better, but I'm really happy with 7.
And obviously you're here representing FC St. Pauli, a famous German football club. How does that feel to be here representing them?
It feels very good. I also represent Germany, so it's a little bit of proud in me, and yeah, I'm really happy.
And just 18 years old, one of the younger players here. What's your aim for this tournament?
Of course, I want to win it, but first of all, I want to be in the top 4 in the group, and then I'm aiming to knockout to knockout.
Good luck. Keep it up. Doing very well. 7 points in 3 games is very good. And yeah, we're going to see what he can get up to in future matches. Keep watching.
Yeah, massive result so far for him. 7 points, like we just said. Again, as a young German player, you've got to be motivated by what you saw last year as well, Brandon.
Yeah, absolutely. What a world champion. I think we could be on this couch, as you said, the most successful nation to lift World Cup. Saudi have had a few of them, as we know. Denmark have had 2 of them. Anders VEJRGANG, if he was to win this time round, could we be looking at Denmark as the most successful nation? Or can a BERKAYLION or can a Johnny go on that deep run and give Germany another world title?
Well, a couple of points are thrown around there, weren't they? 7 points for BERKAYLION and TEKKZ. Let's have a look then at the standings. So, Group A, BERKAYLION leads that one. We just heard from the young 18-year-old from Germany there. Darkly is 6 points second. STINGRAY, who BERKAYLION just defeated in 4, as is LEKS. TEKKZ, big first win of his campaign, in 5th with 3 points. And MONTAXER, 1 point in 6th. Let's quickly jump to Group B. TEKKZ, we already know that, 7 points for him. Mark 5, ABOMAKKAH 4, YUVAL 3, top place competitor in Europe there. DFERNANDES 2 and MIKEJ 2.
And the big takeaways at the end of it down to who performed incredibly well, maybe outperformed even our own personal expectations, and then the guys that fell apart, the guys that struggled. A lot of the in-between, we say, well, there's another day, we'll see if you guys can fix it. But if you're at the very bottom or you're at the very top, you're going to get a lot of compliments or a lot of questions.
I think as well, one thing that really helps a player like BERKAYLION, he was the last virtual league to be played in the virtual Bundesliga. He came through into the playoffs like a week after. People that peak later into the year when you've got a World Cup so close, I think that's going to help a few names.
Yeah, absolutely. That was just after the Champions League, I believe, as well. So late on in the season. Well, you probably guessed that Aggie has joined the couch, which means Alex has gone somewhere else. Alex, I think you've gone to the telestrator for us, so you've got some little bits to break down from those matches. Where are you starting?
Yeah, we're going to start and take a look at a few goals from Group B. We have seen Mike and TEKKZ look so good throughout this tournament in this stage. We're going to jump in straight into TEKKZ and show you exactly what it is that he's been doing to score goals and how he's doing it in the pitch. So taking a look at a goal for TEKKZ. This is where he is going to be super aggressive once he loses that ball. You can see straight away Ronaldinho putting that step in and being aggressive to win that ball back. TEKKZ is good in the attack, but he's also unbelievable in that press. That then gives De Bruyne a little bit of time. You can see De Ligt come over to try and close that angle down. We're going to see a give and go with Kevin De Bruyne, who is going to look to pass that ball into Ronaldinho, making that run in behind, giving him the space at the top side of the screen. The ball roll just to open up that angle, and then De Bruyne's in there, and there's absolutely no hesitation from TEKKZ. You think a lot of the times, okay, we're going to look for that pass off across, but no, he knows Kevin De Bruyne on that left foot, if you can green time it, he will find the back of the net. A nice and direct goal from TEKKZ there as well. In the second goal, it was just all about the footwork, the time, the patience to recycle, to go back to the edge as and where needed. Bruno Fernandes baiting in that, and then Mbappe taking that strike straight away, putting himself 2 to the good against YUVAL. Exceptional work from TEKKZ. Moving over to the other side, Mark. He played against ABOMAKKAH, and there was a difference here in this as we just rewind it. You might say to yourself at home, how do you get more movement in your attack? How do you get players to go forward and give yourself plenty of options? Well, it's all about triggering that L1 button. Before Van Dijk releases this ball, L1, so Ronaldo is going to run in behind. What does that mean? He makes that penetrating run, and then as De Bruyne and the right centre-back are too far away from each other, that means R9 can run forward, and then as the keeper runs out, you've got multiple options. You might try and look to take it past the goalkeeper and go here with a heel to ball roll or a chip, but no, instead we see Mark look for that green time finish. Beautiful stuff from R9. And then in that next game up against YUVAL, where we saw a convincing victory. What was the difference here? How did Mark have that explosive footwork in the attack? And it was all about the step overs, picking it up, trying to isolate in that 1v1. You give yourself freedom to go right or to go left. Where would we like to go? But we want to attack into the space here. Why? It's the closest way for you to get in on goal. The step overs come through, Pele drives, and now what do so many FIFA players look for in this area? We mentioned it in the previous ones about going off a cross. Let's use them as bait. Let's say we're not going to look for that, and let's try and take on our defender. Mark does an exceptional job to come in with the ball roll and then just getting that finishing with Pele. We know when those players get time and space in that sort of area, you can score goals. And that is how TEKKZ and Mark are getting so many opportunities in these first few games. Let's see how they get on in their last 2 games in the group, Rachel.
Yeah, exactly. Can't wait. Obviously, as a British fan, I want TEKKZ to go all the way, and I'm gonna kind of say what Spen said. We are all backing him. I love that actually TEKKZ picked up on that and said, "Oh, you're a fan of me now, are you, Spen?"
Well, I think to a certain degree as well. If you've been around FIFA Esports for a while, or you're an enthusiast, some of the household names you kind of want to see them in the picture, making a run for it. Whether or not they win the tournament, that's a whole different, I don't know, description or a whole different situation with a bias or rooting. But you kind of want to at least see them in the mix.
For me, this is a tournament where Nicholas or TEKKZ need to win this World Cup. It changes the story completely for their careers and the seasons, because who knows how many more years. He's 22, yes, Nicholas is young also. How many more years they're going to be at the top?
We're talking about people who need to win this World Cup. I want to know who you guys think are going to win the World Cup. We predicted, didn't we, who we thought? We're going to see them now and see who's already getting these things right. Okay, Aggie, obviously, you had to go for Anders Bergang there. I mean, state your reason why. It's pretty obvious, right?
Well, it's not only because he's from Denmark, it's also because I think he is genuinely the most gifted player here. I think he is the best of all of the players in the world, and that's why I chose him.
Well, I'm going to go over to Brandon because Alex isn't here. Nicholas, state your reason. State your claim for Nicholas as a world champion.
I think it's time to complete the story. I mean, look, for a player that won the League Champions League last year, didn't go as well in the League Champions League, lost on a penalty shootout, lost $250,000 on a penalty shootout and a world title. Like, you can't get smaller margins than that, which is crazy. For me, Nicholas wins this. He joked about retiring last year if he was to win it. If he wins it this year, maybe he will.
Okay, well, Mike, you're on the spot now. Why?
I'm definitely selling a different story than the rest of the couch for sure. I actually think Brazil in general is going to truly compete against Argentina here and really put their foot down. I think PHZIN looked amazing. Palinetto looked incredible. They just won E-Nations. A lot of momentum there, a lot of confidence, and he's a proven winner. This guy has pedigree. We've already seen him win 3 EMLS titles. Pretty much every year he gets involved in a final. And I don't know why, but he goes under the radar. Last year he got top 8. Why not start moving a little bit closer to the final stage, the big moment?
Well,
little vamos for the people.
Well, someone who got obviously into the knockouts was, so Richard's gone with TEKKZ. He stated his claim a little bit earlier on. He said he was definitely top 3. He's gone TEKKZ as #1, Rich.
Yeah, and to be honest, no real favouritism in this. I just think he's got to win now. If he's going to win an E-World Cup, it's this one. Who knows what's going to happen in the future? Who knows where we might end up in 12 months' time? This is it for him, and this is the one that, if he wants to solidify himself as the greatest of all time, you've got to do it here in Riyadh.
Obviously, Alex as well had Anders, similar to Aggie, or same as Aggie there, and Spencer went Emre Yilmaz, the E-Champions League winner. So
it's a safe bet. It's a safe
bet for him as well. Is he looking around? No, he's not listening to Richard there. Safe bet.
ECL winner coming in. A lot of the people say that he's the best player right now in the world. I know you.
Second, yes, second 2 days ago, Rich as well.
Yeah, and also I just think he's got a very methodical way of playing the game. He plays almost a numbers game. The way that he takes, I think at the E-Champions League he had 137 shots throughout the course of the finals. The next place was like 40. Like, if you play the numbers game, you keep on taking chances, you will continue to score goals and you will start to put yourself to the forefront of people's minds.
Yeah, and he did amazing at the E-Champions League and did amazing last year as well in Copenhagen, where he finished top 4. No one really expected him to come that far, I'll say. No one really knew how good he was. So I think he's definitely in for the shout as one of the favorites here. The question is just, you often speak about if a player wins a big major competition throughout the year, can he actually replicate that? Can he do that at the FIFA major? That's my biggest question mark in terms of Emre.
So a couple of goals there from MONTAXER and BERKAYLION. This was the equaliser. Opening 8 minutes, so we've seen 2 goals already. Good reply there from BERKAYLION. YUVAL versus MIKEJ. It's fallen to YUVAL. It's not been the most convincing start for his E-World Cup. However, after that very short break, he's starting to turn the screw here against MIKEJ. And if you're wanting a goals fest, a German and an Italian are giving you it right now. MONTAXER and BERKAYLION, 3 goals in the opening 14 minutes.
Not sure how he got through. He almost did some penetration there. You got like some manipulation. You got some teleportation. There's a lot happening there. I'm not sure how he flashed inside the box there, but MONTAXER needs a result. He comes into this with 1 point after the break. You can probably hear the energy in the room shift, so you know what's coming next.
I think there's been a goal, and we know which way it has gone. ABOMAKKAH, the fan favourite, the Saudi hopeful, and the only player left in the E-World Cup that these Saudi fans are truly behind. I'll tell you what, MONTAXER and BERKAYLION are putting on a bit of a classic here for us. 2-2. 18 minutes in.
Not nearly the same goalkeeping that we've seen as well. When we talk about the 2v2s, see the step over there from Mark. Goes up 1-0 against TEKKZ, 21st minute, near post action. But the goalkeepers seemed a lot better the last couple weeks, I gotta say. When we were talking about Van der Sar and Courtois, it was not about mistakes, not about falling over, not about being in the wrong place at the wrong time. We were complimenting them. We were talking about the goalkeeper movement. We were saying these guys are making a big difference. How do you beat them? How do you score the goals? They've had a change of heart.
we've seen MONTAXER and BERKAYLION in action here. BERKAYLION, one of the youngest players in this tournament, Iger. You were a very young man when you won your first FIWC. Does age really play a factor? BERKAYLION, Anders, like experience, when you talk about that, you need to win at some point.
I think it does play a part. It definitely plays a role. I don't know how to describe it. I just feel like when you're younger, you're just so unconcerned. Like you come into a competition, you don't think too much. And that could be very positive for you, especially in a young age. But you can also easily get hit by the pressure, by the circumstances, which is why we see some of the young talent coming into their debut FIFAe World Cup, and gets overwhelmed and does perform, and we see some of the young guys come in and just take the competition with storm.
And I'd like to build on that as well from August's point. When you're 15, 16, you're already in a position where you could be ready to win, assuming that you have the mentality, and that can carry forward. But I don't think your reaction time is better at 18 or 19 than it is at 22 or 23. However, the distractions, you might be completely focused, all in on competitive FIFA, and you can't halfway do it. If you talk to any of the pros, and this is where content's come into play, some guys really struggle with creating content and playing at the highest levels. You can't multitask. You have to be completely committed to the game in all facets, in all ways, if you want to have success of potentially becoming a world champion.
A player who has that elite level mentality is Donovan Hunt. You may know him as Fnatic TEKKZ. Big goal in his match up against Mark 11. We saw the start of that game with Mark opening the scoring. However, TEKKZ has replied in this matchup.
TEKKZ as well, Rich, is someone who has been doing what Mike said. This year especially, been really focusing on content.
You also bring people in around you to help facilitate that. Wes Tansi, you might see him. He's not really the coach, but that's Zach Moore's job. He's there with the camera, and it's just sort of, you're rounding out that package.
Has he been able to continue both at the same level, content and professional FIFA?
I would say so. I think he's made a World Cup, finished second in the rankings in EU. He was at the Club World Cup. He finished in the grand finals of the EA Sports Cup. It's pretty, for his level, we expect him to see him lifting trophies, but any other player in the world takes that in a heartbeat.
Well, jumping across to this game, YUVAL did go 2-up against MIKEJ. It's a terrible own goal to concede. MIKEJ did get a goal back in that one. We didn't see the moment after TEKKZ did take the lead against LEKS. There's been a goal since STINGRAY against Darkly. STINGRAY is in the lead in that one. We said Mike did get a goal back in that one against YUVAL. 2-1, he does trail after that terrible own goal. Remember, these just round 4 you are watching now, the FIFAe World Cup. One more round, then we'll stop for a little break. And then we're back for the big one. Group C and Group D, the group of death, will be in action later tonight.
And I'm not sure what happened in the last 15, 20 minutes. We had that quick break. Guys stepped out for a second, but they came back, scoring and conceding goals. It's definitely been a much more offensive second portion of the day when we were looking at Group A and Group B.
Well, especially for TEKKZ, right? He just needed to get back in it and get that bit of confidence. You know, I think it would have just felt a bit like relief, and you saw that after the last game. He got straight up out of his chair, didn't he, and just kind of probably walked to the toilet to reset a little bit. Aggie, have you liked what you've seen? I mean, I'm going to say in 1.5 games of FIFA from TEKKZ, but do you feel now that's what he needed? He is back in it a little bit?
I gotta say, I got very concerned on his behalf when I saw the way he started out the competition. I thought, okay, the 2 last weeks has been too much for him, and now he's gonna lose again, and he's like, even the best mentality can break throughout these competitions here, but TEKKZ just shows once again what he's made of and what a historical FIFA player he is, because the response has been amazing. Obviously, still got to do a lot to get past the group, but just getting back that fast and get points to his tally, that's very impressive.
He was having a serious tournament thus far. That's STINGRAY, 2-0 up. You just saw that second goal there against Darkly. MONTAXER and BERKAYLION, they scored 4 in the opening 20 minutes, and since then, nothing else, unfortunately, for the neutrals, who like a bit of a goal fest here in the group standings.
They worked each other out, didn't they, early on? That's what I'm going to say with these guys.
Goals going in the other games as well. Mark v TEKKZ, we've got news for you over in that game. As we saw, it was 1-1, but it was TEKKZ that has taken the lead in that game just after the restart of the second half. Getting down into this right-hand side, that one more pass making all the difference. R9, no surprise on the end of that one. TEKKZ leading 2-1, looking to round out day one, top of the group.
FIFA clockwork there as well. The stop pop with the fake shot, the extra pass across the body. If somebody leaves you that type of spacing, you'll take that every day of the week.
More goals to talk about. Stingray against Darkley when we got them for you. Game suddenly started to come alive. Stingray did lead by 2-0 until the Portuguese player, MIKEJ, was able to, again, find his way from right over to the centre of the pitch. Easy tap in, thank you very much. R9 will run away. We'll jump somewhere else for you in this round. ABOMAKKAH against DFERNANDES. ABOMAKKAH looking to make it 2 wins on the bounce as he looks to also round out day one, in fine form. Keep in mind, TEKKZ plays ABOMAKKAH in round 5 today. What a game that one's going to be.
He'll relish that, won't he, Brandon? He'll relish just all eyes on him and the crowd.
Just first time ever he would have been able to play TEKKZ too.
And probably TEKKZ will relish the crowd not being on his side. They were earlier. They'll turn tides, of course, won't they, when he faces ABOMAKKAH, obviously home hopeful. Well, LEKS, we said he got a big first win earlier on. Oh, he takes it 2-0 now over LEKS. That's big, Brandon. 2
players that have had opposite starts to the day. LEKS drew and won his first 2 games, and now he looks like he's going to lose his next 2 games. Lost to Darkley in the last round, and looks as if Tuga is going to make it 6 points from the last possible 6 on the board. That'll be 6 from 12 after round 4 if he can hold that one out.
We might be manifesting, might be getting a little bit ahead of ourselves, but if Tuga's able to see out this game and then close out the day on a win, he's on 9 points. And he's done something that we didn't think Tuga could avoid. He's not drawing. He's either losing or winning the game. In 9 points, he'd be able to see out or play how he wants to play going into day number 2. He doesn't have to force anything. He doesn't have to chase it. He's not having the pressure of time or clock or running out of games, running out of matches.
Does he look into who he's playing though next, which is BERKAYLION, who's had quite a solid day, Mike?
He was not the type of player, from my experience interacting with him, I've watched and analyzed a lot of his gameplay, to let something like that get to him.
Well, you heard a roar, and you can probably understand why. ABOMAKKAH against DFERNANDES. What happened over there? Well, we can tell you one thing. It was ABOMAKKAH, the hometown hero, making it 2-0. Keeper fell to the floor. Mbappe, thank you very much.
Do we have another patch? What's going on with the goalkeepers? I'm telling you, they were difference makers the last couple of weeks.
But I agree with you. I mean, we had some serious save from Van der Sar, Courtois. Maybe it was in terms of the goalkeeper movement. I don't know, but I agree with you, Mike.
The consistency from the goalkeepers, and then they had the extracurricular, those big saves, making themselves big even on the 1v1s. And we're complimenting all those moments. Today's been the opposite. No consistency, a lot of errors, going down early, missed position, coming out with weird angles. Uncharacteristic.
Chance for YUVAL, thank you very much. 3-1. YUVAL Belly leads. He's had a mixed day in Group B with results. Started off with a win, then lost to TEKKZ, then lost 4-0 to Mark, and now it's like he's going to be on 6 points from 12. Stingray against Darkley is still 3-1. There was also a goal between Mark and TEKKZ. TEKKZ is leading 3-1 there as well. Good to see the UK FIFA scene on fire here in day 1 of the group stages.
Well, this one then, Stingray, Darkley, it was a great job for Stingray. 3-1 at the moment. I want to see it bounce back from BERKAYLION. This is what I was just laughing. Off camera, I was laughing at this. It's like we're in a nightclub here, guys. They're absolutely loving it.
I don't know what's happening, Rachel, but I love it.
It's a reason to celebrate. It's a 3-0 up. ABOMAKKAH just scored.
They love lights out here. They love the lights on their phone, Mike. I went to see Macklemore on Saturday night, and they were doing the same thing. I
mean, look, for ABOMAKKAH, who lost his first game 3-0, drew his second one. Now he's going to be on 7 points from 12 going into playing TEKKZ. What a way to end day one that's going to be. Both players winning their last games.
If I recall, Brandon, you went on record and said that he wasn't getting out of the group. He would not get out of the group. There was no chance that ABOMAKKAH would get out of the group stage.
Maybe he has a chance now.
Roll on tomorrow. Roll on tomorrow.
Right. Anyway, this is who he's going to be playing in his last matchup, Mike. It's TEKKZ taking on Mark. I said, how would this go out after they both beat YUVAL quite convincingly? TEKKZ 2-0 and Mark 4-0. Was it 4-1 in the end there? But convincing all the same, beating the top player in Europe. And now TEKKZ is dominating this one.
If TEKKZ sees out, he's also the first player from either group to be in double digits, sitting on 10 points, looking healthy.
I think what we start to see here in Group B, as we just see ABOMAKKAH put a fourth past DFERNANDES. Let's have a look back. We saw the celebration. How did it end up in the back of the net? Just a long through ball, in on goal. Ball roll, heel to heel past the keeper, and a fourth. What we're starting to see in Group B is a little bit of a separation starting to occur. The YUVAL winning 4-1, TEKKZ winning 3-1, ABOMAKKAH winning 4-0. I think you're starting to piece together what could be a top four.
The group is starting to split up, and that's the worst thing that can happen to you if you're not part of that top four, and it's also the best thing that can happen to you if you're part of that top four. You want to create that gap as early as possible. It gives you freedom, gives you less pressure in terms of getting through, and yeah, I think TEKKZ is enjoying it right now.
We've got 7 points clear of fifth, I think, TEKKZ, when he's on 10 points, and 10 points hasn't been enough to. He's sort of on the cusp. Another win, 13 points, pretty much through.
Well, because DFERNANDES is going to stay on 2, it's 8 points from TEKKZ to him, which is a massive gap, which has only unfolded after 4 rounds.
A couple of full times for you around the ground. 2-2 it ended. MONTAXER against BERKAYLION. Full-time result, as we saw as well, for STINGRAY beating Darky 3-1. There could be a comeback here in this game. TEKKZ against LEKS. You see the scoreline's 2-1. You're wondering why it was Olympique Lyon's French pro player that has found a way back in the tie. This was with 10 minutes left on the clock. Very patient in the build-up, waiting for the right ball to just thread the needle. Waited and waited, gave the ball to R9, who was just able to move on his right boot and squeeze in. We join the game live now. 5 minutes left. TEKKZ looking to conclude the game. That looks like it will go for a goal kick.
We now need to see the TEKKZ of old, don't we? Mr. Defensive TEKKZ come out to play here and just see out this game.
Can get the ball back off LEKS, who might look to have the last chance in the time. The only French player to pull through and qualify for this year's FIFAe World Cup final. Here he comes now. 89 minutes on the clock. This is TEKKZ's time. See the game out. That's a very risky pass. Happened to play that one. TEKKZ should be on 6 points from 12.
He would take that, I would say, coming into this day. Chance for him to reset heading in tomorrow if he can get a couple more points in his last matchup. He likes that, up on his feet, chanting again to the fans who clearly love TEKKZ as well, the man from Portugal who's looking to find some form here in Riyadh. Well, that's it for round 4. Only one more round to go. That's flown by here at the FIFAe World Cup. Day 1 of groups A and B. Like we've already mentioned, it's really looking like in Group A the four places are kind of finding their ways out. But then at the bottom of that group, MONTAXER and LEKS have a lot of work to do, and Spen is standing by with MONTAXER right now.
Yes, thank you, Rachel. 2 points so far. You managed to get a draw in the last game after back-to-back defeats before that. What do you need to do to get that first win?
For sure, I need to create more chances. I'm defending good, but I need to score more goals for sure. That's what I'm missing. That's what I'm lacking. So I hope to win the last game of today and rest tonight.
If you do get the win in the next game, it will put you on 5 points. Would you need to do better than that tomorrow to then get it out of the group?
Yeah, I need to do more than that for sure. I'm playing not at my level, so I need to focus on next games.
Okay, best of luck in the next game. One man who's really turned it around since the opening 2 games is TEKKZ. We spoke to him before we kicked off today, and then he went and got back-to-back defeats, and it was not looking good, but he's turned it around, back-to-back wins now. Hello, TEKKZ, sorry to interrupt quickly. We spoke to you at the beginning of the day, positive outlook, trying to do better than the last 2 tournaments. What was going through your head after those opening defeats?
Honestly, the practices went really good, and I thought that the gameplay wasn't that smooth that it was in the practice, so I need to adapt, need to change some in like the width, the depth of the team. I literally changed 2 players because in this gameplay I need to adapt, and for me it wasn't the same that in practices, so I lost 2 games, changed 2 players, now I got 2 wins. It's the most important thing that I'm feeling good now, and hopefully get the last win to have 9 points in day 1, which will be really good.
Yeah, 9 points would be great. That's the sign of a really good player, I think, in FIFA Esports, that someone that can adapt to the conditions, adapt to what's not working for them. You've been around a long time. Do you think that's one of your strengths?
Yeah, even in the qualifiers, sometimes I struggle a little bit in the Swiss format. I literally, in those 5 qualifiers, in 3 of them, I literally changed players during the qualifier because I knew that changes have to be made. I changed some players and it went really good. So one more time I did it and went through it. So why not change?
Yeah, keep it up. Listen, well done. One more game left in the group stage for everyone. We're seeing some of the best TEKKZ now. After a poor start, he could be doing what he needs to do to make out of this group.
Yeah, thanks, Ben. His experience is clearly working for him there. Spence alluded to that, and he'll try and look to use that to his advantage next when he takes on BERKAYLION, who's in his first World Cup as well. How do you use that to your advantage then, Mike, going into the next one? He's changed 2 players, he said, from practice to now. We don't know who they are, but it seems to be working all the same. But he's up against this newcomer on the block who's topping the table, I believe, at the moment.
I think I've made my stance relatively clear in every single one of these events that TEKKZ's been a part of. I take him to get out of the group, and unfortunately for him, and maybe for some of my statements and sentiments on the couch, he hasn't done that in the previous 2 events, but I still expect him to make a run here, and I would not want to face TEKKZ in a different format where he's able to kind of outlast you, make those adjustments, make those pivots. I don't know if there's a competitor that pauses more, but he's not pausing the pause. He's just always constantly shifting. He's a tactical mastermind when it comes to being able to adjust in FIFA. I think he was being humble there with Spencer, where he's saying, oh, it's one of your best characteristics being able to pivot. Absolutely, and he's proven that throughout the last few years.
Aggie, I know you use a lot of different players when you're practicing at home. TEKKZ, though, what do you read into that? He practiced with 1 squad, changed it up, 2 new players coming in, then goes out into battle without actually using that tried and tested team.
Just goes to show that that he's not afraid of making changes if things are not working, and that comes with experience, but it also comes with courage. And at big competitions and at big games, you need that courage sometimes. And I think that's pretty remarkable. And I think it's what changed for TEKKZ at this competition. That he actually learned something from the past 2 events, and he started changing things up, and things are working for now at least.
Yeah, 6 points. He's sitting in 4th place, isn't he, so far? We call that the dreaded kind of drop zone. Beneath that, 5 and 6, of course, get knocked out. So we're talking about Group A then with TEKKZ. They're sitting in 4th, 6 points. Look at the top though, BERKAYLION, that's who he faces next. He's currently got 8 points next to his name. STINGRAY 7, darkly on the same amount as TEKKZ after 4 matches. LEKS and MONTAXER then. A little bit of work left to do for Wow, he's already on the figures with 10 points. ABOMAKKAH 7, really bounced back after Brandon. He heard what Brandon said early doors. YUVAL then 6, Mark 5. DFERNANDES and MIKEJ on 2. MIKEJ here for the party, but he needs the party to get going, Mike, doesn't he?
Absolutely. And we know how this works. And I actually feel this last round of games is going to decide so much for the group outlook, because there's still a lot of room and spacing if you're in 5th or 6th place in both groups to go ahead and end the day, say it wasn't my best, but I'm in a position to really compete going into day 2.
Plays Mark. Mark wins that game. He's 2 wins away. So is YUVAL Belly if he goes and beats DFERNANDES. You can pretty much conclude the group, and I could be completely wrong.
Brandon's teasing those fixtures. We can confirm them all right now as well. This 5th and final set of fixtures for today. I think we get them. Well, I can go through some of them then. LEKS takes on STINGRAY. That's a massive matchup for LEKS in particular there. BERKAYLION, we already told you about this one. He takes on TEKKZ. And then here you go. Darkly takes on MONTAXER, who is sitting at the bottom of the pile. STINGRAY, it'd be good for him, wouldn't it, to get that final win there, Rich, just to give him that extra confidence that always seeps through, but it would just really put him in a great position for tomorrow.
Yeah, he's looking great so far. It is STINGRAY, BERKAYLION and TEKKZ. If TEKKZ wins that, 9 points. You start the day 0 and 2 and you end up on 9 points. You're over the moon. For Darkly and MONTAXER, both sides, MONTAXER needs 3 points. Darkly, a draw, not a bad result. 3 points you take as a win. On the other side of it, Group B, if results go TEKKZ's way, he wins and results also follow. He could be 6 points clear of second. Never mind 6 points clear of the drop zone, but he could be starting to make a real sort of distance between first and second in this group. MIKEJ versus Mark, the all Aussie derby, and DFERNANDES with points essential for his route out of this group, taking on YUVAL mid-table.
I mean, just to add on to what Richard said, there's a world where he could be 11 points clear of 5th place if all the results go his way, which, you know, for a TEKKZ that didn't get through the group stages in the last 2 World Cups, this one looks like a cert that he will be going through. All games kicked off now. This is the Aussie matchup. MIKEJ against Mark 11. Keep in mind, Mike has got 2 points from 12 so far in the group.
Interesting matchup for these two, isn't it? Former teammates here, they'll know how each other plays, they'll know each other's personalities really well. I'm sure they're good friends off the virtual pitches as well, or they know each other's game all the same.
You're right to say, well, this is Dire Wolves from last year that were Team of the Season Cup runners-up. Got that auto qualification to the E-Club. Well, they still got out of the group. Wasn't the most prettiest tournament. So we'll change our attentions over to this one, though. MONTAXER said he needs to create more chances. Unfortunately, that doesn't mean give away penalties. He trails by a goal to 0 against Darkly.
Struggled so far, hasn't he, MONTAXER? He's coming to the tournament as one of a few Italians that we've got here, but it's a real opportunity to put yourself further ahead of sort of the rest of the pack. No Danny Pitbull here, no sort of Karami's back. When you're looking at a number of the other Italian players who are really, really good, it's only Oberon really who is consistently making every event. It's a shame for MONTAXER to see him struggling thus far here in the World Cup. 3 points essential for his exit out of this group into the knockouts. We talked about the all-Aussie derby, Mark versus Mike, and we've had an opening goal, but which way has it gone? MIKEJ, 2 points to his name, needs a win, and he's on his way to get it.
Yeah, obviously it was always going to come down to which one and the former Dire Wolves boys was going to break the deadlock first. Possibly the lesser known, especially over the last 2 weeks, Mike, because Mark has made all 3 finals, and yeah, like he's just mentioned, he's got a new shirt on his back. He's thinking this is the biggest tournament of his career, especially of the season.
Mark's had a little more consistency with results and then takes it a little more serious. I'm not knocking Mike, but it is a reality to when you go into breaking down some of these players and notoriety. Also joining FIFAe, as you just talked about, will be another extra boost, especially on the social numbers. And I'd actually go as far, I'm going to echo I know we talked about it on the couch a little bit. One of the statements where I only see a world where one of these guys potentially goes through. I just don't see both Mark and Mike pushing out of this group.
Well, let's jump over to another really important matchup then as well. DFERNANDES takes on YUVAL Belly.
Yeah, to shake things up in this group, it looks like it could be going that way right now. It could be Mike getting his first win of the tournament, and DFERNANDES pushing himself up the table and putting more pressure on the rest of the pack. The only games that haven't kicked off as it stands is ABOMAKKAH against TEKKZ and LEKS against STINGRAY. They're the only two matches we're waiting to kick off here in round 5.
Yeah, when they start, we will let you know, of course. Well, a player that we love to see doing well is the Portuguese player with all the experience, made a lot of changes heading into week 3 here in Riyadh after not performing up to the standards we know he's capable of.
Yeah, he was just very poor, it's got to be honest. And I'm sure he would happily, in interviews or speaking behind the scenes, say that he's underperformed thus far in Riyadh. He has very high expectations of himself, which don't start and end with him getting grouped 2 weeks in a row. I think the probably one that hurt more was the Atletico Madrid Riders, given that they were the defending champions, coming in, a lot of expectation on them. I think 3 out of us here on the talent predicted them to go and win it. So it was a real shock, and I think that shock did pass over into the Portugal camp. He even took himself out of that team for a number of the games with Portugal playing. This feels, because it's not 2v2 anymore, he's on his own, feels like a clean start, a clean slate for Tuga. And I'm sure when he goes 0-2 in the opening 2 games, he starts to think and worry ever so slightly. But he's putting up a good fight here against BERKAYLION. 7 points off for the day. If this ends in a draw, you probably take it, Brandon.
Well, speaking of MONTAXER against Darkley, he went 1-0 down early on into the game. It didn't take him too long. I don't know why, but every game that MONTAXER seems to be in, there's always early goals. There was 4 goals in 30 minutes against BERKAYLION. Here there's 2 goals in 29 minutes, and there's also just been another goal in that game as well. We see a second goal over here for DFERNANDES against YUVAL, who's had such a mixy match. Sort of run of results in Group B.
YUVAL's either won big or lost big. And I don't know if you want to describe it like that. As we're going back to the MONTAXER game, he's working down the end line, an extra pass made inside the box. 1 is good, 2 is better, extends his lead. And MONTAXER needs to win this game. It's got to be said. He comes into this with 2 points. If you want to have any hope, dreams, ambition, any resurgence, you really need a result to end the day.
Quick question for you, Iger, as we're coming to half-time in a couple of the games here. For YUVAL, he's coming in as the #1 player in Europe. He's coming in with a lot of expectation on himself. When it doesn't necessarily click for you and you don't pick up those early wins, is there a little bit of extra pressure? When you were coming back in 2015 to defend the FIWC, did you feel it that a little bit more?
I actually felt more confident when I came forward to try to defend the title. I felt like I did this before. I'm definitely capable of doing it again. And it's an interesting fact with YUVAL here is either winning or losing, and it with quite of a big margin. But as long as you get those 3 points every second game, he's gonna get through. For DFERNANDES, MONTAXER, and Mike, it's extremely important they get 3 points, because I just don't see in this format you're getting over 10, 12, 13 points at a day. I mean, it's so hard. So for them to get 3 points now, it's going to be crucial.
As you saw the equalizer there in that MONTAXER game versus Darkley, similar to what we saw in the previous round, that ended up 2-2. I think you saw some shifts and adjustments, and it got a little more defensive as time went on. But MONTAXER hasn't been able to defend the leads, and he's also getting off to kind of poor starts. And it just puts you in a position where you're always playing catch-up. You don't want to be in that position. You see TEKKZ and ABOMAKKAH, that game just kicking off. I'm sure the crowd, we're hear all sorts of different reactions from them. A lot of them were cheering for TEKKZ as well, but I think they're going to have a little bit of a shift in allegiances in this game.
Well, they're quiet at the moment, aren't they, Mike? Nothing to separate these 2 players, and nothing for the local fans to shout about either, Brandon.
No, not just yet. What a way it would be to end for ABOMAKKAH wins this game. 10 points it would be. DFERNANDES, that game just got into half-time. leads 3 goals. Now here's a chance. What a save that one is. ABOMAKKAH looking to cook in and around the box. Lots of games get into half-time. This one was a slow starter. Also as LEKS against STINGRAY. That's also just kicked off over in Group A.
MAKEJ has a ring to it. I'm just going to throw that out there. And I love a body feint. I'm just rerunning, throwing it back to some of the glory years.
Your glory years.
My glory years. Years that Richard never had.
So 6 years old.
Well, let's jump ships over to this one. LEKS against STINGRAY in Group A there. I mean, MONTAXER against Darkley, 2-2 in that. Neither player can hold on to a lead by the looks of it. It's so rare to see 4 goals before half-time at a 2-2 in a best-of-1.
Big match here then, isn't it, for LEKS? Is this a... well, if he was to get through a new wave of French player here, would you say, in terms of LEKS?
At the start of the year, I would say if you said there's only going to be one French player that's going to qualify for the FIFAe World Cup, LEKS would not have been your first selection, probably not your second, third, fourth, or fifth. And that's not a disrespect to LEKS, it's just a matter of how much talent is coming out of that nation, and this is easily his best season.
Yeah, well, he couldn't make it into the national team, could he, last week, for example. We saw the Peixoto brothers and Fuma in that one. Well, there's been a massive moment again for a more experienced player, one that we would always expect to qualify, and that's in the BERKAYLION TEKKZ matchup.
Yeah, here's the goal that you didn't miss. It's TEKKZ. Let's take the lead. It's a cross into the box. This time, Milikowicz Savage didn't go on his own. He played the one more. Pass down to Mbappe, thank you very much. TEKKZ looks to end day one in a very positive way, Mike.
And I'm not sure if we're getting another one of the breakdowns of the telestrators, but I would like to see that on a rerun. The extra pass there, it's not the cross, but the fact that you have the awareness to knock down that cross for the tap in. And again, at home, even if you're a top quality player, you're not making that extra pass. You don't see the same picture. And this is where the pros are so special. They take a chance that maybe would be 70, 80% conversion rate, and they turn it into a tap, and they turn it into one of those 99% chances.
And this is where, in particular, TEKKZ is so special as well. He's got Group 2 tournaments in a row. He starts the day 0-2, and then picks up 9 points in the last 3 games. Like, the mentality that this man has, I really don't think anyone gets near him.
Impressive. It's really impressive. We spoke about it, and just the fact that he managed to get 3 wins in a row potentially puts him in a very, very decent position for tomorrow.
I was going to say, Rich, does he prefer playing 1v1? But that's a stupid question because he was a world champion in 2v2.
I'd still say before he prefers 1v1.
I would say probably, I think a lot of the players actually prefer playing 1v1. I think it feels more at home. It feels a bit more fundamental FIFA Esports.
It's less complicated. We talk a lot about riders, and we make it sound as if it was the TEKKZ show. And Tony struggled as well. We saw him, again, in the E-Nations with Spain. They didn't get out of the group, so I don't want to put all this pressure on TEKKZ. You have to have a partnership. Sometimes you have 3 players that are on a rotational, but they all have to play up to par, otherwise it's not going to work. So that's why, to your point, fundamental side of 1v1 FIFA, I think most competitors would prefer that way of competing.
Well, TEKKZ ABOMAKKAH then 0-0 will leave that and jump into another game. This one we wouldn't have expected it to be so one-sided. Brandon, could they get something back? Yes.
Certainly on the way back into the tie, isn't he? 7 minutes into the second half, YUVAL, the #1 ranked player in Europe, looking to get back in the tie. There was a goal as well, MONTAXER against Darkley in that game. 5 goals in the match now between the 2 sides. Still goalless. TEKKZ versus ABOMAKKAH. That one's about to go into half-time then. We'll stay with this one for a split second more. DFERNANDES looking to get himself out of the drop zone in this Group B, representing Diogo Jota's Esports. Well, let's jump across to the goal that we did tease you. This is live footage now. MONTAXER against Darkley. 3-2. MONTAXER does lead with 20 minutes left on the clock. He's desperate for his first win.
Must win game.
You heard a scream and a shout as well. That's because ABOMAKKAH just went wide just before half time as well. Massive chance gone missing for the local lad.
Well, someone else who's been getting a lot of support from the locals here is TEKKZ. It's not across this time. Just a little ball over the top. Thank you very much. It's another goal for Mbappe. And TEKKZ looks to be ending the day very brightly.
This is the chance, Mike, that I just alluded to, which
was
caused
close.
quite a lot of noise in here.
No doubt about it. Big break there just before the halftime whistle. Might be able to carry some of that momentum into halftime. And again with TEKKZ, not only is he getting the results, but he's not conceding any goals. This looks like the TEKKZ that we all know and love and appreciate and do not want to play in FIFA. He's one of those guys that I'm telling you, going into the matchup, you know what kind of game you're going to get, and it's never a fun experience. Even if you win, you just feel mentally stressed.
And I think if TEKKZ and TEKKZ goes through, which it certainly looks like, they're going to be so hard to play against because they prefer best of two because they can adjust. They're not afraid of that. And TEKKZ in a best of two, with that momentum, confidence boost by just reversing everything, that's going to be dangerous. He might be able to take that extra step this competition.
And the scary thing is, we have to keep in mind, Group B's probably be playing Group D. TEKKZ on this form at the moment will be going in. We don't know what order they're going to line up in this Group D, but there's 6 names there that have all done so much individually in their FIFA Esports career.
We thought YUVAL was getting one back. He did, didn't he? But something happened the other end of the pitch as well for his opponent.
Well, DFERNANDES looks to end day one in a very positive way. YUVAL, as you said, he's going to have to look back on this, Mike, and go, where did it go wrong? Looking across the results, I won 3-0, I lost 2-0, I lost 4-0, I then went on 1 4-1, and now I've lost 4-1.
And in the general run of form, it's just a bad result to drop those points against DFERNANDES, who's been struggling throughout the entirety of today. He's coming into that matchup with 2 points. Now he's going to be sitting right next to YUVAL, assuming that he sees out this game. He's got 3 goals, the extra helpers. He should be in a position to do that.
Full-time result here looks to be TEKKZ winning 2-0. A terrible start, as Aggie was saying today. 0 points in his first 2, and then bang. 3 wins on the bounce without conceding. Thank you very much. Please start taking me a bit more seriously.
I wouldn't have believed you if you'd have told me he finished the day on 9 points after the opening 2 rounds. But that is just what TEKKZ does. The Aussie derby between MIKEJ and Mark 11 finished 1-1, point apiece for those 2 players, as DFERNANDES has got another goal. He's now leading 5-1 against YUVAL. TEKKZ and ABOMAKKAH, 63 minutes on the clock, 0-0. As we're going to see this 5th goal here. It's turned into a bit of a rout here. It pushed bodies forward. It's always going to happen. You're going to concede goals. However, goal difference could play a factor. And he, as you said, Brandon, has sank quite a few so far, YUVAL.
Well, our concern, I'm saying Brandon and I here, is more about the score lines. And when you're getting blown out in a game, that also tells me you're giving up. Your mentality's not where it needs to be. And we talk about YUVAL and his ability and capability and potential, but you can't come to a World Cup, win big, lose big, and continue that type of form and expect results.
Well, not only goal difference as such, in quotation marks, but it could go down to head-to-head goal difference, and he's losing every time. Tiebreaker that known to man. He gets one back, 5-2. Let's have a look at TEKKZ and ABOMAKKAH. That game is underway. They've just gone into the final third, should I say, of that game. 66 minutes on the clock. We saw ABOMAKKAH have a chance right on half-time. However, we have had a opening goal, and it's fallen to Fnatic TEKKZ. 66 minutes on the clock. TEKKZ goes 1-0 up, and he is looking like a different animal.
I think he already, if he were to win this, I think he's already through, to be honest. And I mean, impressive to almost get 5 out of 5 on day 1. That's a statement as well from TEKKZ. And regardless of who he's going to play against from that Group D, it's going to be a historical FIFA match.
I think he cares. If he plays like this and he continues this form, he will take on anybody in his path.
There's a world it could even be Anders, could be Nicholas. depending on where on earth they finish. If TEKKZ does finish top tomorrow, that is, and who scrapes through fourth. Someone might have a bad day, even YILMAZ.
Whoever actually goes up against this TEKKZ that we're seeing now from Group D, I hate to see it so early on, Mike.
Well, just to, again, build off what Brandon was saying, someone has to finish fourth place. They might not even have a bad day and be fourth place in that group. When you look at the likes of YILMAZ, you got MANUBACHOORE that we're not talking about. We got PHZIN in that group. You got DAMIAN that I feel bad for because he's in that group, and I think he's actually improving from last year. And then you're talking about Nicholas, you're talking about Anders VEJRGANG. I don't know if we've ever had a group like this. I was looking through previous years, and I'm not talking about just names here or notoriety, but actual success, accolades, achievements, not hype, not us building something on social media, but absolute results.
No, I think you probably have to go back and look through the archives every single season. I don't think you probably are getting a group that stacked when it comes to sheer mechanical brilliance.
Four world champions in the group, and some of them are multi-world champions.
All Dutch players in the same group as well. When I saw that, I thought it was a joke. That Group D is it's just unfair.
Well, it's what it is, and we get to see them, don't we, a little bit later on as we come to the final whistles of quite a lot of matchups in Group A and B.
I don't want any problems. I had nothing to do with the draw. Don't at me. Don't come at me. Brandon also had nothing to do with the draw. We're not sitting on that island.
None of us did, of course, have any involvement in how the players were seeded today.
Rachel's like, I'm not making sure I'm not included on that either. It wasn't me.
You never know.
Big goal for ABOMAKKAH. The arena making TEKKZ know about it as well. 77 minutes on the clock, 1-1. Just listen to that.
I love to hear it. Absolutely love to hear it. Arena erupting for ABOMAKKAH. Let's just have a quick look then at that goal one more time for the crowd as well, Brandon.
I just think, look, for years this Saudi audience has watched Esports go up against TEKKZ many times. They know how big of a FIFA player TEKKZ is, and now to see that new Saudi talent come through and to go toe-to-toe with TEKKZ in a group stage matchup, you can understand the rule.
They've been fantastic, the audience as well, throughout all the games, and they know exactly what they're watching as well. They love FIFA Esports. I was speaking to a few of the Saudi fans in attendance today, and they just said, this is our thing. We in sport, we might not be great at a lot of things. We've got a world champion. We've got arguably the best person to ever do this. We get behind our players like nobody else. This is our thing that we support.
Multiple world champions. We've also have Mr. Dunn, who you're going to see and hear on commentary. He's actually on commentary now. And then you have the likes of MS Dasari. And if ABOMAKKAH does it, it would be the first time that we have 3 FIFAe World Cup different champions within one nation.
That'd be pretty special, wouldn't it? Definitely putting Saudi Esports on the map. And even more special that we're here in the Gamers 8 in Riyadh as well. I feel very honoured to be a part of this great gaming convention which happens here every year, Mike.
I've never been here before. It's ridiculous. Even for
in a good way.
Yeah, in a good way. I'm seeing the social clips going out. I'm seeing the people that are coming out, preferably come out later at night. It'll be a lot cooler, get a little bit of a breeze. But the support here has been undeniable.
Last chance here for TEKKZ. There's 30 seconds left on the clock, but the referee will vote for a free kick here, with Paul Pogba going into the book. Pause is cued as well by TEKKZ. Let's see what he's got up his sleeve. Is it Milinkovic-Savic coming on for one toss into the box, for one launch into the back post? Get Milinkovic-Savic up there and try and win a knockdown. Let's see what he's got. It has to come in direct, surely. There's 7 seconds left, 6 seconds left. We're ticking down the clock. He's manually locked onto Milinkovic-Savic. He will win the header! He's offside.
Ooh, I think we all held our breath there. Sigh of relief, possibly, for both players and us in the studio. Well, that is it. Conclusion then. That was the last final whistle we had to play there, which was that one. TEKKZ ABOMAKKAH then finishes 1-1. Points shared, so that means TEKKZ stays top of the pile, and ABOMAKKAH then just gains another point. TEKKZ finish on 11, ABOMAKKAH on 8. TEKKZ, he'll want to talk to us after that one, I'm sure. Spen, we're all backing him, aren't we? He loves it. He's got some fans in the house amongst the locals.
Yes, definitely. We've got him right after that game's finished. What's your immediate thoughts on that draw with the home favourite?
I'm fuming, man. I wanted to win that one. But to be fair, like, his goal was sick. His goal was unbelievable. So I'd say 1-1 fair result.
You might be fuming with that game, but you've got to be delighted with the day's work. 11 points, you know, it's a massive contrast to where you were this time last year. You're almost certainly out of the groups, although you can't take your foot off the gas tomorrow, of course. What's the aim now? Like, is it about seeding for you?
I wouldn't say I'm delighted, man. I'm not a group stage player. I want to like be semi-final, finals and winning. I'm not a group stage player.
This will be the first time you made it out of the groups here.
I'm going to say, listen, the last 2 World Cups I haven't made out of the groups. FIFA 19, it's one of them. FIFA 22, I wasn't that good at 22 at the time, so like one of them. But I'm good at FIFA this year. I just need to get it clicking. I won't play my best FIFA today, but I did enough. I want to get out of the groups tomorrow, a couple of wins, and then that round of 16 knockout game will be my hardest game in the tournament because I play the group of death, so we'll see how I get if I make it out there.
Yeah, definitely going to be a massive game. You could set a points record if you went and had a great day tomorrow like you have today. 23 points is the most anyone's got in the last 2 World Cups we've seen over the last few weeks in a group stage. Does that mean anything to you, trying to get 24, 25 points?
Nah, I couldn't care less. Just let me get out of the group first before we talk about points record. Come on.
All right, well, we'll keep an eye on it. Listen, the way he's played today, he could do it. And I do think it matters because he's going up against the group of death, as you mentioned. So finishing top in his group gives him better seeding. Right, let's talk to MIKEJ, who's had a slightly different day to TEKKZ at the office. No wins so far, despite, hello Mike, despite leading that last game against your Aussie compatriot. Still looking for that first win.
Yeah, look, 0 wins from 5, not an ideal start, not the start I was hoping for, but look, 3 draws, 3 points, there's worse spots to be and I could have 0 points, so, you know, day 2 tomorrow, we'll regroup. Hopefully some of the interesting things I saw on my screen today won't be happening tomorrow, and we can pick up some wins, hopefully.
Your fellow Aussie could be a good bit of inspiration for you because he managed to make it out of the groups last week despite only getting 1 point from day 1. You got 3 points. Yes, you haven't won, but you have been hard to beat in a lot of games, so how are you going to turn those draws into wins? Are you going to be crunching hard tonight to try and change things?
No, I'm not going to play another game until tomorrow. I think I'm going to go scran down some red velvet cakes, enjoy my time off, and yeah, no, Mark's very good. I hope Mark makes it out of the group as well. But yeah, no games for me, no practice. Just going to relax and come back tomorrow.
I had a feeling you were going to say that. Listen, we'll see you tomorrow. One of the most, well, the most laid-back FIFA player you're probably ever going to see. Will it work for him? Well, he needs to get some wins tomorrow if he's going to make it out of this group. Back to you guys.
Yeah, thanks, Ben. With his countryman, then the fellow countryman is sitting in 3rd, so in the safe zone as it stands. Obviously, a lot of work to go. I'm not sure the cakes will help him that much in with his FIFA play, but it might help him in other areas of his life. Anyway, let's pause on that for the moment as we talk about the Aussies, because Alex is standing by with a lot of breakdowns for us.
Yeah, there was plenty of goals throughout those rounds, and we're going to bring you 3 of my favourites. So starting things off, we are going to take a look at STINGRAY, who has very quietly been going about his business, picking up wins and a draw there in that last game. What I want to draw your attention to is the man that's on the ball right now, R9 and then also Hullet. STINGRAY is very, very comfortable in swapping them up, letting Hullet go forward into that more attacking role and using R9 to link up the play ahead of him. A big switch out to that opposite side, and then it's about, okay, how can we find our players? How can we get the angles that we want to have? R9 occupies that space, and then the change of tempo, being quick and direct into Hullet and saying, if I can get into this 18-yard box and find him, no hesitation, we will create opportunities. A lovely finish to go with that as well. And Mike asked for it and has got in the last 3 games, picking up 3 wins, and it's about examples like this. Sending the left centre-back on a big run in that 5 at the back formation and then looking for that cross. Bringing the ball out into the away from the man that is highlighted. You are just waiting for this moment. As they are about to beat that defensive line, you just go with a normal cross and then have the composure. So many people here will look for that shot and the goalkeeper may get that save. Make it easy for yourself and just go for the simple pass on. That is what separates professional FIFA players. Myself, you at home, we would probably not have this in the back of the net. It's about that extra composure, and that's what TEKKZ delivers. And then probably my favourite throughout those 2 rounds. ABOMAKKAH needed a goal. He was heavy in that press, and then he gives himself the opportunity to get up against that defensive line. This footwork, absolutely unbelievable. The step overs, yes, we know they're super effective, but then the shot cancel. And then one more shot cancel to send both defenders. We're just going to rewind that ever so slightly and just take a look. The step over, the shot cancel, and then one more shot cancel where you just press shoot and then cancel it with R2 and L2, and then the low driven to finish. That is an absolutely outrageous goal from ABOMAKKAH, and I'm hoping to see if he can deliver on that throughout tomorrow as well, Rachel.
Thanks, Alex. Well, that kept him in it, didn't it? Because TEKKZ was close to scoring a late winner right at the end as well. Wasn't to be, they shared the points. TEKKZ finishing top of the table after day 1. Well, let's just confirm in the tables after 5 rounds of matches already. Story of the day, boys. TEKKZ surely in Group A.
What turnaround? 2
9
rounds.
points, what a turnaround.
2 rounds, he's bottom of the table. 3 rounds later, a win in hand over the drop zone. That group's really tight though, really tight. I'm liking what I'm seeing starting to shape up.
You can't even really look at 5th and 6th, can you, on 5 points there, Mike?
I was going to say, outside of maybe MIKEJ, everybody else kept themselves in the conversation, in the discussion point in both groups. They don't have that much to do. It's just a matter of doing a little bit better than today.
I mean, looking at Group B then as well, DFERNANDES in 5th there, 5 points. He's actually our top goal scorer as well after day 1, and he sits in 5th. That's pretty surprising fact, which shows exactly how competitive all these 6 players are in both groups. Can you figure that one out? Top goal scorer and you're sitting in 5th.
It means he doesn't play good defense, but I'm okay with that. I like a little spice and everything nice. Give me a heated summer unveiling, and it sets up so nicely for tomorrow. Sometimes we don't get this to happen. There's been times we walk away after day 1 and we say we already know the top 3. That's not the case here.
I mean, DFERNANDES, he scored 5 as well, didn't he, over YUVAL in that last round of fixtures as well, just to top up his tally. 43 goals, though, scored in rounds 4 and 5. That's a lot of goals we were treated to. Top scorers then, after day 1, DFERNANDES on 10. 9 points. Surprisingly,
Do we have the defensive numbers here?
Yeah.
These are also a couple of those guys, the top conceders as well.
No, we don't. Sorry, we don't. So let's move on to YUVAL.
11 goals conceded from YUVAL. You might be the top 3 goal scorer, but it's safe to say
Brandon
defence
graphics.
is not on the cards from YUVAL Belly.
DFERNANDES got half of his goals in 1 game.
5
against YUVAL.
Says a lot, doesn't it? But let's just... we just got it from Brandon. Let's show you it anyway. Top defenders graphic is coming your way. Just for you, Brandon, I believe, as well.
TEKKZ, he's got to be in. He's got to be in there.
No, because he conceded goals early. Those first
We're
2
poised
games.
and waiting for it.
The first 2 games are going to impact him.
Yeah, here we go. So, 4 conceded by TEKKZ, 5 STINGRAY and LEKS as well. STINGRAY and LEKS in Group A. STINGRAY sitting in 3rd, and LEKS, he's in that drop zone, isn't he, at the moment? 5th, the Frenchman.
Impressive from TEKKZ, conceded 1 goal a game was the most he conceded. Kept a clean sheet on that run too in a very difficult group. And by his own standards, really impressive group there. 11 points from 15. Can't ask for much more than that.
I think take home from day 1 for these 2 groups, Aggie, is that it's all still to play for.
Definitely, together with I think the experienced players show their real level here with TEKKZ and TEKKZ.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, 5 matches then from A and B. We get to go again in a short while with groups C and D. Let's just remind ourselves of who are in both of these two groups, and starting with Group C. Mike's pick, Paolo Nieto, he wants him as a world champion later on in the week. Stokes then, Johnny, RVP legend, Oberon and K1 John, all in Group C. And then Group D, we've already spoken about it. It's our big group of death here. Yilmaz, Damshi, Damian, Nicholas 99FC, PHZIN, world champion just 2 days ago, MANUBACHOORE and Anders VEJRGANG. There's too many players there to talk about. There's too many players to name. There's too many titles to talk about, guys. It's going to be pretty exciting later on, isn't it, Rich?
Group D. There's so many games to watch every single round. Oh, Anders versus Nicholas. Oh, MANUBACHOORE versus YILMAZ and a whole Team Hullet derby. Like, it's going to be insane, Group D. And Group C, serious FIFA talent in there as well.
Yeah.
Damn Sheet did a rebrand. he went from Damn Sheet to Damian after he saw the group that he was in.
Well, that's what we get to see, don't we? A little bit later on, we get to see Group C, and then we're calling it the most competitive group we've ever seen here at a World Cup. That's Group D. Both of those groups go in action here on the first day of the FIFAe World Cup in about an hour and a half time. So come back and join us when we get to do it all again. Group C and D in action. We'll see you then. Good night for now.
You have to practice. With a teammate, it's different because it's more communication. You have to practice together, but I prefer to play individual because I am alone. I have my own stuff, and also in duos it's different because maybe you play really straight and I play maybe I'm a bit defensive, you know, and different style. You have to agree many opinions, and I really like because it's fun. But 1v1 is the main thing about FIFA Esports, and I really like it and I really enjoy it. Every tournament, especially World Cup, with this best of one format, is like you have to take it like step by step. In the sense, like for me, my first game is against Anders. He played really good 2v2, but it's different. And I think also he plays really good 1v1. He's one of the best, but I don't care. Like I am in the hardest group, I think group of death, but that's okay. It happened the same the last year. I went through and I went to the final. But yeah, it was a pity to lose against someone great player, but was a bit unlucky to lose some pens. And also I think I was better, but I will try to take, as I say, in the positive way, many things that it's happening to me. But I'm really confident. Like I don't care who I'm playing. Like I just want to win, and I will try to do what I need to destroy them.
Well, it's that time again. It's time for some more FIFA esports in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. The sea has treated us to some epic virtual battles thus far, and we're expecting something even more heated tonight as we see Group C and the most competitive group we have ever assembled at a World Cup. Group D, they are both in action. We have world champions, Libertadores champions, E-Champions League champions, Dutch champions, and Danish champions as well. It's a group which is absolutely stacked. We are calling it the group of death. I think it's even more than that. Like I just said, it is the most competitive group we think we have ever seen here at a FIFAe World Cup. And I think everybody on the couch will agree with me as well. We've got a former world champion, August Rosemeyer. We've got Mike Lebel in action, Richard Buckley and Alex B as well. All in the house and ready, I hope, to say yes, they agree that Group D is special, boys.
Well, objectively as well. I checked the stats. I went through many years of research here. We've never had a group with more achievements or accolades, especially on the world stage. So I don't even think it's an opinion piece anymore. This is the most successful group of all time in a FIFAe World Cup.
Can we get hands up if we concur? We all concur. That's exactly what I'd like to see. Aggie, would you have liked to have been in Group D?
Both, and I mean, if you're going through that group, the amount of confidence you get, the boost, and as well, like, you want to play against the best players, you're in for those games, but still, it's a group of death, so no one likes to be in it. But I think when you are one of the best, as they are, the players in that group, they like it. They fancy themselves still to win it.
Well, actually, Alex, that's something we heard earlier, didn't we, from TEKKZ. He said he really ups his game when he plays the best in the world. So, if we take that into consideration, maybe he would have liked to have been in Group D.
Yeah, he might have liked to have been indeed. But I think as well, when you're going on that point, you know you're playing talent after talent, no matter what group you're in. But there is something extra special about that Group D. If you can take that confidence and you can go through and say, look, I've got through this stage and I'm into the knockouts, they'll be very happy with that.
Well, we've spoken quite a lot about Group D. Let's quickly jump over to Group C. Rich, you can pick out some big names here as well. Paolo Neto, Mike's gone for Paolo Neto as his world champion. Stokes then for hashtag. It's great to see him make the trip over here. Johnny, RVP legend, Oberon and K1 John. Rich, what do you make of Group C?
It's a great group. I think you're probably looking Paolo Neto out of the success he had last week to go through. Oberon as well, fantastic player. I'm sure every single chat that we're in right now is filling up with hashtag Stokes fans. He is the fan favourite. Maybe not in the arena. He has got an audience that are die-hard Stokes fans. And Johnny as well is a fabulous FIFA player.
Mike, I'm going to come back to you with Group D. Do you want to just go down some accolades there? Starting with YILMAZ, E-Champions League. Do you want to carry on?
YILMAZ might be the most in form if you look at the ECL result last year. Looked good at the World Cup, kind of his rookie season. DAMIAN, Damesheet, he was at the World Cup last year, didn't do well. I think he's building in the right direction. Unfortunately, he's in Group D. Nicholas, I don't know where to start here. We got pretty much all the championships you could ask for the most part. E-Club made the finals of the World Cup. He's won the ECL. We can just keep going. The face of Argentina. PHZIN, we just saw the 2v2 back-to-back. Arguably the greatest 2v2 partnership we've ever seen. He's the only guy that was on both those teams with Brazil. MANUBACHOORE, one of those prime opponents. And then Anders VEJRGANG is the wonder kid, and he's confirmed to be the real deal. And I'm next to August Rosemeyer. We've already seen him win the 2v2 in E-Club. You've said it. You think he's hands down the best 1v1 player to kind of ever hit the scene. He hasn't proved it just yet. He's early on in his career. But you think he's going to win the entirety of this event here? As you staying true to that? Any change of heart? We haven't got into gameplay. You can still switch it up.
I talked to him just before, and he didn't seem bothered. So yes, I think he's going to win.
Well, Mike there just said about Aggie being the real deal. He has very much been the real deal in his career. He's won the World Championship himself back in 2014. Aggie, I mean, these must take you back a few years.
Hey, look at that handsome man. I mean, I'm talking about El Fenomeno. I'm talking about El Fenomeno. But yeah, as we saw, that was in Munich, where I was so close to actually defend my title back-to-back. And there were pictures of New York where you also see the disappointments because I got grouped. We were at the Times Square and I received my own controller and we met Frank Lampard as well. So a lot of nostalgic memories right there summed up very shortly, and it just goes to show an entire career there was ups and there were downs.
We saw Mr. Dunn as well, didn't we, in the back of shot there. He is not over my shoulder. He'll be out there at some point. Obviously a local guy. He was the world champion as well for Saudi Arabia, lifting that trophy. But wanted to just highlight that, Aggie, because some people might go, you know, we always talk about it and it's lovely to see those pictures once again. When you watch those, does it really take you back to that moment? And do you get a little bit nervous watching it?
I get happy. I mean, it's always nice to look back and see all the memories, all the competitors and friends I met there, the ups and the downs, as I was speaking about, the players that I met throughout the competition, such as R9 and Frank Lampard and Alaba in Munich, and also the disappointments. I mean, in Munich, I remember that semi-final against a French player called Dassenville, where I thought, this is it. I'm going to write history now. I'm going to be the first to ever defend the title, and I lost on penalty shootout. So, I mean, it's great memories, even the bad ones.
Well, Aggie, you had such a stellar career, and I know actually one person who I'm sure would have been motivated by watching that man would be this chap who is coming up next. It's a massive matchup, and I'm talking about Anders VEJRGANG, of course, the wonder kid from Denmark. He's taking on the Iceman, Nicholas 99 FC from Argentina. Richard Buckley, my mouth is watering just watching that.
Ridiculous game. We've seen him in action earlier this season, the E-Champions League, the knockouts. Anders beat him on that occasion to not allow Nicholas the opportunity to defend his title, but we're going to see it twice over the next 2 days. One-legged games. Oh, every game in this group is ridiculous.
If you guys are just joining us, no, that's not the grand final. That's just the first round of the groups as well. That's how competitive these groups are. We've chatted about a couple of the players. Let's get ready to meet them as they enter the arena. Well, this is our first player here, then Emre Yilmaz from the Netherlands. He's the E-Champions League champion from this year, ranked 9th in Europe. He'll be strong competition. I saw him at breakfast earlier. He's excited to be in that group. And we obviously had PHZIN just follow him out as well. And then next up is Damsheet there from the Netherlands. He actually stopped, didn't he, Anders VEJRGANG, massive run, which he had back in FIFA 19, as we see Paulo Neto enter the arena. That's Mike Lebel's pick, who's part of that Brazilian team we saw win the title only a couple of days ago now. That was, of course, the E-Nations Cup. This is Stokes from the UK. He won the 2019 playoffs and he was the E-Premier League champion this year with Ololito. Playing for Hashtag. Can't wait to see how he gets on. MANUBACHOORE then from the Netherlands. He was a runner-up, of course, only a couple of days ago as well in the E-Nations Championships. He'll be wanting to right those wrongs. Ranked 21st in the world. Then we've got Oberon, the Italian. He was a semi-finalist only a couple of days ago. He actually topped his group in 2022 at the World Cup. He'll be wanting to do that and some, I'm sure. Then we have K1 John. He's also in these groups. He's coming from Egypt. He's in Group C. We missed, of course, Johnny as well, who entered the arena. And Nicholas, the Iceman, came out as well. We know all about him. 12 more players then. We miss a couple. They want to see all their nerves. We don't get to see them all here. That man, MANUBACHOORE, has he managed to, I guess, just feel a little bit better about being a runner-up only 2 days ago in the Nations Cup? Aggie?
I think he feels good. I mean, all the players who played the 2v2, I think they reset now. They're thinking about this one. For them, for majority of them, I think this tournament is it. That's the one they really want to win. So they're really motivated, and I think for Manu, he's ready as well.
Well, I think someone who will be extra motivated as well is last year's runner-up. We know how that went. Umit defeated him in a penalty shootout. He is back to become world champion. He only has one thing on his mind. Will he achieve it? We'll find out in a few days' time.
With a teammate, it's different because it's more communication. You have to practice together, but I prefer to play individual because I am alone. I have my own stuff, and also in duos it's different because maybe you play really straight and I play maybe I'm a bit defensive, you know, and different style. You have to agree many opinions, and I really like because it's fun. But 1v1 is the main thing about FIFA Esports, and I really like it and I really enjoy it. Every tournament, especially World Cup, with this best of one format, is like you have to take it like step by step. In the sense, like for me, my first game is against Anders. He played really good 2v2, but it's different. And I think also he plays really good 1v1. He's one of the best, but I don't care. Like I am in the hardest group, I think group of death, but that's okay. It happened the same the last year. I went through and I went to the final. But yeah, it was a pity to lose against someone, great player, but was a bit unlucky to lose some pens. And also I think I was better, but I will try to take, as I say, in the positive way, many things that it's happening to me. But I'm really confident, like I don't care who I'm playing. Like I just want to win, and I will try to do what I need to destroy them.
Wow, 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 Spencer. Strong words there. He will do what he needs to do to destroy them. That is coming from a place of heartbreak from last year, isn't it?
Yes, indeed. He's someone that really wants to get the trophy, but I'm sitting next to someone who really wants to get it as well. And as we just heard from Nicholas there, he said he's going to do what he has to do to try and destroy his opponents. Is he capable of destroying you?
I've only had like 1 day to prepare for 1v1 since I've been here in 2 weeks already, but I will beat him in each Champions League. I know I'm better than him, so I will do my best to get out of this group.
It is a very tough group, isn't it? Is there one game in particular you think is going to be the hardest?
Not really. I think, yeah, I mean, like every player in the group is good and have like a different story in the game, so it will be very hard, but I will just do my best to get out of this group and be ready for a round of 16.
Obviously, we saw you win the E-Club World Cup a couple of weeks ago. What would it mean for you to win this one?
Yeah, I can't describe. I don't want to think about the feeling. I will just do everything I can, and let's see how far I can go.
Okay, best of luck, Anders. It's a really tough group, as we mentioned, and as the guy said, every game is just an absolute highlight, to be honest. Right. In the other group, Group C, we've got an Italian who also qualified for all three events, Oberon. We're going to talk to him quickly now. Oberon, we've seen a lot of you over the last few weeks, and we've seen slow improvement. You know, got out of the group with TEKKZ, knocked out in the first knockouts, then you went all the way to the Final Four with Italy. Does that mean that this is the tournament where you go the distance?
I hope maybe also this time the group will be hard, I don't know, but I will try to improve fast because I play like 10 days 2v2 and now it's hard to change in 1v1, but it's an hard group. I will try to do my best.
How different is 1v1 than 2v2 for you? Do you prefer it?
I prefer to play 1-1, 2-2, I don't know, because I love to play 2-2 because it's the idea of team. You depend on the other one, so I love to play 2v2, but also 1-1 because this year I want revenge from last year, and I will try to do my best.
Okay, best of luck, my friend. Seeking revenge, representing Team TEKKZ. Can he go the distance? He's qualified for all three events. This is the only one left that he can win, along with the likes of many other players here who want this trophy. Only one of them can get it.
Yeah, long way still to go, isn't it, for Groups C and D. Oberon, of course, was semi-finalist last year. Alex, I wanted to come to you, though, a little bit about Anders. First time, really, he hasn't been super confident and direct in his answer, saying he's going to win. Do you agree?
Yes, that's one thing I was noticing when he was in that interview. Very different to the way he was 2 weeks ago in the Club World Cup. The Club World Cup, it was, I'm here and I'm going to win. Pretty simple. Just he's going to beat every single opponent that they come across. A lot more respect put across the players in that group, which I kind of like that from Anders as well, because we've seen him be so dominant over the times where he does want to go out and say, I'm going to win every single game. Just putting respect on his peers. We know if he plays his game, though, he will find himself through that group.
Aggie, do you read much into that? Is he a little bit nervous as we get underway in that match? Nicholas taking on VEJRGANG.
No, I actually just think he wanted the game to start. Short answers, but yeah, he still showed a lot of respect, and I like that because obviously he's a very direct guy in terms of communicating, but he still respects these other players.
Well, this is the big one. We were teasing you with it, weren't we, a few moments ago, and now it is here. This is box office stuff. Nicholas 99 FC taking on Anders VEJRGANG. It is round one, you are not mistaken. Let's go.
Yeah, an unbelievable game, it has to be said, between Nicholas and Anders VEJRGANG. You've got a former runner-up, a top 4 in multiple E-World Cups, an E-Champions League winner, up against the Wonder Kid, the E-Club World Cup, the man who lived and breathed one leg of FIFA throughout an entire FIFA season, Anders VEJRGANG. It is true FIFA box office. For a match of this magnitude, we will give you something special for the groups. Let's head on over to Brandon Smith. I think we're going to do a little bit of commentary on this one, aren't we?
Yeah, we're in for a bit of a treat on this one, aren't we? We could not commentate this group of death that we are calling it here. Such a stacked group, so much anticipation, so many big names in it. But the problem we have, Rich, only 4 of them can qualify for the knockout stages. Nicholas versus Anders VEJRGANG. We'll keep a close eye on this one. We have to. Whilst plenty of other games are currently going on, we have breakthrough between DAMIAN and MANUBACHOORE, the all-Dutch game. Here's a chance for Nicholas knocking on the door of Anders. No way through, 15 minutes in.
And we have got multiple other matches taking place. Hashtag Stokes up against the man from Exceed, Oberon. Seemed pretty confident, it has to be said, when Spen spoke to him on the stage. Damesheet and MANUBACHOORE, 2 names that maybe are just going on the periphery of this group of death. It was an early goal for Damesheet, going 1-0 up against MANUBACHOORE, and Mike LaBelle will be joining us in this matchup to highlight everything Nicholas and Anders VEJRGANG.
The reality is, when you look at these guys kind of going under the radar, it's only because everyone's name is a headliner. And also in all the Stokes matches, I expect it to be high scoring. The way that Stokes plays, he puts you under a lot of pressure. Kind of unique for this day and age. Also coming in as the oldest competitor, most experience of any of the competitors, and he's going to give you all-out offense.
To jump on board here, this is Johnny from Germany. Great player, FC Paderborn is his team. Got to see a lot of him in the virtual Bundesliga not too long ago, Brandon. He's leading 1-0 up against the Egyptian K1 John.
Yeah, well, his story's pretty interesting, isn't it, for Johnny? He was actually got in through the play-ins. He was never actually guaranteed to get into the playoffs, went to the play-ins after an unbelievable virtual Bundesliga run. A great example of him and BERKAYLION, 2 players that just, their season peaked at the right time. Here comes Anders VEJRGANG. First time we've really had the proper look at him in Nicholas's half. He was quite animated in a couple of practice games before he got going today, about an hour before the show officially did start. He says he's only played a couple of practice games after the 2v2 ended. I'm not sure how much I read into that.
Plenty more action underway. Johnny did take the lead. However, K1 John answers right back. 1-1 between Johnny and K1 Johnny, as PHZIN and YILMAZ are underway. YILMAZ, the Champions League winner, runner-up last week at the E-Nations Cup, trying to get a bit of revenge against the Brazilian PHZIN.
Here's Nicholas, player lock, looking to find a way through. How about that one? A little lacroqueta from Nicholas. The Iceman looking for some revenge after that E-Champions League big matchup.
And that was oh so silky. You had the player lock, the switchback, the bait and switch, the extra pass, then into the lacroqueta with the shot cancellation, out of the lacroqueta with the finish. Talk about some confidence.
Unbelievable. Oberon doubles his lead. Player lock into the box. Stokes 2-0 down. Let's jump back into the live shots here between Nicholas and Anders VEJRGANG. It was a moment of magic, it has to be said, from Nico in the box.
And what I should mention with Stokes is that he's going to win big, lose big. He's that type of player with pushing bodies forward, which makes for entertaining FIFA, and I'm here for it.
Also, probably not a lot of draws. You only got to win 4 out of the 10.
Anders
Probably through on 12.
Be careful. There's the step overs. There's the ball rolls coming out from Nicholas. It's going to really just have to take this at his own pace. It's best of 1 FIFA. What I want to put back to you, gentlemen, is it's going to get very interesting in the group stage if Anders VEJRGANG was to lose his first couple of games here. Here's RVP legend Palinetto, 1 goal down in the first half there.
Well, you know he's playing next. Emre Yilmaz.
There's no hiding, is there?
Nicholas game 1, Emre Yilmaz game 2. Damesheet and MANUBACHOORE putting on a classic there. That's 1-1 in the opening 32 minutes as Nico builds up again. Edge of the block, could be a chance. Good defending from Anders.
Chance to potentially counter-attack for Anders VEJRGANG. Long ball forward, looks for the path into the aerial. Heads that one down nicely into R9. Nicholas dealing with all the pressure that is coming his way so far here. First half of action from Group C and Group D. This is the FIFAe World Cup final you are watching here today. Remember, 4 days of action. This is only the start of it.
And every match has already had a goal, if not multiple goals. We're not dealing with clean sheets. It's not been a cagey affair.
Especially after last year for Damien as well. 2-1 leads against MANUBACHOORE. Only 40 minutes into that game. A lot of half-times around the grounds, as you said. Stokes, if you're a Stokes fan, I should say, 2-0 down as it stands, 40 minutes in. Here's the goal that you missed from Damien. Keen this time, Richard, not to go out in the groups.
Oh, absolutely. And he also has improved a lot over the last 12 months, has Damesheet. He knows that performance wasn't reflective of him as a FIFA player.
He also might feel like he's playing with house money. We talk about all the other players, and most commentators, analysts, even fans are probably somewhat writing off Damesheet in terms of what he can actually accomplish in this group. And now he can go out there and play kind of freely. He can play with a little more fluidity. He doesn't have to second guess. He doesn't worry about some of that additional pressure.
See, Oberon coming forward here. It could be a third player lock into the box. He's going to get another chance. Little cancel. Twisting, turning. Stokes defends well.
I just wanted to say on top of that, it's a tough game for Damien and MANUBACHOORE. They were teammates at the Eredivisie this year. They won the tournament together. Now they're up against each other in a FIFAe World Cup. I think the thing that I just can't believe in this Group D, all 3 Dutch players in the same group. Emre Yilmaz is teammates with MANUBACHOORE in the Club World Cup. As I said, Damien and MANUBACHOORE were teammates in the Eredivisie. You can't write some of these storylines. Looking at that game right now, it is Emre Yilmaz that leads PHZIN by a goal to 0. Keep in mind, PHZIN off the back of that E-Nations Cup victory only days ago. Looking for an equaliser here. A couple of step overs into reverse elastico. No way through.
He should be doing better there as well. He got the reverse elastico out, middle of the pitch. You thought it might have been a deflection. Not quite, so you just put it wide.
It's a big performance this as well, because points are going to be premium in this group. There might be a few draws, there might be a few sort of shutout 0-0s I can see as we got late. Getting boards on the early and banking them is very, very important.
I'd agree with that completely, because it puts pressure on your opponents where they know, even if they don't want to think about it, that they have to go for games, that they have to see out a game, that they can't misplay, they don't have a margin.
3 changes there at half-time for Anders VEJRGANG, you just saw, or maybe 4 of them, I should say. It's gone for all 5? No, 4 changes at half-time.
And I didn't think his interview with Spencer was, I guess, as subdued as they tried to bring it up on the couch. I still felt that he said, I beat him before, I'm better than him, I'm going to do that again. I still heard that.
It's convincing, but un-Anders-like. Like, we expect him to go, I'm winning the entire thing, just because that's what we've been led to believe how he speaks. However, he also is a FIFA Esports fan, and he watches and he knows the level of the competition around him.
Here he is. Here's Anders. Big save from Van der Sar. Some of those changes just to highlight. Jude Bellingham comes on, Kevin De Bruyne comes on, Hakimi and Ronaldinho. Those were the 4 changes at half-time made from Anders. I mean, I've got Coach Daniel over his shoulder. Maybe they're looking for a different play style to try and find a way past Nicholas.
Well, this is the reality, Brandon. As we're going to take a look at another game, we've got Johnny versus K1 John. A lot of space to work with here for Johnny. Lays it off, extra pass. Easy finish for Ruud Hullet. I was going to say, if you're Nicholas, you want to slow down the game. This is where one leg can be beneficial because he already has that opening goal. If you're Anders, you're trying to speed up the game. You want high pressure, you want organized chaos, if you will.
Here is Nicholas. I think he can happily sit on a 1-0 lead, but why not try and double it? Have to remember the heartbreak from last year, a penalty shootout in a grand final. There has been goals going in other games. Here's Anders VEJRGANG.
He's in.
There's the fresh legs potentially coming in. Mbappe driving forward. It's Anders. Keeper's teased off his line. But the shot's timed green. And just so much space appeared there for Anders to exploit.
And there was a lot happening as well. Goalkeeper movement everywhere. Anders waits it out, kind of baits it. Additional dribble, green time finish. No reaction, which I'm surprised because we also have an audience, quite an audience in the room.
Let's have a look at a goal back here for #Stokes. It was 2-0 down. Lovely pass. The Travella. 2-1 in that game, 10 minutes left to play in that one. For me, look, the step over just created all the space. He did it early on the halfway line. He accelerated, and in that position then, he had so much time to think about it. They're almost the ones you don't want when you've got time to think, when you see the goalkeeper starting to move. He kept his head down, green timed it, minimised the error, and he said points are going to be premium, could be shared in this opening matchup.
Back to our main focus matchup here. 25 minutes left to be played. Just looking at the run of games we've got coming your way. So many blockbuster matches in Group D. You're right to say every game is a big one. Goals are going in all the other games. Here's one for you. MANUBACHOORE of Team Hull. It was 2-1 down against DAMIAN. Back in the tie. Loads of time left in that one. 60 minutes on the clock.
We've got 20 minutes left in a number of the games. Stokes bearing down on goal, cuts it across. It's very ugly, but he don't care one bit. 2-2.
What a touch.
In this Group D right now, 68, 62, 60 and 70.
All these games are living up to the hype.
They're all drawing. Everyone's going on 1 point after the first round of fixtures.
Only clean sheet is actually with RVP going up against Palinetto at the moment. Everybody else is on the board.
Here's Anders looking for a second. So everything is green in the box, which Nicholas should be slightly fearful of. Fortunate enough, there was a player in the way. A game that we haven't said too much about. A quick update for you. RVP legend is leading Palinetto still. PHZIN is back in the tie. Time that one green. Top bins from the Brazilian.
The quality of the goals is unbelievable. We're seeing so much of the player lock, the back and forth, the reading of the game.
Hello. 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 Anders VEJRGANG takes the lead. And it was a lovely piece of build-up play. All the skill moves are out. It was silky, it was smooth. And there's one player that they've all come to watch. And he goes by the name of Anders VEJRGANG. 2-1 he leads.
The problem with this Group D, the quality in it, nobody can make a mistake. You have to play it a 10 out of 10. As you see, RVP legend and Paolo Neto here. RVP 2-0 up in, I'd say, a little bit of a surprise.
I think RVP Legend is one of those players that's under the radar and he can make a run. It's still early on. You're looking at me because I took Palinetto. It's still early on. He's also not in the Group of D, or the Group of Death in Group D.
Well, another goal that's gone in. #United against Team Exceed. Stokes against Opera. Which way has it gone? Top 4 last year. Oh no. Oh no, Stokes. Dispossessed in his own box. Opron's going to take that all day long. How long is left in that tie? Goal went in the 76th minute. Just over 10 minutes left to be played here. We'll quickly check into YILMAZ against PHZIN. Was it Emre YILMAZ that took the lead? Yes, it was.
That's live. Live shots as well. Emre YILMAZ 2-1 up with 6 minutes left to play. PHZIN looks very upset with himself because there was a big opportunity as we just joined that game with the defender falling into the back of the net and Oberon on his feet. I would imagine that's 4-2.
Mikkel Darien, it's time for the hairdryer treatment.
He looks smart though, doesn't he?
Well, goals are going in everywhere. That's Opera making it 4 goals to 2. We had a goal in the Johnny John game. The goal of all the Johnnies. 10 minutes left to be played there. Stokes, big job on his hands. Does make a couple of changes. Including Petacek on the pitch. Back to this one now. 50 minutes left to be played. Nicholas was leading. Anders VEJRGANG scored 2 goals to turn it around. Remember, this is only group play. They will play again tomorrow in the first match of the day. What can we see here? Anders looks to try and find that ball from Ronaldinho into R9. Not able to happen.
And I'll be completely honest, when Nico's 1-0 up at half-time, 45 minutes left to play, I know Anders, he is one of the best attacking players, he is one of the best players on the sticks, but Nicholas is also one of the best defensive players on the planet. I didn't see Anders turning this game around, and maybe there were substitutions playing dividends in the end.
In most circumstances, worst case, you would think Nicholas is walking away with a draw. There's still time left. Nicholas is also adjusted. You see that constant press that's coming on, or the instant team press. But I think you have to give a lot of credit to Anders.
There's one result I want to get your opinions on, Mike LaBelle. Paolo Neto, I know it's early days, but hasn't conceded just another one. He is 4-0 down in his first game. I know it's only game 1 though.
He's a slow starter. What can I say?
Full-time results coming in. Emre YILMAZ beat PHZIN 2-1. We join this one back live. 5 minutes away, Anders VEJRGANG looking for his first 3 points in this group of death. Or is Nicholas got other ideas? Player lock. Tease there, unable to make anything from it.
Might get one more chance here. Nico in this final 2 minutes. Don't think it's going to fall for him. Anders just keeping the ball and is going to see this game out.
Yeah, not long left in this one at all. Goes for a goal kick. Goes into a pause now for Nicholas, who is in a 4-2-4 to try and get something back in this tight. Added time to come in any second. A couple of full times around the ground. It's Johnny of SC Paderborn that wins 3-1 against K1 John. Paolo Neto loses 4 goals to 0. Emre YILMAZ, as we know, beats PHZIN 2-1. We join this game live now. 2-2 is the scoreline. That's Damian against MANUBACHOORE, the 2 Dutch players who were teammates this year in the Eredivisie. For Vitesse, they went and won that tournament, beating fellow countryman Levi de Veer in the grand final. Oh wow, what ended to that one. MANUBACHOORE looks to take all 3 points.
Huge final minute right there from MANUBACHOORE. All Dutch affair. And it's the man who was a runner-up last week at the E-Nations Cup, taking all 3 points. So we see the closing moments here from Nicholas and Anders VEJRGANG. No late drama this time around.
Well, Nicholas gets up quickly to maybe just walk off. I don't know if he's going to go over to Anders or is he just going to resettle himself there. But Aggie, I'm going to come over to you about that one. Anders, you're probably the only person on this couch which wasn't surprised that he took that one 2-1.
Yeah, I mean, he didn't have the best start. Nicholas played an incredible first half, but that's the thing about Anders. You can just never count him out. He just need one step over and he's clear, and it's like his Mbappe is faster than everyone else. I mean, he just reversed it around and he did it against one of the best, if not the best, to ever play it. So, I mean, yeah, great start for Anders.
Of course it's not. Aggie was joking with that one. Mbappe is as fast as it is for everybody, not just for Anders. Well, let's get on to Spence then, because he's going to chat to Emre YILMAZ, who, I guess, Spen, you could say, got his own back, really, over PHZIN from what happened a couple of days ago.
Yes, Emre, how much was that in your mind when you played PHZIN, the fact that obviously they beat you quite dramatically in the final a few days ago?
Yeah, of course. I knew it from the start. It's just a few days ago, I think 2 days ago, after the loss in the final. But PHZIN played a really good game. It's really tough against him always for me. But yeah, now on to the next one, Anders VEJRGANG.
It's been a strong year for you. Obviously, last time we saw you in this competition, you reached to the top 4. Since then, you've won the E-Champions League. Is this the next one for you? Is it all about winning this one and adding it to your trophy cabinet?
Now, for me, it's just getting out of the group and then I see it, because, you know, you got PHZIN now and then the next game is VEJRGANG. You can lose all games now. It's so hard.
Is this who's the toughest game in the group for you?
I think Nicholas, VEJRGANG, Bachoore, PHZIN also.
All of them?
All of them. I can name all of them. It's really tough.
I suppose going up against your teammate will be hard. The fact that there's 3 Dutch guys in the same group, is that a good thing or a bad thing? Because I guess it means there'll probably be one, well, definitely be at least one getting out of the group.
Normally Manu is always winning against me, so it's also for me very tough to play my teammate. I know him, he knows me, and Damian also, I know him, how he plays, he knows how I play, so it's really tough, the group. It's only good names and teammates, so.
Well, you started off with a win, that's a great start. Good luck in your next few games. Emre Yilmaz, everybody. Okay, head down the stairs now. Going to talk to Mr. #Stokes, who just had a lively game with Oberon. Hello, my friend. Right, talk us through that one. So, 2-0 down, you bring it back to 2-2, and then what happened at the end? Were you pushing to get the winner?
No, not even. I think there was just 2 times in that game where I just lost full use. Like, I'd even say lost use of my hands. I gave him the freest goal at 3-2. I just passed it straight to him. And early, I was just not at the races. There was like a middle part where I was great, and I just need to try and do that for next game, you know.
Is it all about just getting started, getting the sort of used to the setup again? I mean, let's face it, you've been here before, not just at a World Cup, big events. You won the EPL this year, you won the playoffs a few years ago. You are the most experienced player in many ways at this tournament. Does that give you an advantage?
Yeah, of course. I had no nerves. I'm just disappointed with how I started the game, you know. And obviously now with that game under my belt, just got to forget about it and just go into the next game how I played like during the middle part.
Plenty more games to come. Best of luck going forward. Right. Let's get some more games underway, shall we?
You weren't meaning old there, were you, Spen, with the experience angle? Just talking about experience. Anyway, we'll just skim past that and continue with what Spen was just speaking about there. I mean, I'm going to come over this way about Stokes. Alex, Richard, we kind of predicted that it would be a bit of a shaky start. It was so good, wasn't it, when he levelled it up again 2-2? What happened? Like he said, he had a great middle section there he was talking about.
There's one thing we know about Stokes, and that's that he's going to give you an entertaining game. He's either going to score many goals or he's going to concede goals. And I saw that goal that he let in where he just passed it back to the opponent. Yes, very disappointing for himself there. That middle section is something you can take a bit of confidence from and say, look, if I can go out and I can play that second game like that middle section, let's just keep doing what I'm doing. Yes, try and keep the ball out the back of the net. And Stokes will grow with confidence. He scores goals, we know that.
I've got 2 things to say about #Stokes. Number 1, he's not going to draw a game out of the 10. He's either going to win or he's going to lose. That's going to be a fact. And number 2, Mikael Darian might be the best dressed coach in the building.
True, I like the second back there a lot. Mike Lavelle, I'm going to ping this one over to you. Paolo Neto, RVP legend, 4-0. What went wrong there?
It's still early doors. You don't want to peak in the group stage.
Okay.
You don't want to peak here. It's fine.
Well, you kind of have to
It's
peak a little
fine.
bit higher
It's
than
fine.
that.
He'll get out of the group stage and everything will be
You said
great.
he was a slow starter.
Yeah, he's a slow starter.
When's
Don't
he going
worry
to start
about it.
then?
Game 3.
Okay, game 3. Aggie, let's talk about what we just saw there as well. Emre Yilmaz, great start from him. Obviously, Spencer asked him, was it playing on his mind a little bit about what happened a couple of days ago? Surely it was a little bit. It was a chance to get back out there and prove he has what it takes to now overhaul the world champion.
Yeah, definitely. But I mean, I remember we were seeing Spencer interviewing the Netherlands and also Emre after they lost that final. And Emre seemed like he was over it pretty fast. I mean, I think he's very fast at just adapting, just getting over to the next task. And he's one of the 2 players who beat Anders this year. So I'm really looking forward to this match between those 2.
His teammate as well, Rich, MANUBACHOORE, won, didn't he, in dramatic fashion, a last-minute goal there. How does Renzo coach both of them in this instant? Does he? Is he allowed to?
I mean, I don't think you do. You've been in a position before where you've been coaching. If you've got 2 players from the same team, same org, you just...
Same group.
Yes, you just step back and go, you settle it on the pitch, you 2.
They had breakfast together earlier. He was having breakfast with MANUBACHOORE. Do you read into he's maybe favouring Manu then in this?
Well, that's who he's coaching. Like, he's the designated coach for MANUBACHOORE. There's
Can he
other team
talk to Emre?
representatives there. I think you've done it before. You just go, let's just... that's my coach. Who's going to be with me for this tournament?
I don't know the name, unfortunately. I'll have to do some research to get back on you, but Emre does have his own coach for this as well. So they do have their dedicated coaches. Obviously, yes, it's a sticky situation for them in the organisation, but they're all professionals. They all know the job that needs to get done. And best of luck to the team Hullet side on that as we get back into the action. And we kick things off with Nicholas up against Damian. Damian losing there in that last kick of the game. And then to reward him for that, saying he picked up that loss here. Go and try and pick up 3 points against Nicholas 99.
Seeing some great games starting to take shape here. This is Anders VEJRGANG against Emre Yilmaz. Yes, it's not a grand final, it's not a semi-final, it's a second round group game. Absolute fireworks here.
Yilmaz was obviously mentioning, wasn't he, who he was worried against, or who... Start that again, Rach. Emre Yilmaz Spencer was talking about who he was worried to play against, and he basically listed every single person in Group D, as we'd expect.
I think they're all going to be quite good. I think they're all going to be quite hard to play
Thanks
against.
for stating the obvious there, Emre. Stokes, though, as well, Rich, like you said. We said it's going to be entertaining, didn't we?
Yeah, I know there's a little bit of, just a little bit of back and forth between these two as well. So I'm looking forward to seeing who comes out on top between Stokes and Johnny. Stokes 1-0 up. Early doors. Anders VEJRGANG and Emre Yilmaz, 15 minutes in to this matchup. We'll head on over to the man around the grounds, Brandon Smith. Anything that you want to be looking at too much?
Well, there has been a couple of goals. Here's one of them for you right now. After a 4-0 defeat, Paulo Neto feeling confident after an E-Nations win. You'll be happy to see that one, Mike LaBelle.
Outside the box, a little extra whippage. I'm telling you, he's just a slow starter. He's giving the group, some hopes, some dreams. Don't doubt Paulo Neto.
He wasn't the only person to score an early goal as well. Tom Stokes, as we know, leading by a goal to nil here, looking to bounce back after his first defeat. All eyes, as we said, though, will be on that big matchup between Emre Yilmaz and Anders VEJRGANG. RVP legend, what has he had for lunch or dinner or breakfast? He's scoring goals for fun. Hasn't conceded yet, scored 5 goals currently in the tournament. We have to keep hyping this one up. E-Champions League rematch where Emre Yilmaz had to go down to the loser bracket all the way through and beat Anders VEJRGANG on his way.
It is a truly fantastic start for RVP legend, it has to be said. Just having a look across Group D. No goals so far. However, all the goals coming in Group C. And that was #Stokes. Johnny, lovely through ball, loads of space. Take your time, ball roll heel to heel into an empty goal.
And we talk about it. Love it, hate it, you fall somewhere in between. Stokes is going to give you entertaining FIFA. He's got a lot of space to work with there. 1-0. And we're just going to have goals galore. Goals galore every game that we go to.
What a great start for PHZIN, has to be said.
If he doesn't start moving in that group sooner rather than later, Richard, he is going to be drowning.
You just get left behind.
It's not a group that you can't afford to start slow in it.
I think the only benefit you might have, it's really the benefit of the doubt, is you might have a lot of draws coming in that group, so the gap will be smaller potentially, but it's...
Those draws hasn't started kicking in yet.
Yeah, but still, I mean, with PHZIN, you have to pick up confidence at some point, because you don't get there's no free win at any point. Like, if you're playing bad, you're going to go 0-5 today.
This will be the most unforgiving group that I think we've ever seen as well in a FIFAe World Cup.
Well, what's been happening over in this game is Paulo Neto doubled his lead. I think we could be looking at that right now. It's Pele into Ronaldinho. Thank you very much. Time green, 2-0 he leads.
Dance with it. Overlapping runs, extra pass. Dino, right place. A little bit of that extra step over, changes direction. A bit of a body feint on the back end of it, and then the finish.
Well, our main focus is Anders VEJRGANG. Is he about to go 1 goal to the good? Big block at the back from Emre Yilmaz.
I don't know if he needed that extra ball roll. I think he already had the angle.
Corner. Played short. Back inside. Targeted three. Anders VEJRGANG.
Talk about sending a message. The layoff from the training grounds. Short corner, direct, extra pass, first time, no reaction.
He looks a very happy man.
Did you just see that little grimace?
I did, yeah. He just letting everyone know about it. 1-0 up. That's RVP legend 2-0 up against Oberon. He is going to be flying at the top of the group. Nicholas up against Damesheet 0-0 at this current stage. We're approaching half-time. The other game in Group D is MANUBACHOORE 1, PHZIN 0.
2 players off the back of disappointing defeats as well, Nicholas and Damian. As we jump around for more highlights for you, there's a goal back in this one for K1 John, by the looks of it. Mistake at the back, thank you very much. The only free agent in the tournament. It's an unlucky finish, but K1 John was desperate for a way back in the tie there. Where else should we show you now? Nicholas looks to have taken the lead. Penalty it was.
Pen. He's given a pen.
And this is...
We're going to see an equalising goal here for Emre Yilmaz right down the other end. Let's join that penalty live right now. We got there for Damesheet stepping up from the spot. It is Ousmane Dembele. Slots it in the top corner.
Nicholas back in front there. I didn't know what was going on for a second. There's so many goals and moments happening. There's 1-1 here. Emre Yilmaz pulled the game back all square. It's not the only game that there's been equalised in either. There are goals everywhere. Last chance of the half. Emre Yilmaz wins a corner. We'll play the corner for the Champions League winner. What can he do from here? Added time of 1 minute, edge of the box. Is he onside? He was, but that shot was completely off target.
He scuffed that finish. I think he mistimed it a little bit going for the green.
Over to this game, it's Johnny from SC Paderborn, and that's a 2-2 scoreline as well.
Yeah, Stokes, if you're wanting just goals, go to the FIFA.gg and just find his own individual games. He's giving you so many goals. It's end-to-end games. You're not even at half-time yet in this matchup. All the other games currently in the break at this current moment. K1 John, Paulo Neto 2-2. Anders Vergang, Emre Yilmaz, that's 1 apiece. MANUBACHOORE 1-0 up against PHZIN, and Nicholas took the lead against Damesheet 1-0.
Well, this one's about to go into half-time. 4 goals in the first half. Keep in mind, all these games are a best of ones. Will Johnny get enough time for one more chance? I'm not sure he will. If we can go to Oberon against RVP Legends, that game's only in half-time, and there's been 4 goals in it. RVP Legends slightly going about his business. Here's Johnny somehow with enough time to have one last attack. Referee takes into half-time. Thank you, 2-2 there. RVP Legend has scored 7 goals in his first 2 games. K1 John, Paulo Neto has given away a penalty. And you can guess what happened from this. It's a highlight because it was Thierry Henry that was over it for a split second. Then R9 stepped up to take it. K1 John equalised the game at 2-2.
Our featured matchup did have a goal right out of the second half. Anders Vergang 2-1 up against Emre Yilmaz. It was R9 slamming it past the goalkeeper. Nicholas 1-0 up against Damesheet at this current moment. We're back underway in the second half.
Yeah, MANUBACHOORE against PHZIN. There's another goal in that game. Just started the second half. Another player to keep an eye out for. I mean, look, MANUBACHOORE snatched a 3-2 win against Damesheet. Oh my, Paulo Neto! He's just given away another penalty!
I said game 3, right? Game 3 to get into motion.
Right,
well,
up steps R9 from the spot.
It might be game 2
this time because he went the same way. Scoreline is still 2-2 there. You won't believe what happened in that Paulo Neto K1 John game. You'll know what happened here though. I teased it for you. MANUBACHOORE leads 2-0 against PHZIN. He's on for 6 points from 6. Paulo Neto saved the penalty, went down the other end and scored.
I can't believe what I'm watching. I'm not talking about a one-game situation or a thriller. Every single matchup has so much action. There is no sit back, relax. There's nothing cagey about this. They're not holding the ball. Everyone's going for it. It's full-on presses. They got the memo that draws do nothing for you.
Matt LaBelle's shaking.
I don't know what to look at. We got 9 screens on the monitor.
What we can look at is Anders Vergang up against Emre Yilmaz. This is a cracking game. Emre Yilmaz did equalise, but coming out the second half, Anders went back in front, and Just gave it a little bit to the crowd. Nothing there on that attack. Let's have a look at a big matchup. It's Johnny and hashtag Stokes. Johnny, after facing adversity in this game, bounced back into it, equalised, and now is leading 3-2.
We're starting to get a few front runners across the board. In Group D, VEJRGANG 6 points from 6 if he holds on. MANUBACHOORE 6 points from 6 if he's able to hold on. RVP Legend looks to be 6 points from 6, and Johnny, SC Paderborn, looks to be 6 points from 6 over in Group C.
And I know it's early, but MANUBACHOORE, if he catches one more win even today, 9 points, he's already starting to cause problems in the group.
Oh, I was speaking to Renzo before we got underway, and he's behind MANUBACHOORE, and he just said he's playing really well. Like he's gonna go through. Renzo's confident behind him. Just the way that he's playing, the way that he's attacking, he's gonna cause serious problems. Just like YILMAZ causes problems. 2-2.
Clever passing. You see the light recycle, the drop in, offside trap kind of gone wrong there, and a lot of time to work with.
Well, we jump ships to Nicholas. That one fell kindly back to R9. The ball was bouncing around. I mean, we said he wasn't going to get grouped again, but as it stands for Damian, 2 games in, gents, he's going to be on 0 points.
You see this chance here coming in from Johnny. Took the corner, played it short. Frankie de Jong, great time. Rudder Travella soaring on by past the goalkeeper. Done that twice in this game, has Johnny. 4-2 up with 25 minutes left to play. Oberon and RVP Legend here. RVP Legend, we sort of a bit of a dark horse for this. We know he's got quality, we know he's got serious ability, and he's starting to show it as well.
I don't think anyone expected this. The way that he's scoring goals, he's not conceding, causing all sorts of problems, he's been disrupting. Can he keep up this type of momentum?
Was an FGS 4 winner as well, was RVP Legend. 4 goals he scored in his first game. Leads forward in his other match. I was seeing the highlight of that goal again on your screen. A bit of goalkeeper movement made it pretty easy for RVP Legend. He's on his way to maximum points in his first 2 games. As we jump back to this one, VEJRGANG against YILMAZ, a 2-2 scoreline, 50 minutes left.
It's a big 15 minutes. I know it's early in this group, but you just feel like the winner of this game starts to make their presence known in this group.
With the way this is shaping up, it could come down to the players that are actually going to finish 5th and 6th, how much they...
Chance! And VEJRGANG on his feet, getting the crowd up for it.
Wow. I was going to say, it might come down to whoever finishes 5th and 6th, how they interrupt the group with some of the point tallying and the totals.
I know this is best of 1 FIFA, but VEJRGANG, a win against Nicholas, a win against YILMAZ. He is on flames at the moment.
Stokes out of that game.
What a finish on the near post.
And what, 17 minutes left to play?
Plenty of time for Stokes.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, this is live now. That we're bringing you this Group C game between Johnny and Stokes. As we jump away for a second to see what's happened here.
Paolo Neto has been what? 3 penalties in that game.
He's won a penalty now. Paul Pogba's over it. Is Paolo Neto going to run away from this game? I think he might be. Pogba steps up. Paolo Neto scores 4-2. He's on his way to his first victory. The live clock on that game is 84 minutes. The recent E-Nations Cup winner looks like he's going to be on his way to a big 3 points. His first of the FIFAe World Cup. Over to this game now. MANUBACHOORE against PHZIN. PHZIN did get a goal back, but MANUBACHOORE,
oh, what save,
is kept out from a 3-1 scoreline.
Live shots here from this matchup. 6 minutes left to play. Will there be a 3rd goal? Will there potentially be an equaliser here for PHZIN? He's more than happy to keep knocking it around, but he has just lost possession and a very cynical foul,
Let's call it a professional foul. And MANUBACHOORE had to be counting his FIFA blessings with that easy rebound, and he puts it wide.
Last 7 minutes over this game. As Emre Yilmaz got another reply for Anders VEJRGANG. 3-2, the Danish wonderkid leads as it stands. For how long though? Big block at the back. Something we don't talk about enough, Emre Yilmaz. It's only his second season competing. In that time, runner-up in an E-Nations Cup, an E-Champions League winner, 2 FIFAe World Cup outings. He got top 4 last year. You have to remember, this is in his second season of competing. It's ridiculous.
He still wants an equaliser here against Anders VEJRGANG.
He might just get one. Bellingham waiting for the right pass. Arnhem will drop deep to the edge of the box. This could be a chance. Emre Yilmaz can't turn away. Rafa Varane, right place, right time. Anders VEJRGANG, this is in your hands to close out. Looks like it's going to be maximum points from his first 2 games.
Just fell very, very nicely for him in and around the box. He wasn't able to capitalise on it, and that will pretty much do us, Brandon, for that matchup.
It will indeed. Added time of 1 minute. Full time as Anders VEJRGANG's on his feet. He's enjoying time here in Riyadh. It's maximum points from the Danish wonderkid at his first ever FIFAe World Cup final.
We're seeing final moments here. PHZIN, he left it late. 2-2. RVP Legend and Oberon. This matchup, RVP 4-2 up. Oberon did get one back, 4-3, but that's just how it did finish. These are live shots here between Johnny and Stokes. Wasn't able to pull the comeback off here in the final moments, and Johnny looking pretty good so far, Rachel, it has to be said.
Yeah, absolutely. Stokes just didn't do enough again, did he? It's all or nothing, like you said. Did come back, but it wasn't enough. Massive matchups all around, though. Aggie and me were laughing at the Oberon RVP Legend game, just saying, what on earth are we witnessing from the man from Romania? We didn't expect him to be that strong, Aggie.
No, we knew he was strong, but we never saw him on this stage before, and loads of the talent gets a bit overwhelmed, but he seems ready. He seems ready for this task, and it's very remarkable the way he started out. And I gotta say, we've been blessed so far. I mean, goals galore, great goals, great plays, really nice.
I mean, Alex, you were telling me a bit of a story as well, weren't you, about RVP Legend from this season?
Yeah, RVP Legend, we know, obviously left Team Hollett and was a free agent for a little while as well. And he's come into this, and he's absolutely proving a point.
I think what we're just seeing here, there was a slight technical difficulty in this matchup. They reset the game, 66 minutes on the clock. Nicholas still leading 2-0. However, we will just see this game out. In the backdrop of it, I've got to ask you, Anders, you've been bigging him up a long time. He's in this group, what we're seeing here. He's looking like the real deal, it has to be said.
Yeah, he got the best start possible, and on paper probably beat the 2 other biggest names in the group. If you look on the paper, still a lot of jobs to do, a lot of work. So nothing's really definitive in that group, but it's the start you want to get.
Well, it's great, isn't it? As it stands, that Nicholas is bouncing back there. Really tricky start for Damian, though. Still 15 minutes on the clock, actually, time for him to get back in this one. But he's in the toughest group, and if you look through it, Rich, I hate to say it, you would say it was him, the weakest link.
You would probably say that, yeah. I think a lot of people, if you were to do your predictions for this group, you've got him in 6th, and then you've got sort of a battle for 4th between a number of names. I think a lot of us would have Anders and Emre going through.
And Nicholas, you've got to say Nicholas.
Yeah, but I've spoken to a few people around this venue, and with him in one leg, he could be susceptible. He's not been great in the group standings of the E-World Cup before. I think the unknown package from MANUBACHOORE, how good would he play? He has been very good so far.
I would argue the takeaway from that round is potentially that late goal by PHZIN, because
keep him in it.
If MANUBACHOORE goes to 6 points, 1 more win today, you're on 9. I know I'm doing a lot of projecting and hypotheticals. It's early, but he'd almost be in a position to say he's going on. He's going onward. He wouldn't need a lot for tomorrow.
I think this is the most important day 1 out of any group we've had. in any of the 3 majors so far. A lot of the time we say, yeah, you can turn it around on day 2, you can have a great day. On day 2, you're not coming in and picking up 12 points out of 15. I don't see anybody doing that. Every game is going to be an absolute scrap. You're going to have to battle for every single point you're going to get. So if you can end day 1 on 7, 6 points, I think in this group we're going to see teams going through, players going through with 10.
And this is no disrespect to any of the players, but if you're looking at Emre, Yilmaz and Anders, and if they play the way that we know they can, you're almost looking at going, that's probably a game where if I get a draw, I'll be happy enough. So you're saying, right, that's 2 games where we can't get 6 points, we'll take 2 points if we can. It then means those other 3 fixtures you've got are just massive.
Well, every game in this, isn't it, is absolutely massive. As we're still in Group D, the most difficult group we have ever seen. Nicholas, a few more moments here. Looks like he's going to take these 3 vital points here, Mike.
Yeah, this one's a wrap, and if you're a fan of Damn Sheet, you got to be a little bit worried. No points on the board, and again, we talk about it, but this group will be ruthless and unforgiving like you've never seen before.
Exactly. Well, last couple of moments in this game. Nicholas 99 FC will take his first 3 points of this tournament. He was saying, wasn't he, in his interview a little bit earlier, he does love 1v1 FIFA, and he's here to destroy his opponents. That is then the final whistle blown there. Nicholas gets 3 points. Damian, unfortunately, after 2 rounds of FIFA, still sits at the bottom of that group with 0 points to his name. Lots of FIFA still to be played, so no reason to worry just yet. But Sven is down then after round 2 for these groups, and you're going to speak to Damian and just see what he thinks of that first 2 fixtures there, Sven, and how he's going to get himself back in it.
Yeah, exactly. So you're 2 games in, you just finished that second game against Nicholas. There's no easy games in this group, as you know. 2 losses. What do you need to do to get some points?
It is, I got 0 points, but like it's mental because I conceded like in the 45 and in the 90th minute, also against Manu. So I'm playing well. Like this game, I gotta go against. I don't know how to do defender. Like it's impossible. It was just clutch, but yeah, I'm just gonna do my own thing. Like I'm playing good, but like I conceded like at the last minute, so I have to work harder for that to not concede in the last minute. But like everything to play for.
Now the next game is big because obviously you want to get some points. You don't want to go 3 games, 3 losses. But it's also big for another reason, because you're playing a man called Anders, man everyone knows, and he may have a bone to pick with you because you were the first person ever to beat Anders on Weekend League. I believe he was on a 535 win streak, which is insane, and you made it 535 and won. How did that feel in the moment, and do you think he might be angry with you about it?
Wow, that feeling when I won, it was incredible. Like the day after, I got 20,000 followers on Insta. Like I got so much support from that. But like this year, Anders is, I have much respect for him, and this year he's incredible. So it will be a good game for sure.
Well, I think if you beat him now, you'll get some more followers again because he's won both his games so far. Good luck. So that, of course, is Damian. Now we're going to make our way down to a man who started today in sensational fashion. Maybe catching some people off guard. Maybe some people weren't expecting it. But he certainly was, because he's called himself a legend, RVP legend, unless he's talking about RVP, of course. But he's making legendary moves here. 2 games, 2 wins so far for you, sir. How's it going?
It's been going pretty well. I won 4-0 and now 4-3. I nearly choked the second game because I was 4-1 up in the 70th minute, but I just got the wins. Now 3 more games.
Scoring lots of goals as well, doing it in great fashion. Interesting game coming up next. You play Johnny. He's the other person in the group that's got 2 wins. So unless it's a draw, someone's always got to go. Do you know anything about Johnny?
Yeah, I played him a couple of times. I think I have the better of him overall, but I hope to just win this game.
Have you got a points target that you're chasing for these first 5 games?
15, of course, but I'll be happy with 1st or 2nd place at the end of the day.
Okay, keep up the good work. RVP legend doing very well indeed. 3rd game up next, could be an important one.
Well, I think it will be an important one, won't it? For Dami, of course, very much so. 2 losses so far next to his name. But we saw earlier, didn't we? It doesn't matter, you can turn things around. Tuga was one of those players that had 2 losses in his group, and then he got 3 wins as well to end out the day. Top of the table on 9 points. I loved RVP legend there, just saying, oh yeah, you know, I'm modest, I'm playing okay, I'm not doing too bad there. Well, he isn't. He can really go now, can't he, for some more points? He's looking for 15, we just heard. So let's see where he is at the moment. 6 points. Who's also the same amount of points as our table topper. Oberon then sitting in 3rd place, tied with Palinetto after that great matchup from him we just saw. And then Stokes and K1 John, 0 points next to their names. Then Group D, where do we even start with this? And VEJRGANG, 2 wins from 2 over tough competition as well. MANUBACHOORE, 4 next to his name. Nicholas, 3, just got a big win, didn't he? Just a few moments ago against DAMIAN, and then Emre Yilmaz on 3, and PHZIN just got a draw in first point. And the first time we've seen him in action since, only 2 days ago when he became world champion for the 2nd year running, which was pretty special. I mean, let's just talk a little bit more about PHZIN. It's his first time, isn't it, in 1v1 as well. He's come here as a 2-time world champion for Brazil. Does that give him more confidence? The fact that he's a rookie here, he has to kind of go about his gameplay under the radar, but we're not allowing him to do that.
I don't look at him as a rookie at all, even in 1v1, especially not if you're considering like his E-Libertadores results and kind of what put him onto the scene. He's kind of been one of the next up faces coming out of Brazil, and then of course we talk about the 2v2, but I think that he's been ready, he's prepared for this type of moment.
I mean, Aggie, that just says how many FIFA players there are in Brazil, that this is PHZIN's first ever World Championship 1v1.
Yeah, I mean, he's been a top player in South America for a long time now, so I think we look at him and he's also guilty in this Group D, being the group of death. I mean, he's one of the top players as well. It's just, he's in the mix of the cream of the cream, kind of. So, like, yeah.
Cream of the crop, Aggie. I know you were going there.
I thought he was going to go creme de la creme.
All that even. We didn't know. We'll forgive you. Forgive you. English is his second language, of course. Also, I was going to speak to you boys about Anders a little bit more, but more so about his coach, Daniel. Obviously, he won, didn't he, about 5 days ago now, when they won the first competition. The best club in the world was RB Leipzig. He was the coach of that side. If he was to win here, we've spoken about Renzo as being one of the best coaches. Is Daniel the best coach pound for pound of FIFA Esports?
There's plenty of top coaches out there. I think when we were speaking to Daniel, he was saying that when you're working with Anders, a talent that's as good as him, it's an absolute pleasure to be there. One thing that we notice with Daniel, every time he comes to every tournament, you won't see this at home, he is a coach that is always there, laptop out, analysing gameplay, speaking to the players, and that shows with the talent that he's had and how he's getting his messages across with Anders, with Umit, and those performances are coming onto the picture. There's no reason why we see Anders and Umit performing, and that is because they've got a top-class coach there as well.
Best coach, though, last year with Umit, this year with the club in RB Leipzig. Now, if Anders was to win, can we say he's the best coach?
I would still put Renzo all day in that conversation because of the amount of players that have become successful pro players. Even if he still doesn't work with them now, when we look at the Zizinhos or even the RVP Legend, which came out of that same Team Hullet pathway where Renzo is leading it, and you've got the likes of, we just had Levy, we had Palinetto, we have Levy now, we have MANUBACHOORE, we have Yilmaz. I think when you look at I think he's worked with 15 plus players that are still actively some of the world's best. So it depends. What's your criteria for measuring best coach?
I feel like
titles I was going with, but I love your kind of response to that, Mike.
With Daniel, he's the most similar to sort of like Guardiola. Like, he's just got the best players as well. Like, but the reason he's in that position is because he's a great coach. Like, you're not putting a bad coach in with those players. And the thing that he's not telling Umit or Anders how to play FIFA, he's managing the person.
That's exactly
what football
coaches do as well, right?
Yeah. He's not teaching them sort of new things in FIFA. He's nurturing sort of the player, which I think probably is even more important.
Sign of a good manager, that.
What are we giving Renzo then? Because he's the discovery type of talent. Is he like an Arsene Wenger?
He's
what
the
are we
Jurgen
doing
Klopp.
here?
He's Jurgen Klopp.
Jurgen Klopp, okay.
Yeah. And when it comes to the conversation as well of the best coach, it's something that, you know, Aggie, back in your days, it was a little bit different with kind of the setup that you have. now over the last 5 years, we've started to see teams take it more seriously with coaches where they have a full-time role. You have analysts alongside it. You have people coming in to help out with gym, nutrition. I think in the next 3 to 4 years, this conversation will start to be a little bit more regular because they'll have that chance to keep proving themselves on the biggest stage.
Yeah, definitely. We'll see more and more coaches coming forward and working with the best players in the world. So it's definitely a space in the FIFA esports scene that is progressing.
Yeah, absolutely. We've seen PHZIN up against Nicholas, 99 FC here, an all South American affair. The Brazilian world champion up against the Iceman, Nicholas, 99 FC. We've had a very early goal in one of our games between K1 John and Stokes. It went to the Englishman, #Stokes, in a must-win game in that group, it has to be said. Both of those players on 0 points, and somebody has to put some points on the table. Brandon Smith, what else are we looking at? No goals so far in all the other matches.
Yeah, well, we're looking at this one in Group D, aren't we? Is Spencer teed up rightly. A rematch from a few years ago. If you're a FUT Champions fan, the man that ended the 535-0 unbeaten streak. Looking to cause havoc here, Alex, but it's going to need a serious scoreline for a player that's had 0 points in his first 2 games.
Yeah, and what a time for you to come along and play Anders VEJRGANG, saying we need points on the board, our 3rd game. I don't know whether I prefer to get him out the way in our first game or last, but either way for Damian, he has got a mammoth of a task on his hands to try and do what he did all that time ago. We jump over to this game. RVP legend has scored goal after goal, time and time again, in the first 2 games. He carries on that fashion in the 3rd, green time. He's on fire.
Why do you think he's so confident? First ever FIFAe World Cup Grand Final. I believe it's history-making for Romania. The only other person I can remember would be Ovi that's been that far in a FIFA World Championship. But he's so full of confidence, and he scored 10+ goals in 3 games.
I'd like to have the conversation with him and say, RVP, why are you so confident? But maybe, to an extent, we're teeing up Group C, Group D, and we're saying who's the favourites. RVP isn't a player which we had those conversations saying we expect him, we know his talent, we know how good he is, but it wasn't someone where we're saying, okay, he's going to top the group, he's going to finish 2nd. But right now,
a lot of that comes down to not having the same land track record. We're just taking the metrics that we have to work with. And I just feel, and I've stressed this a lot when we've been on the couch, you guys are welcome to chime in, but I got to look at what you've done in person. We see a lot of online players not able to cross-pollinate or bring that same package in person, and that's why we see a lot of the same faces.
As we know, we had good success in one of the last FGS qualifiers. There's been a goal in the game between PHZIN and Nicholas. Which way has it gone? The all-South American matchup. It has gone the way of the Ajax player, PHZIN, who leads Nicholas by a 1-0.
Beautiful pick out there, extra pass, not going to miss from that type of position. Difficult for the goalkeeper movement as well.
Oh, timing. Oh, timing. Nicholas straight back in the tyres. Mike LaBelle was just hyping up that great goal for PHZIN. Nicholas has equalised.
And I talked about it, but I'm telling you that draw that PHZIN got late against MANUBACHOORE really shifts this group, because it could have been a very different picture, and that also might affect MANUBACHOORE's mental as he goes into this matchup right now. It's still 0-0, but he's up against his teammate YILMAZ.
Yeah, teammates in the E-Club World Cup was YILMAZ and MANUBACHOORE. They were just 2 games short from qualifying for the World Finals this year. This game's all square, as it currently does stand. PHZIN picked up a huge point, equalising really late into the tie. Where else can we go whilst we've got a minute? Palanetto against Obrun. There's been a goal over in that game. Palanetto gave us 3 penalties in his last match. We conceded 2 of them and won 1 of them. He's up against Obrun, who's also won a game and lost a game. Obrun does lead in this one. This is live now. We are showing you this matchup. Top 4 last year for Obrun, the Italian, looking to do that back-to-back.
And as we stepped away, we actually had another goal in the PHZIN Nicholas affair. Big mistake out of the back. I'm sure that we'll get a bit of a review of what happened, how it happened, who it happened for.
Well, let's leave this one. Obrun is leading Palanetto, as we know.
PHZIN Nicholas. There has been a goal in that game, as Mike LaBelle said. Let's see if we can see where that one has gone as we jump over back to Group D. Here it is. You mentioned about a mistake at the back. I mean, so much time.
What happened, because I had my eyes peeled, it was a missed turn, a missed touch, and that ended up in the breakaway with the center back. Beautiful spacing there. Stokes versus K1 John. K1 John with the equalizer.
Over to this one, where there's been another goal. MANUBACHOORE leads his teammate of Team Bullet by a goal to nil against Emre Yilmaz there. Half-time, we can confirm, for a few matches. PHZIN does lead Nicholas 2-1. There was another bit of terrible defending from Stokes. I'm just saying what I'm seeing. I know there'll be a big fan base watching this on, just questioning defensively, Mike. Tom Stokes just needs to get it together.
He looks a little rushed. A little rushed with some of the passing out of the back, and the same with some of the turns off the post here. I think this is live. I hope it's live. We're going in between games so quickly.
Yeah, that is live. Added time. We've played the added time. Johnny still trying to find a way through. Time green finish there, Alex. Came off the woodwork, didn't hit the back of the net.
Yeah, Johnny's going to be a bit upset to see that one not find the net. Going back to that point with Stokes and that defending, I think Van Dijk just didn't get the ability to actually trap that and get that one away. And then Henry picks up the ball. We do have to give him credit as we see MANUBACHOORE come through.
And if you recall that Yilmaz interview with Spencer, he said that MANUBACHOORE has kind of been a bogey player for him. It doesn't typically go in his favor.
It's also an interesting debate as well, because these players will play against each other on a regular basis. That one pass off the cross, goalkeeper the save. You play against the same player over and over again as your teammate because you think we're probably never going to match up against each other in a tournament. So they know every little trick that you look for. And Emre Yilmaz finding his match in Manu right now.
Well, believe it or not, the only game where there hasn't been a goal, as I just look away there for a second, DAMIAN against Anders VEJRGANG is still 0-0. Other than that, we've got goals galore. Obron Paulo Neto. More going on in that game. Over to this one, as we said, K1 John. Both these players, 0 points as it stands in the group. Desperate for their first win. K1 John looking for another goal. Building up nicely. Defended well by Stokes. Chance to counter-attack.
It's been end-to-end stuff. And if you're a fan of Stokes, I think he needs something out of this K1 John game.
Well, highlights for a split second sees Paulo Neto get back into the tie. That's 1-1 over there. This is still 0-0. This is live. DAMIAN against Anders VEJRGANG. Remember that DAMIAN's got 0 points as it stands. Anders VEJRGANG 2 wins on the bounce.
And wouldn't this shake up the group a little bit if DAMIAN's able to get something late, maybe steal a win off VEJRGANG?
Definitely will be some celebrations. DAMIAN edge of the box. What can we see? Bellingham, Musiala. Where is that killer pass going to come from? Anders VEJRGANG's patient, and that patience does pay in the end. Pause coming in there from Anders VEJRGANG. He wants to make a couple of changes. This one's still 0-0. Chance to counter-attack. Last 30 minutes driving forward. Here's R9. Anders, is there a cutback? Yes, there is. Is there a goal? No, off the woodwork. Just about hanging in the game is DAMIAN. Let's jump over here for a split second. Is it an equaliser for Johnny? Yes, it is. Times it green into the back of the net. That one is 1-1 between RVP legend and Johnny. Two players on fine form in Group C. Over to this game, Emre Yilmaz has pulled one back.
That's a clever extra pass there as well. You have that entry ball again. I keep saying this, but it stays true. You will go to goal in that circumstance. You're not making that extra pass. You're not pulling it back. You're not squaring it across.
This could be a massive win for PHZIN in this game, Alex. Looking at his results so far, he lost his first game, snatched a late equaliser against MANUBACHOORE at 2-2. We saw it with Tuga. I know it's a very different group, but how the groups can change for you going into round 4 and 5.
Yeah, they can indeed. If they jump over to this highlight, driven pass straight in to Mbappe, and Bellingham finding that finish. But you mentioned for PHZIN, he needs to pick up points as often as he can, playing against Nicholas as it stands, looking to walk away with 3 points, because we keep mentioning that group. you just don't know where your 3 points are going to come. So if you take that lead in those games, you have to capitalise on them and walk away looking strong.
And we keep talking about Group D because it's so difficult to predict. You can sit here and try to analyze this, that, and whatever, but you don't know how the bounce is going to go. You don't know who's going to show up, who's going to see out a game.
Palanetto.
Oh.
Big save, wins a corner, goes into a pause. Let's leave this one for a split second.
It's one of the reasons why when you are taking those leads in those games, in that group, as you mentioned, Mike, you just have to be so confident in your defensive ability. We saw it earlier on today where Tuga had that rough start, but he walked away with 9 points. Tomorrow, it could be a different story than what you have in that group. So take the opportunities when they come.
This is the reality, is most groups will give you a little bit of leeway. I just don't believe in that happening at Group D. That's the separation.
As we've been saying, you cannot get left behind in day one. There might not be a day two in terms of any possible solution. K1 John, Tom Stokes, long ball over the top, needs to score this one. 1-on-1 with the keeper.
Oh,
where was the ball roll?
Where was the ball roll, Brandon? Exactly.
Didn't want it, didn't back it.
Even the ball roll heel to heel, he walks it around him all the time in the world.
Confidence?
Talking about being left behind, if Stokes does not find a way back into these games, he is going to find himself in a very difficult position come tomorrow. But yeah, 100% you're getting in on goal. Stokes, we know he puts the ball in the back of the net with ease. There, just a lot of time to think about it. The goalkeeper comes out, the heel to ball roll maybe being the option. Stokes still knocking on the door though.
Must have anticipated the goalkeeper pulling back out.
Is there an equaliser for Stokes? Milinkovic-Savic, big save, wins a corner.
Take a touch. If he takes a touch there, he's got the goal as well.
Currently on 0 points. This is round 3 of the group stages. In Group D, oh, he timed it green, but he's the side netting.
He's giving you a little bit of everything.
Such a big game. Both players desperate for their first points on the boards. K1 John looking to put this game to bed now. The only free agent in the FIFAe World Cup. Was a shock in the qualification when he pulled through in the playoffs with a massive win for him against Rowie Feldman. Let's jump over to a highlight quickly. RVP legend looks to be on 9 points from 9.
It's a fantastic crossing at the back stick. The composure to take the touchdown as well, looking to use the extra runner as bait and finding the back of the net.
This is live now. PHZIN leading against Nicholas as it currently stands. We can leave this one for a second. Damian against Anders VEJRGANG. What's the latest over there? We heard it was 0-0 before. Anders VEJRGANG has got a corner. 3 minutes left of this one. What can we see here? Played short. Anders looking for 3 wins from 3. What can he show from this corner? Went for the Trivela inside the box. This is going to be a big point on the board.
Maybe 3 points. Last attack here for Damian.
This will be massive for Damian. The man who ended Anders VEJRGANG's weekend league record. They meet again in the group of death. 2 years on. And he's sticky in this game. He has tried. Last chance of the game. And it's on the 1 minute. Surely not. Damian, couple of step overs, building nicely. Is there a way past Anders VEJRGANG? Or are we going to end as a 0-0? The first 0-0 in this evening session here at the FIFAe World Cup. We are going to end as a 0-0. Let's leave this game. 1 point share, but the first point on the board for Damian. Anders VEJRGANG still remains unbeaten. As we jump back to this one, Palanetto against Obrun. It is live in the game. 80 minutes on the clock. Is Palanetto about to get an equaliser? Big save. And that one gets parried away. Last 7 minutes. Obrun. Trying to see this one out. Is he offside? No, he's not. Still on. Let's leave the game for a second. PHZIN Nicholas is in the closing stages. It looks as if Nicholas is going to find his second loss in the group stages. Lost to Anders VEJRGANG, won his second game against Damian with a very narrow scoreline. And PHZIN is on to get his first win in the FIFAe World Cup. Or is there Ice in the veins from the Iceman. Wins a free kick. Never count him out from these sort of areas. And in time of 1 minute, what can we see from Nicholas here? Always has something up his sleeve late into the tie. That one, whipped in deep. Is there a flick on from Hullet? No, there isn't. Full time there. PHZIN picks up a big 3 points in Group D. Couple more games to conclude before we jump back to the couch. RVP Legend against Johnny. That one's in the closing stages there. Let's join it after we get some highlights first. Paolo Neto against Obron. Was there an equaliser for the E-Nations Cup champion? I think there was. Pogba punches it into the feet of Kevin De Bruyne, of all people. That game's in a pause as it stands right now. Oh, it was a 90th and equaliser, sorry, that was a full-time result. K1 John against Stokes. Oh, if you're a Stokes fan, look away. That one concluded with a win for K1 John. Tom Stokes, 3 games in, is on 0 points. I'll pass it back to the couch to close this one out. Emre Yilmaz against MANUBACHOORE, where Emre Yilmaz did get a goal back to make it 3-2. That is live shots from the game.
We kind of expected it to be a little bit like this, didn't we, guys? This was the one game that we heard Spencer talking about. MANUBACHOORE has confidence when he goes up against Emre Yilmaz's teammate.
It certainly does. And I think what you're seeing here is 2 players who know each other inside and out, teammates throughout the majority of the season, whether it's a club or cup, or looking at many different tournaments, practice sessions, and sort of even warm up to this tournament. Aga, when you've come into a tournament before, you're playing against someone in a group or in a knockout game that you've scrimmed with, you've practiced with, maybe even a good friend of yours. How do you even prepare for that?
It's nearly impossible. I had several experiences like that together with Ivan, Boros legend, and it was always painful to play him because he knew every step that I was going to make. We knew each other so well, so it was almost impossible to surprise him with anything, and it just became even more like a game of chess.
And we're seeing that right now with Emre Yilmaz and MANUBACHOORE. 3-2 to Manu as it stands, as we close up the remaining 10 minutes, which would be a ginormous 3 points for Manu if he can hold on. But Emre is going to apply that, look to be aggressive, and it's all about Manu. Have you got the nerve to keep your teammate away from your goal?
Well, he doesn't have to hold that nerve, does he, for much longer. About 6 minutes left on the clock for MANUBACHOORE to get this massive point over his teammate, his friend, his countryman. Yilmaz at the moment needs it a little bit more. It's very tight in Group D, as we all have been talking up and about and as expected, but let's see, it could really change the order of things in that group. Exciting match for this one, for people who are watching this one.
You said this group starts to take shape. It's taking the shape of a circle because everyone's just going round and round and round, and points are being shared out. No one's really, other than Anders VEJRGANG, starting to like pull away as such. But I really do think that it's going to come down, in my honest opinion, 4th and 5th will be goal difference tiebreaker, as Emre Yilmaz in the 90th minute, just as I'm saying, we go round and round and it's a circle, gets an equalising goal. 3-3, have a point apiece, fellas.
I hate to say it, was kind of the fairest way I see this game playing out. As a neutral, I'm like, oh gosh, teammates, I love to see them both get a point there. Mike's going to disagree, and I love it when he does.
I think MANUBACHOORE should have seen this one out. He had
Totally
the chances.
should've
I almost wonder if he was a little bit too nice there on some of the closeout. I think he had some opportunities to walk the end line a little bit better, or walk the sidelines, draw some potentially throw-ins, which of course gives you a bit of a reset in the FIFA scene, maybe clear it deep. I just don't love it. He had the lead there, and that happened back-to-back. If you recall beforehand, he was ahead against PHZIN. These are those types of moments that cost you in this group in particular. These are the margins that we talk about at the highest degree, at the highest level.
After 3 rounds, there is one player who has won 3 matches. ... No, it is not Anders Bergan. It is actually coming from Group C, and it is RVP legend. It looked like he was going to get pegged back a little bit in that matchup by Johnny. He was kind of quite resurgent in the opening stages. 3-1 it did end, but Johnny almost kind of got in it, didn't he, in the early moments of that matchup, guys?
Yeah, he did. RVP just proving out to be too much. One thing I'm noticing from Johnny, he is absolutely loving that outside of the boot Travella. He's constantly going for it time and time again. RVP, though, sat on 9 points. Seemed to have snatched your hand at the start of this day. If you said after your first 3 games, you want 9 points, of course he's going to take it. He has 2 games remaining. 15 points is what he is aiming for. We'll have to see if he gets it, Rachel.
Also, the fact that he's got, you know, like Brandon was just saying, the player that we didn't expect to be here, the only player without an org next up. That's K1 John, possibly 3 points going there. And then his 5th fixture is Stokes. Could he be the only player we see win 5 out of 5 on day 1 here?
Could be a clean sweep.
Could be, couldn't it? Looks likely.
He's got favourable matchups, no disrespect to the players that he's playing against, but they are struggling at this current moment, as you can see from earlier on today. That's how quickly it can turn around as well. Tuga started 0-2, Stokes 0-3 now, but you finish today on 6 points. You're probably looking at a 3rd or 4th placement, and you're still in the hunt for it. TEKKZ in Group B was outstanding, it's got to be said.
Yeah, that was earlier, of course. A and B, but tonight is very much about C and D. They're the focus matchups, but we'll bring you up to speed on those in a couple of moments' time. Let's go straight down to Spen. Spen, who are you chatting to first up?
Thanks, Rachel. Yeah, I'm here with MANUBACHOORE. I think it's fair to say you're frustrated with that last match.
Well, not only the last match, the second match as well against PHZIN. I conceded the equalizer in the, I think, 89 minutes again. So it should be 9 points now, and now I'm 5. So yeah, you never know what's going to happen tomorrow and stuff. So you want to get done quick. Should be on 9, but
on the bright side, you're still unbeaten. But what could you do to stop conceding those goals late in games?
of course, my opponents like PHZIN and Emre are known for their attacking quality, so it's hard to stay like without conceding. But I think I made some mistakes in playing out the game because I make the wrong passes in the last minute. I think if I make a few more right choices, that I'll be on 9 points, and I'm playing so well. So it's a shame because tomorrow you don't know if you're playing that well again, and in this group especially, you want to get it done ASAP.
How was that game, particularly playing against your teammate Emre Yilmaz, someone you know so well? Is it one of those where you feel like, because you've played together as well, haven't you, as a 2v2, they kind of know your next move and you know what he's going to do because you're so familiar with each other's styles?
Yeah, we both know each other's weaknesses, so you try to play a bit on that. But of course, like when you play against a player like Emre, his weaknesses are like so small that you have to make the most out of it when you get it. And yeah, I think he played well in the end. He stayed calm, he made the equalizer, and yeah, I think could have gone either way.
I think you've got to stay positive. There's only a handful of players that haven't been beaten. You're one of them, so keep it up, and I'm sure we'll see you continue to progress. I'm going to head up the stairs now because I want to talk to a man we saw in quite sensational fashion win E-Nations 48 hours ago with Brazil. Paulo Neto is, of course, the man I'm talking about, representing Atlanta United here at the E-World Cup. He's had one of each so far, Paulo. You've had a loss, you've had a win, you've had a draw. What are you going to get in the next 2 games?
Yeah, last game was very tense. I got the draw in 90 minutes, but yeah, I'm confident for the next few games. I mean, I started slow, but now I'm thinking I'm finding my gameplay. And yeah, let's see what happens.
How have you found adjusting from 2v2? Obviously, the elation of winning with Brazil 48 hours ago, getting back into a more individual mindset.
Yeah, it changes a lot, the game from 2v2 to 1v1. So yesterday I spent the day practicing a lot and getting back used to the 1v1. And yeah, now I think I'm finding my form.
Okay, best of luck, keep it up. He got a draw in his last game, won the game before that, so unbeaten in 2. Obviously 2 games left still to come here, guys, and it's getting a little bit closer to where these games start to really mean something in terms of whether you're going to get out the group or not.
Yeah, absolutely. And Palinetto was being spoken about a little bit by Mike earlier on, and Mike said it was going to take him until match 3 to find his form. He actually found it in match 2, didn't he, Mike? He kind of got the win there, and then he just had that draw against Oberon as well to find his pace here, and he just said he feels like he's going to get better.
That's what I was going to build on. He sort of found his form.
But he came out with a win in the round.
He's moving in the right direction, but this is not prime time, premium quality world champion Palinetto, and that's fine. I don't want him to use that right now.
But that is just making that switch, like Spencer was trying to say. He's just been probably the most ecstatic point in his career, winning a world championship with his country and having to come back down to earth, go back here and practice on his own and forget about what happened only 48 hours ago and go again and try and get himself up for a world championship. It's tough, right, Aggie?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, you have to adapt fast. It's how it is when you qualify for more than one. You have to be ready. And I feel like he got off to a decent start. I mean, 4 points after 3 games, you're definitely not sad. You're not satisfied either, but that's where the last 2 games of the day comes in, I guess.
Well, let's continue then chatting about Group C, because Spen is down there on the floor with Johnny.
Yes, I am here with Johnny. This is a great player from paddleboard, someone I really look up to in more ways than one. I'll show you why. Johnny, can you stand up, please? This is outrageous, guys. Look at this. Serious work on the arms to talk to this man. Johnny, 2 wins, a loss in the last game. How are you feeling?
Yes, I'm feeling good. I'm very confident for the next games, and yeah, MVP is for me one of the best players here, and yes, it's okay that I lose in this game.
Did you have an aim for today coming in terms of how many points you wanted to leave with?
No, I look from game to game, and yes, 10 points went very good.
And of the next 2 games, like how many points would you like to target in those? You've got 6. You know, if you do 6 points again tomorrow, that's probably enough to progress. Every extra point you get now is a bonus.
Yes, I would like to more 6, then I have 12 points, and yes, what Ogun is one of the best players. Yes, we're looking for the game, and then we against Palinetto and look for this game.
Yeah, good luck in those games. Keep it up and stay sitting down because you make me feel very inadequate. Listen, he had 2 wins from 2 going into that game against obviously RVP Legend. They're the 2 guys that had maximum points. He's lost that one, but it looks like everyone's losing to RVP Legend at the moment. So still going very well. We'll keep an eye on him.
Spen, I'm glad you did the interview, because I'd have looked like an absolute midget stood next to him, wouldn't I? 5-3 over here, I'm pretty sure. Anyway, let's chat then about these groups, Group C and Group D, which are currently underway at the moment. 2 more rounds for both of them. RVP, like I just mentioned, the only player so far who's got 3 wins out of 3 matches, 9 points. 6 points are 2 great results for him. Oberon then, they play each other next. Johnny and Oberon go head to head. Palinetto, so far so good for the player. Brazil, obviously an MLS champion on multiple occasions. He's had all 3 results, a win, a draw and a loss. K1 John on 3, and Stokes still yet. We wish him all the best in the next 2 matches. Group D then, Anders VEJRGANG hasn't lost a match. 7 points, couldn't get the final win. MANUBACHOORE 5, YILMAZ and PHZIN 4, Nicholas on 3 and Damian on 1. Well, they're the scores on the door, so you can see though Alex is standing by to give us some awesome FIFA analysis. So what are you starting with, Alex?
Well, just before we jump into round four, we're going to bring you some moments from round 1, 2 and 3 from all of the players that are currently unbeaten. We're going to start off with Anders VEJRGANG in that first game that we saw up against Nicholas. It's all about the footwork, the fancy feet out in this area, and just keep a close eye on Van Dijk here. He comes out to try and deal with Ronaldinho, the turn, and then Pele into this area. Does an exceptional job. And opens up the space to then find that pass into R9, who is just kept onside by Van Dijk from that aggression earlier on. And then Anders is never going to miss from there. Moving over to RVP, who has won 3 games out of 3. This actually comes from a mistake from Oberon, looking to play out from the back. De Jong is there to intercept. Now, we saw it immediately. If you look into that bottom left of your screen, you can see the offside traps coming through time and time again from Oberon. As Pele looks to transition and move the ball forward, it is now going to be 1 more offside trap. Again, it comes through. You see the offside trap, and that is where the mistake comes. RVP is direct. He looks to get the ball into his attackers with those driven passes using R1 and X. He just beats that offside trap. The green time finish, the confidence is there. And then this game was a stormer. It was Emre Yilmaz up against MANUBACHOORE, and it was all squared 3-3. The time and patience, De Bruyne takes that turn, and we're just going to pause this as we make a big decision. Emre Yilmaz says, I am going to step up and get into this lane. He wants to try and stop the pass that's coming from De Bruyne into Mbappe. Moving into that passing lane, it's aggressive, it can work out, but it also means if you step too high, if De Bruyne gets that driven pass through, you can be wrong. The little tight dribbling and then that low driven green time finish from Bellingham, just using that to a T on that angle, which is very difficult to do, but it's one of the reasons why these players are here. Let's go ahead, let's jump into the next game, Rachel.
Thanks, Alex. Yeah, and I'm sure MANUBACHOORE would have loved you to stop right there as well when he was 3-1 up. We know he got pegged back in the end, didn't we, by his teammate, but it's fast approaching, isn't it, the round of 4 here for Group C and D. And the next one we have is absolutely massive. It's Anders. He, of course, was a world champion, wasn't he, from the E-Club World Cup a few days ago. And then he's going up against PHZIN, who was the world champion from the E-Nations only 48 hours ago. Guys, Rich, this is a massive, massive matchup. Again, we know how well they are, how have been playing 2v2. Now we get to see them individually up against each other.
Well, also, I think PHZIN just come off the back of a big win as well, which is really sort of promising for him. Anders, you would expect to win this game, simply just given the performances that we've seen so far. I think he's been a bit more consistent than PHZIN. It's a really, really tough game to call for PHZIN. Like, how do you play this? It could come down to, if you get a point in this game, it could be huge for you, but you're never going out to play for a draw, very rarely. So if I was to tell you where I think it's going to go, I think Anders wins by 2 goals.
Aggie, I'm sure you'll like to echo what Richard just said there, thinking Anders is going to win this big match.
It's a big one for sure. I mean, Anders just played that draw against Damian, where Anders had a lot of chances, but Damian did some very nice goalkeeper movement and maybe has some frustrations there. And I feel like it's an open game. Like every match breeds differently, so I'm not too sure that he just goes on and win it.
Just picking up a point, actually, Mike, that Aggie just said, talking a bit more about the Damian matchup against Anders. We didn't really highlight that as much as we possibly should have done, that he actually kept Anders to a stalemate there.
I thought Damian looked good as well. I was watching a lot of that game closely. He had opportunities, he defended well, a lot of the skill moves, the execution, the speed of the game, the tempo control, being able to stay in pace with Anders. That's where a lot of people get lost. You just can't play at the speed that he could play at, and I thought Damian did a great job of being able to adapt, pivot, and also upgrade his game.
Well, he said, didn't he? He just kind of kept faltering at the final moments of half-time and full-time. How does he change that? Can you do that quickly now?
If you're Damian, all you need now is a couple wins, or at least a win. Get yourself on the board, get you some points building, and to a certain degree, this group might be decided off who can either take points off the leaders, or whoever ends up kind of at the bottom, who do they actually disrupt or start causing issues for when the time is running out, I guess. It depends how many games are left and so forth. Don't even get me started with the permutations.
Well, round 4 is underway. VEJRGANG, PHZIN is our featured matchup. Let's enjoy this one.
Well, it's going to be Anders VEJRGANG, PHZIN. It's just such a tightly contested game. I do think Anders comes into this as a favourite. However, PHZIN has shown unbelievable quality in the last couple of events, whether it be the Club World Cup with Ajax or the crowning moment of his time in Riyadh thus far, the Brazil victory at the FIFA E-Nations Cup.
Well, there's been goals in some of the other matches already over here. Nicholas against MANUBACHOORE. Nicholas took the lead after just 5 minutes there. He's looking for a few more points on the board. You heard a few people speak about PHZIN after that E-Nations Cup victory, Richard, and some do believe he is currently one of the best players in the world. I mean, look, this is the ultimate show to go and show that across these next 4 days.
There's another goal with a Brazilian in action who was part of that FIFA E Nations Cup. And I can tell you Stokes did open the scoring up against Paulo Neto. He's leading 1-0. We'll keep up to date with that game as and when it starts to unfold. Chance here for Anders on the Trivela. Good save from the keeper.
Corner. For Anders VEJRGANG. Mbappe will look to cause more havoc in the final third. Omri just offside. Let's go elsewhere while we've got a minute. Where do we want to go? Games are taking place everywhere. You've got Damian against Emre Yilmaz. It's an all-Dutch matchup. K1 John, RVP legend. Johnny against Obram. Let's jump over here where... Have we just joined as the goal's gone in? I think we may have. Damian against Emre Yilmaz. It's gone the way of Emre Yilmaz. Damian has got a point on the board against Anders VEJRGANG, but he will not want to end day one with only just a point.
Looked to be a mistake at the back. Emre capitalised on it, and everything's green with Emre Yilmaz.
That dribbling there from Emre Yilmaz to take on the defender as well in the green time finish was excellent. A little roulette coming through as well from Johnny.
He loves a Trivela.
He loves a Trivela. He loves the green time. He's confident. He said he knows how good Auburn is, but he thinks he has the upper hand, and so far looking that way.
Big goal. Anders VEJRGANG tussling it against PHZIN. One thing is to recall on, by the way, this is sort of like a first for Anders VEJRGANG. Never normally has a coach. Now we spoke about RB Leipzig Daniel with the success that he's had this season with pretty much every player that he's been able to coach through. We joined that one again. Another player that we have to start taking really seriously is Johnny as well. You got to think, who did he beat to qualify for this tournament? Well, I'll tell you who it was. It was Levi Finn, another great German player this year. Had a decent run in the virtual Bundesliga, knocked out Umit.
The biggest compliment you can pay Johnny is in the playoffs, in the play-ins, out of 64 players, he was 4 out of 64. Like, an incredible achievement. Himself, Oli Bolli, Nisa, and DFERNANDES going through the play-ins. It was such a competitive tournament, and he was there.
And a great example, Richard, as we keep saying, he just got better and better and better from virtual Bundesliga, knocking out, as we said, the world champion of it, to those play-ins, getting the 4 spots from 64, as you're right to say, into the playoffs, full of confidence. Have to keep a serious eye on him. Where have we got goals going in around the other games here? Round 4, Nicholas against MANUBACHOORE. It looks to be an equaliser. And there is an equaliser, MANUBACHOORE, all square there. That game's just approaching the 30th minute here. Tom Stokes, Paulo Neto. Tom Stokes, desperate for any points on the board in Group C. He might be on for his first big win.
Tom Stokes doing what Tom Stokes does best, which is press heavily up that pitch, capitalise on any mistakes that the opponent may have. And Paulo Neto, dawdling on the ball too long. Stokes pounces, drives that ball into R9's feet and says, thank you very much. Puts himself into the first time today a commanding position to try and get 3 points on the board.
He has to pick up points from somewhere. Like, he's faced the people around him. Now he's coming into those matches where the front runners, Paulo Neto, RVP legend, he's got to try and pick up points. A man who is dominating. People say it's a group of death. It's a group of VEJRGANG at the moment.
You can't emphasise how much he makes it look so easy every time. As we jump over to this game, Damian versus Emre Yilmaz. The little layback off across, deciding to go for that near post, putting himself 2 to the good, going back to Anders VEJRGANG. He makes everything look so effortless. Ball roll straight into the green time finish, easy as you like, and that is why he is one of the favourites for this tournament.
And do you think for someone like Anders VEJRGANG, it's just repetitions? So many repetitions, so many reps at this level. It doesn't matter where he is, Alex. It could be FUT champions at home or an E-World Cup. He just knows the areas to shoot from and the timings of those in-game animations.
One of the biggest things that people really need to hone in on is that when we're sat there and we're showing you this is how X player does this and Y player does that, for them, they're not having to think about that on the pitch. It is just intuitive. They go exactly with what they feel in the moment. And where does that come from? From playing thousands and thousands of games.
Let's have a look at what else is happening around the grounds. Nicholas and MANUBACHOORE. MANUBACHOORE leading 2-1. I said it earlier on the couch, as I'm choking because Nicholas could not be making it through. He doesn't really suit groups, I'll be honest.
Best of one FIFA as well, Rich, does not suit him. That could be 3 points from a possible 12. Saying that, there's been another goal in that game. Nicholas against MANUBACHOORE. Half-time here, Anders Vergang is still in control. 2-0 against PHZIN. Let's leave this one at the halfway point and go somewhere else.
Could be one more chance.
Oh, R9.
Yeah, that's why you always wait until the end of the half.
Thankfully, we did wait. Thank you, production. Thank you very much. 3-0. Anders Vergang does lead. He is looking scary. Well, we called to go somewhere else. We said about Nicholas maybe having a difficult day one. He's back in the tie now. That's at 2-2 in at half-time.
I just want to say that with that Anders Vergang goal that we just saw, he waited for the goalkeeper movement. The goalkeeper moved across. He waited for the goalkeeper to come back and then went back across goal. Just different levels.
He's just playing right now to a completely different... It was almost like he's playing a different version of FIFA compared to everyone else. Like he's quicker, he's more clinical, and he's making the best players in the world look ordinary. 3-0 up against PHZIN. Emre Yilmaz leading 2-0. He is chasing Anders at the top of that table against Damian here. A chance here for Damian with 55 minutes on the clock. He needs to get one. He needs to get one soon. If he's got any hope of turning this result around, could be the chance he was waiting for. Good defending from Emre Yilmaz.
I mean, so scary as well. It's his first ever FIFAe World Cup Grand Final for Anders Vergang. It looks like he's going to be already into the knockout stages, confident off the back of that E-Club victory. What's happening in this game? Tom Stokes, you wouldn't believe that he's lost his first 3 games with this performance here. 3 goals he leads against Paulo Neto in the 50th minute.
Really good composure there from Stokes. Just biding his time, waiting for that cutback off across, looking for the driven pass, giving the defender and goalkeeper no chance whatsoever with the easiest tap-in you'll ever see.
Just speaking about Stokes there, it's a nice matchup for the simple fact that you know Paulo Neto is going to attack.
Yeah.
You know he's going to play quite offensive FIFA. It's not going to be sort of a 5-back through ball or a 5-back holding possession and waiting. Paulo's going to come at you, and he's going to come at you with all that he's got. And it does open up space in behind. Emre Yilmaz still dominant in that matchup. Let's have a look at an opening goal between K1 John and RVP legend.
This result just doesn't do much for Tom Stokes if he's out there trying to put the result in, because K1 John's going to be on 6.
Also, it doesn't make sense. That result shouldn't be happening. RVP legend should be winning that to go 12 from 12.
I'm upset if I'm RVP legend there, seeing that goal go in. Defender jumped. Do you think it's going to be an easy clearance to get that one gone? Hakimi just completely mistimed it, misheaded it. But if you are K1 John, you do not mind. You will take that. He has done what no one else has done so far in this tournament, which is put a goal past RVP legend and put yourself into the lead.
This game is even bigger. MANUBACHOORE currently on 5 points. Nicholas on 3 before a ball's been kicked in this game. Nicholas wins, he goes to 6. MANUBACHOORE stays on 5. It certainly shakes up the group. What have we got here? Johnny against Obrun. Is there a goal back for the Italian? Oh, there is. Paul Pogba.
Some strike.
This game is live. That's 70 minutes in. K1 Johnny is still leading RVP legend by 1-0. He could be on for a second goal here. Just seeing what that win has done for him against Tom Stokes.
If there's one thing that the groups have shown us so far, it's leaving the first day on anything less than 3, unless you're Hollywood, is a bit of a tough ask. As K1 John doubles his lead against RVP legend. The man who has been flawless so far.
No one's safe.
He's now losing 2-0 against K1 John.
How has that gone in, by the way? It trickled into the back of the net. YILMAZ 3-0. Stokes against Paulo Neto. Has Paulo Neto got a goal back? It looks like he's dancing. He's moving, he's grooving. But is it too late in the match out there? That one's in the second half. Let's stay on this one for a little bit of time. Nicholas against MANUBACHOORE. This is in Group D, the group of death.
You're speaking about Nicholas and his points tally. 3 points coming into this game, Manu on 5. A win makes the group look a lot more rosy. It has to be said. A draw doesn't really help either player. MANUBACHOORE takes it probably a lot happier than Nicholas. But also a loss for Nicholas is really detrimental in his quest to get out of this group of death. Green time to finish there from PHZIN. That's 3-1 currently. We'll keep it to it. If PHZIN scores again, we'll go back to it. But right now, this is the game in Group D that all eyes are on.
MANUBACHOORE looking to make it 8 points if he was to win. As it stands, he'll be on 6. Nicholas will be on 4. Nicholas. Alfonso Davies, always a reliable player. Lord Nicholas, big goal. Big goal in Group D.
That is absolutely filthy from Nicholas. As we see Paulo Neto come back down that other end. The bounce falls, fortunately for him, pulls it back to 3-2. Stokes with a lot of work to try and see out that game and get the 3 points, as we see YILMAZ and Damian 3-1. Possibly comebacks galore across the groups, Richard.
18 minutes left in that Stokes game, Richard. There is time for Paulo Neto.
We know exactly what he's going to do as well. He's going to fly forward, he's going to press, he's going to make Stokes' life difficult. The other matches in that group, K1 John still leading 2-0, and Johnny with 15 minutes left is leading 2-1 against Oberon. Could be a chance in behind here for PHZIN.
Is he on for another one?
No.
Defended well by Anders just about. Keep in mind, we've got one more round of group play after this, and then we do it all again tomorrow here from the FIFAe World Cup. Top 4 will get you through the group. PHZIN.
Second goal makes it very interesting.
There's the box. Finding a way through still. PHZIN. No, it's gone in somehow. The goalkeeper's moved, but the goalie's pushed it into his goal. And look at Anders VEJRGANG. He's not happy about it at all.
He is absolutely livid, is Anders VEJRGANG. He moved the keeper. It bounced off the keeper, and I tell you what, we'll be keeping a very close eye on that game. 10 minutes to go here between Stokes and Paulo Neto. Stokes looking to get a fourth and solidify his first 3 points of the tournament. Floated to the back post, gives the ball away and gives Paulo a chance to come forward here. What's Paulo Neto got in the locker?
Well, as it stands, Paulo Neto's on 4 points. Tom Stokes, as we know, gets a free kick. Wins a free kick here. 6 minutes left in the tie. Paulo Neto. Always so dangerous in these areas. Milinkovic-Savic will wait as his Atlanta United shirts just queue up on the edge of the box.
He's waiting.
And just to add for Stokes on this game means absolutely everything, because we have seen K1 John pick up a massive victory against RVP legend. 2-1, that game is finished. As we see that goal just come back in. Came from a penalty, a big challenge, but unfortunately for RVP legend, it was a little too late. And it was Neymar that hands it over to R9 and says, you take that one. But it just means how much more it is important for Stokes. As we jump over to this game now, Nicholas and Manu.
Big goal, MANUBACHOORE. He's equalised there if we can. Anders VEJRGANG, PHZIN after the full time here. Tom Stokes, big 3 points on the boards. Mikael Darin's got his glasses on. Not sure why. It's not going to plan just yet.
Full suit, glasses on, 3 points on the board. Stokes is off and running at the FIFAe World Cup. 12 minutes left to go here. Anders VEJRGANG and PHZIN as Nicholas and MANUBACHOORE is 3-3. Both games 7 minutes left to play in this matchup.
You've also got Johnny about 1 minute away from a win against Obram. The newcomer of the year, you could argue, from Germany. No Dolomite, no Levi Finn, no woman here. This time round, he is waving the flag for Germany. As PHZIN got an equaliser against Anders VEJRGANG. Or is Anders VEJRGANG going to continue to stay top of the pile?
Could be a chance for PHZIN. He's turned possession over.
There's just been a massive goal as well, one brought against Johnny. We won't go to it yet. Let's stay with this one first. Oh, we're jumping.
It's full time.
We're jumping here. There was a late goal in the game. Mistake from Johnny. Obram got a goal back. That's a massive point on the board for the Italian player from Exceeds. Let's leave this one. Jump back across. It was PHZIN that scored the goal. Nicholas against MANUBACHOORE. That's in the last closing stages here at 3-3. And there has been a goal in Anders against PHZIN. Full-time whistle, we're waiting for it. Full-time there, point shared apiece. Nicholas against MANUBACHOORE. Where did the goal come from? Anders VEJRGANG against PHZIN. It came the way of the Danish wonder kids. And he gave us a little celebration as well. Ball roll into that time green finish from Ronaldinho. There was pressure on his shoulders, but pressure makes diamonds if you're an Anders VEJRGANG fan. Big 3 points on the boards. He's going to be buzzing with that, Richard.
Yeah, he'll be over the moon. Will Anders VEJRGANG 4-2 victory for Anders. What's that? 10 points from 12 for Anders. He is making this look pretty comfortable, it has to be said, at the E-World Cup.
He got a bit frustrated, didn't he, when PHZIN just got that goal. It kind of had a kerfuffle around the box there, Mike.
Don't start that. Don't start the kerfuffles.
But the goalkeeper just kind of gifted him that one. Mark, get it there. Mike loves our little English kind of sayings. He doesn't always get what we're talking about, so I love to just throw them at you from time to time.
I give you a bar cackle.
Is that a word?
I don't think so.
Oh, the apple falling from the cart.
I think you've made up some words over here.
No.
There's some group chat words that I'm like, I don't think that's a word. There's no Google that pulls it up.
Anyway, back to Anders then, obviously doing the business over PHZIN. We said that was a massive match, as was Spen K1 John getting his first victory over RVP Legend. That was massive.
Yes, indeed, the first person to beat RVP Legend. How was that game for you?
To be honest, like the first 2 games, I started in a really bad way, but I returned back with the 2 games. It gave me 6 points. To be honest, I didn't expect that I'm going to lose the first 2 games, but it is what it is. It's the World Cup. Everything could happen. Yeah, but I'm really happy with this win because it's going to help me for the group stage to make it to the knockouts.
For sure, you're the only player here that's currently without a team. You're a free agent. Is part of your plan not just to win the World Cup, but also to advertise yourself to the world?
Of course, but I'm not aiming for now. Like, it's not really important now to focus about being signed or no. Like, I'm going to do whatever I can do, and I know in the future I will sign with a good team. And now I'm trying to focus to represent my region and my country in a good way, and let's see what will happen tomorrow.
Yeah, I think you're doing Egypt very proud there with 2 wins in a row. Have you got a points total you'd like to try and achieve in the groups?
I'm like, the aim is to win the group, to win every single game. The aim was not to lose one single game or even to tie it, but you know, it is what it is. The vibes are really like, it's like you'll be nervous in the beginning, but it is what it is. I have to adapt because this is a World Cup, like this is the cup of the big players. So yeah, that's it.
Keep it up, mate, doing really well. After 2 games, didn't look like it was going to be his tournament, but he's turned it around with 2 wins in a row, looking very good indeed, including beating RVP Legend, which no one else has done yet. He plays Stokes next game. Now, I definitely want to talk to this man, Anders, who's seemed to be really enjoying that last match, Anders.
Don't know what I should say. I think I should lead with 5 goals. Then he scored the first, like, through ball. I knew he was gonna do, but like when you send the player, he's faster, so I can't do anything. Then the second, I defended perfect. Then I move because I know like he will only shoot in this corner. I think it's time yellow, it's in, and then it's 3-2. and I can choke the match, but I was just relieved that I closed the match 4-2.
Yeah, you came out on top. And listen, the good news is you're the only person that hasn't lost a game in the entire session of C and D groups. The only other person that hasn't lost a game all day is TEKKZ. Does that put you right at the top as the one to beat?
Like, what do you mean?
Is that going to make you even more the man who everyone wants to beat because you haven't lost a game yet?
I think it's been like that always. People want to beat the best, and I'll just keep going and try to secure the first place.
Okay, keep it up. Anders certainly enjoying life sometimes. Doing very well, unbeaten so far. Will he keep it up, or will he win or draw this next game?
I'm not sure he did enjoy that, really, did he, Sven? He seemed a little
Some
bit stressed out after that matchup, and I wouldn't want to be MANUBACHOORE. He goes up against a very disgruntled Anders VEJRGANG after winning 4-2 over PHZIN. I mean, Mike, how did you read that?
If you didn't know the result of that game, you would have for sure thought he got a bad bounce and lost that game, or was very unhappy with the result. He won, and not even by a little bit. He had a couple helpers there. He had some extra cushion to work with. He's just that frustrated that he feel like he didn't convert his opportunities.
He hated as well that PHZIN's second goal, didn't he? Absolutely with a passion.
Yeah, you could see it. And the thing is, you don't want to play against. Usually, the normal FIFA players are playing worse when they're angry. Like, you're not focused, you're not in the zone. But Anders, when he gets angry, he's just playing better.
He's terrified. He's like, Spencer, why are you here? Get out of my pod. Yeah. Can you see I'm going through something right now?
He wasn't focused on the question either. He completely was off track with, what do you even mean?
He's like, go somewhere, Spencer. Get out of here.
Literally. That says a lot about his character, doesn't it? And his passion and his personality.
He also plays so much FIFA that he knows when it's a silly goal. Like, he mechanically did the right thing. The goalkeeper's pushed it in his own net. I think you talk about character, to then not capitulate, to not concede another goal, but to then go, you know what, I'm going to score again, and I'm going to make sure that even if the game doesn't want me to win, I'm winning.
I think what scares me the most, if I was a competitor here, you know he's coming out with confidence all the time anyway, but the way he can be annoyed with the situation and still play exceptionally well, and he's just like, okay, I've just won 4-2, but I'm really not happy. I want to make sure I do better in the next game. That just strikes fear into every single player.
I actually said, do you think it'll work against MANUBACHOORE? If I was MANUBACHOORE, I'd go, ooh, Anders is really riled. Let's try and get in his head a little bit more.
No, it's the opposite. It's weird. But most people, when they get angry, emotional, passionate, it doesn't get better. What August said is the truth. Now he's angry, he's frustrated. Good luck, MANUBACHOORE. Sorry.
Well, that is the final fixture, isn't it, for Anders VEJRGANG? But let's just remind you guys at home of the standings with one more round to go this evening. So, RVP Legends, he unfortunately just got just suffered a defeat, didn't he, in that last round of fixtures there to K1 John. Johnny then on 7 points. K1 John, I just mentioned him. Spencer just spoke to him. 6 points. He's pretty happy with that. The chap from Egypt, the guy that has not got an esports organisation attached to him. Oberon then sits in 4th with 5 points. You just saw him grab a last-minute goal in his match. And then Paolo Neto on 4, and Stokes, big win, wasn't it, from the Englishman in his last fixture there to get his first 3 points of the round. Then Group D, well, we speak this one up quite a lot. Anders on double figures, YILMAZ on 7, MANUBACHOORE, his teammate, on 6, PHZIN on 4. He just lost to VEJRGANG, and that was why Anders was so disappointed in his performance, winning 4-2. Anyway, you read into that how you like. Nicholas then 4, and Damian on 1. So 2 players a little bit adrift at the bottom there, Dami and Stokes. Long way to go for those players, and Damian, we've already spoken about him. He feels like he's playing really good FIFA, he just hasn't been able to convert it just yet. And Stokes, as you all predicted, he has a storming start to a lot of matches and then just can't seem to hold on, Rich.
I think for Stokes, he knows that if it clicks, he could pick up 4 wins tomorrow when he goes through. It's just all about maintaining that gap, not being too big and sort of just been on the periphery. As for Damesheet, I don't know who is annoyed to get this draw, but it's really tough for him. Like, I think we all probably predicted when we looked at Group D and said he would be the bottom marker, unfortunately. That's the way it is, and I think you've now got 5 teams that are, 5 players, should I say, that are battling out for 4 spots.
But to Damsheet's point, I don't think he's played bad. I just think the other players in the group have been a little bit better, had that small edge.
But you can't play good, you've got to play great.
Yeah.
And that's the difference.
But also you question, is his great good enough to beat their great?
Probably not, unfortunately.
And do remember who he actually got a draw against. Anders VEJRGANG, possibly the best player in this group as well. He goes up against PHZIN next. Again, I hate to say it, he's a world champion only from 48 hours ago, but he probably could take some points from this match.
It's possible. This group is, we can sit here and go back and forth all we want. You can give me scenarios, I can give you sequences, and I can keep inserting a bunch of different words about it, but at the end of the day, a lot of it comes down to who sees out the games, these big moments, the 90th minute. We've seen a lot of late goals in this. It's just not going to be a predictable group, and I'm okay with that.
We also haven't spoken much about Nicholas. Going under the radar, going off the radar as well, actually, in 5th place at the moment, Alex. 4 points to his name after 4 matches.
One leg FIFA doesn't suit Nicholas.
Got to suit him though. It suited him last year. He got all the way to the grand final.
I don't know that he'd be sitting better in this group if it was 2 legs.
I think he would.
Also, if he wins his last game, he's on 7 points. We're not going to say he had a bad day then either.
This is the difference though, right? One leg FIFA probably doesn't suit Nicholas that much. Over 2 legs, he is a much better player, but he's still going to find a way through this group. It's Nicholas.
Someone's got to go.
He's taking on YILMAZ next. Big matchup that one as well. They're all big matchups, as we know, in this Group D. But Nicholas, he keeps getting out of the chair as well after every single matchup. You possibly read into that as well, that
he's getting his steps in.
Or getting his steps in. Or trying to just take himself out of the situation and bring himself back in every time.
I watched him actually, because I wondered where he was going. He's the only person who stands up to go and say good game to the other player. Like, he'll walk to their booth and he'll go, yeah, GG's, handshake. Everyone else just sort of sits around and waits. Like,
well, it is group stages, so that is a very nice thing to do there. Because, Rich, the matches come like this. Snapping your fingers and we're going again like we are right now. We're talking about that Nicholas matchup. He's taking on YILMAZ.
Also just got to show what stand-up guy he is. Like, a lot of time for Nicholas, and I'm sure there'll be a lot of FIFA fans, not even Argentine, not even Guild fans, just FIFA Esports fans who have seen this journey, who, for everything just to be right, he probably needs to go and win this. Like, the heartbreak he's had in this tournament, it only seems right if this is a story, if it's been scripted, that he lifts it.
You just speak to a lot of people. I don't mean just us lot here who are delivering this show to you, but behind the scenes as well. You say, oh, who do you want to win the FIFA World Cup this year? They go, oh, it'd be a great story, wouldn't it, if Nicholas was to win?
It would be. And the problem is, unfortunately, whoever did the groups didn't read the scripts, because they put 5 killers in there with Nicholas.
In that defense, though, if you make it out of Group D, it does set you up nicely for a bracket run.
I'll be completely honest, if you make it out of this group in 4th place, you play TEKKZ, game 1 knockouts.
Okay, if you get... if you finish
TEKKZ,
third,
and then the next player,
if you finish third or better in Group D, it does set you up nicely.
Oh, it does. Look, whatever that first game is, we probably think TEKKZ will top the group if he continues his performances from today. That first knockout game is going to be unbelievable. It might end up being PHZIN, it might be Nicholas, it could end up being MANUBACHOORE. You probably think that Anders has done enough not to get dragged into the battle for 4th, but this man is battling hard. PHZIN up against DAMIAN. And unfortunately, we spoke about this before the round started. DAMIAN just looks to be adrift in this group at the moment, and just results aren't going his way.
Yeah, I think he improved a lot compared to last year, but he's just up against some players who are just having a bit of a higher level, said with all respect, because he's a brilliant player and he still has a part to play. This game is absolutely vital for him. He needs 3 points, and then he needs to figure out how to pave the way through day 2.
And he could end up being the joker at the bottom of the pack that takes points off other players, that means that they won't be able to go through. Paulo Neto is in a tough position in this group, currently in 5th. Johnny, he's been pretty good so far. He's been a solid 7.5 out of 10 in this group. as we do have an opening goal between Emre Yilmaz and Nicholas 99 FC, and it's fallen to Emre Yilmaz, and Nicholas isn't quite getting things his way.
And we've talked so much about Group D, but Group C is shaped up to be a bit of a discussion point. There's a lot of results that maybe didn't go in the way that we would have anticipated coming into this tournament. There's players that are chasing. I don't think the likes of Oberon has really separated himself. Palinetto hasn't made that run. Stokes has got a huge result, but he's been struggling at least to get started. And these are more of the household names that are really going to go through Group C.
In this game that we've got on screen right now, RVP Legend up against Stokes. It's a matchup that Stokes probably will relish. RVP, a very attacking player, wants to go forward. We've spoken many times about how Stokes excels against a player that wants to take the game to them as well, not being too patient in that build-up, looking to go forward. So this match for Stokes could be a decisive moment for him in this tournament, should he walk away with 3 points in the last match.
Stokes has the ability to out-offense you. If that's what you're going to do, is go back and forth and try to have a quick tempo game. It definitely plays into his advantage. You see the layoff here, green time finish, didn't need it, but why not? As VEJRGANG gets off to a 1-0 lead.
Nicholas, 1/3 of this game completed already, trailing 1-0. Let's bring Brendan Smith into the conversation. You've got all the games in front of you. You can see all the goals as they fly into the back of the net. Are you surprised with Nico not seemingly doing Nicholas type things? He's not very Iceman at the moment. He's more mild.
Well, he's sort of melting, isn't he, in the group stages as it stands right now. I think what you can add on to what Alex said is he doesn't do well in best of one, but he will still make a way through, make a claim into the knockout stages. Here's been a goal in this game. Johnny leading Paulo Neto by 1-0. Keep in mind that Emre Yilmaz against Nicholas matchup, they played in the Champions League, didn't they? And Emre Yilmaz put quite a few past Nicholas.
Yeah, it was a great game. Nicholas suddenly sort of got back into the game with the constant press late on. We do have an opening goal between Anders VEJRGANG and MANUBACHOORE, and there has been somebody on the commentary desk who, on the couch, been bigging up Anders all day long. Agate, gotta be pleased with what you're seeing from your fellow Dane.
Yeah, he just continues scoring goals and getting points to his tally. I mean, if you were to ask me before this day started which player Anders would drop points to, I probably wouldn't have expected that would be Damian, but that must be one positive he can take with him coming on, as we just see another goal.
Yeah, that was 2-0 now, Anders leading. We saw a goal there from Johnny as well. He's 2-0 up, Brandon. It's hard to miss because he's about 6'8", but he's also unbelievable at FIFA.
I mean, I'm looking at Group C right now as Nicholas is building. That bottom two in Group C is not looking pretty. Palinetto, Tom Stokes in there. Lucky there's another day to be played here. Speaking of Tom Stokes, is he leading against RVP Legend? There's been a highlight in the game. Big goal in a must-win game. If RVP Legend is about to throw away his last 2 rounds, I don't know what's happened in that Group C from him.
So the reverse Tuga. You win 3, lose 2. Tuga opened the day losing 2 and then picking up 3 wins. So you're still going to be on 9 points. However, you'll be very disappointed coming into tomorrow. You played the bottom markers in the group. It could have been 15.
Yeah, you will think you wasted an opportunity to actually get the job done on day 1. I mean, that's what the players here dreams about. And I remember being in a certain position at the FIFAe World Cup in 18 where I could, with 3 points, go through on day 1, and I missed it. And I went on to have a pretty bad day too because I didn't take advantage of that good period. We heard Manu talk about it as well. Oh
God. Anders is playing unbelievable right now. End of day 1. He's smiling, he's laughing. Does he know who he's dealing with in that group? Big names, big FIFA player names that have won trophies, dominated the scene, and he's just finding a way past them all.
Do you know why I think he's so good? Because he just don't care. he doesn't care who he plays against. Accolades, championships, reputation, it all goes out the window. Like he could be playing against me, he scores that goal, he's given the same celebration to what he's doing if he plays against MANUBACHOORE on the main stage.
The fun thing about him as well, or it's kind of unique, but also so odd in my books, the way like I can't understand it, is like he puts so much pressure on himself, like by just saying, I'm the best, I'm gonna win. I don't care who I play against, as we just see almost a fourth here. Like, he puts so much pressure on himself, but for him it's just natural, and I think that's the way that he just drives through, and that's before he just enjoys himself now.
4-0 he leads. He's dancing, he's outside his seat. I think he's happy. There's a smile on his face. Yep, he's having a boogie. What a group day in a group of death. We expected there to be maybe some upsets, maybe some storylines, but Anders VEJRGANG is looking to cruise through day one.
Let's have a look at what else is happening around the grounds in our final round of groups here. Johnny, little ball into the box. Is he going to get a third against Paulo Neto? He certainly is. Johnny 3-0 up versus Paulo Neto. We're going to join this game live here. We'll watch this game for the remainder. Emre Yilmaz up against Nicholas. It's tight. Anders is blowing MANUBACHOORE out the water, but Nico really needs to try and get a win, which he's not going to do because he's losing 2-0.
Wow. I mean, we speak about Nico and he usually always finds a way, but in a group like this, I mean, I think that's the most serious question we ever asked in regards of Nico.
We just saw that. PHZIN's matchup. Johnny making it 4-0. He's got to be the player of the day over in Group C. There was a penalty miss between RVP Legend and Stokes. It was RVP Legend that had the penalty. Stokes saved it. Stokes still in the lead by a 0-0. 20 minutes on the clock left in that game. But Johnny, just to bring it back to him, he's got to be the player of the day in Group C.
Yeah, I mean, Johnny is absolutely flying. We're going to see this build up here. Stokes brought him down. What was the minute on that? 68th, 69th minute in this game. Stepped up from the spot. Stokes kept his nerve straight down the middle. And that's a huge 3 points if Stokes can pick up. That'll put him on 6 for the day. You start to come out of today thinking, I had a bad start, and you know what? I'm still in the hunt.
I feel like it's a massive 3 points there for Stokes potentially. But there's such a big difference finishing the day with 3 points or 6. Like, it's just different mindset you're coming into day 2 with.
You come in with belief. You come in with just a little bit more confidence that I don't have to play the best FIFA of my life. I can probably get 6 points again, and you go through with 12, even if it is a 4th place finish.
I don't know if you remember rightly, last year in Copenhagen, Nicholas did not have a good day 1. Did not have a good day 1, and we were all a bit like, oh, is he going to make it through? Is he not? Day 2, he came through and gave us a different performance. He was in a difficult group then.
He weren't in this group, though.
Yeah, you could arguably say this group is a lot more difficult. Damian has had an even worse day than Nicholas. Currently sits bottom of that group, 2-0 down to PHZIN. But, I mean, I think as it stands, MANUBACHOORE will just be ahead by a point on Nicholas. Power shots! Emre Yilmaz reading the goalkeeper movement. Nicholas teased it, he gets punished. And Emre Yilmaz is cruising to a 3-point gain on the board.
Is Nicholas, I know it's only day 1, I know we spoke a lot about day 1, day 2. As you see PHZIN leading 2-0 here. PHZIN winning. He was direct competition with Nicholas for that spot. Anders beating Anders VEJRGANG, but also you see Emre Yilmaz starting to pull away as well from Nicholas in that group. Is he in danger of going out?
I think he is. I mean, it's hard to go against him, but looking at the games today,
just not look convincing. Like everybody else in the group has had big wins.
It's really hard because you still have those individual games tomorrow against MANUBACHOORE and PHZIN, but it's going to be really cagey for him, and he needs to find another level tomorrow.
This game only kicked off recently. Oberon up against K1 John. We are underway, and these are live shots, so we perfectly timed it as Oberon opens the lead up against K1 John. Let's head back on over to Emre Yilmaz and Nicholas. What about you, Brandon? I mean, we've watched a lot of Nicholas. I've always had the phrase, never doubt Nicholas.
I know it's not been a good day, but just trust the process.
Well, you've got him winning.
Yeah, I have. Trust the process. As it stands, I'm looking at this Group D. Who's in that rat race?
What's the process?
Well, he's got day 2. He's got 5 more games.
The thing I would be worried about, when was the last time you saw Nicholas losing this heavy? It just doesn't happen, really.
Well, it hasn't really happened in the other games. 2-1 across 2 different games. It's probably the biggest blowout. Yes.
You're trying to paint a picture here.
Let's just wait for tomorrow. In it goes. Could be on for a 4th.
We spoke about, and we have been speaking a lot about Anders, but we also need to put credit to Emre Yilmaz. I mean,
outstanding.
He's been amazing as well today and responded so good after that loss to Anders. And those two, I mean, look like they're getting one and second, and could be Nicolas against TEKKZ in the last 16, potentially.
Quite interesting here in the last round of fixtures in Group D. 4-0, 3-0, 3-0. 3 very, very comprehensive victories in this final matchup. PHZIN beating Damesheet right there. We're going to see the final moments of Emre Yilmaz's win here up against Nicholas. And just wait for this to complete here. Let's head on over to another full time. Paolo Neto against Johnny. Another comprehensive victory. It's a great goal from Paolo Neto, it has to be said, but it's just a consolation with seconds remaining. It's a real peculiar end to the day, Aga.
Yeah, maybe like we had a lot of goals in Group C and D. Maybe just start to, here in the last game, play with a lot of freedom and flow, and if you get behind with 2, you just start to risk it all, and it gets even worse, it seems. So really, really wild games here.
Bizarre end to the day. Let's see Anders VEJRGANG. We've got 20 minutes-ish left on this game. That was a consolation, though, for MANUBACHOORE. I do think it's too big of a mountain to overturn here. 15 minutes left. The other game that's currently underway, Oberon and K1 John. That's about to hit half-time, and Oberon is leading 2-0. So we'll see the conclusion of that game. We'll stick on this for now. There's only 2 games remaining in the round. Anders VEJRGANG has been nearly flawless.
And this best of 1 is suiting him very much. Best of 1, best of 2, it does not matter. Anders VEJRGANG leads 5-1.
So confident.
Seems like he is having a blast here together with the Saudi Arabian fans.
So we are just in half-time here between Team Exceed's Oberon and K1 John. 2-0. Oberon is currently leading. He's not been convincing Oberon by any stretch of imagination. Earlier on today, we saw a video from TEKKZ where he mentioned Oberon as one of those players that he's going to be late in the tournament, that he might have to beat in order to win an E-World Cup, but it's not been the most sort of convincing performance.
Oh, definitely not. Well, dropped points in a couple of big games, lost to RVP legend 4-3. Drew of Paolo Neto 2-2. Hasn't been perfect, but regardless of it, very much still in that top 4 and still in the conversation of a player that definitely should be making it through to the knockout stages. It'll be nothing more than a consolation here for MANUBACHOORE, if he can find a way through. It's been a tough day for him as well. Yes, slightly better than Nicholas, but still not fantastic.
I mean, we painted this group at such a competitive margin. It's just been a real, I mean, not necessarily easy, but VEJRGANG has just made it look like any other group.
You can say it. He has
I'll
made
let you
it
say
look
it.
easy.
I'll let you say it. I don't want to say it. I'll let
He
you
has
say
made
it.
it look easy. It's definitely not.
Consolation, MANUBACHOORE, 5 goals to 2. In case you're just seeing that clock end in Group D, and that'll be Group D concluded for day 1 here. Some massive scores though, right, Rich, as you're right to say. 3-0s, 4-0s, 5-2s. There's a small technical difficulty in the RVP Legend Stokes game. We'll get that back to you as soon as we can. Another goal does go in for MANUBACHOORE, but Anders VEJRGANG is not gonna care. Full-time result there. That is Group D done and dusted for day 1.
Let's just have a look at Auburn and K1 John. We can see a goal back here for K1 John. 56 minutes on the clock in this matchup, and K1 John looks to end the day in quite a positive fashion. He picked up a nice victory and just starting to get the ball rolling here in Group C. Auburn, on the other hand, needs 3 points if he wants to be one of those players not worrying about battling for 4th.
You would go from a mediocre position to a decent one with a win here. And that counts for both of the players.
Yeah, absolutely.
Totally changed the general impression of the day.
Here's Auburn. 5 minutes left to be played in this game. Looking to round out day 1. Solid 8 points on the board if he can hold on. This is it stands right now. RVP Legend versus Stokes is back underway there. That one's got just over 50 minutes left. These are our last 2 remaining games here in Group C.
Stokes leading 1-0. We're not seeing it for a while. I think we were just in quite a lengthy pause.
He wins that, Rich. Completely shakes up that Group C. As K1 John picks up a couple of points on the conclusion of the Group 2. Very much still could actually pick up a few more if he was to pull this one back against Auburn. Let's jump ships if we can and check out RVP Legend Stokes. That one will finish before Auburn against K1 John. It's about 10 minutes in front. There we go, jumped over it. There is the current scenario. Stokes in the white strip, kicking from left to right, still the 1-goal lead. Bit of a running race at the back there. RVP Legend, we've got to speak about him for a split second, Dagger. First 3 games was scoring goals for fun.
Yeah, I don't know what happened. Maybe when you get into that position where you know that with one more victory, you can pretty much secure your knockout spot. You start to get maybe a little bit eager. And a little bit too much desperate as well in your game. Some things hasn't worked out as well as the first 3 games, so taking everything into consideration, he'd still be happy, but I think it will be mixed feelings for him.
And what could have changed? Like, you win 3 games in a row and then you sort of fall off a little bit in the last 2.
Maybe he got a bit too desperate in terms of wanting to score goals and decide to go for the first chance he saw, the first occasion, instead of just having that patience and knowing that even 1 point for him per game would be good.
Coming tomorrow, draw all 5 games. rocking up on 14 points. Probably a second place finish in the group.
Well, after 3 defeats in a row for Stokes, wins this game, will end the day on a solid 6 points. Has to deal with this pressure though from RVP Legend, who is so creative around the box. Scored so many goals, we were rightly talking about there. Chance to break now, Tom Stokes to go and win the game. End the day on a big 6 points. It's Thierry Henry for Stokes, off the woodwork, and somehow not into the back of the net.
Was it green?
I don't think it was. Chance to break, this could be heartbreak. Going to be 2 points dropped if RVP Legends can do enough. Stokes, that's very risky. Happy to play along the back line. That should do us there. Full time. Tom Stokes turns around what could have been a disappointing day one. From 0 points, ending the day with 6. Let's jump across to this one. Obron against K1 John. Obron still leading 2-1 with 10 minutes left on the clock in this one. K1 John, the only free agent, as we know, in this tournament, representing Egypt, the first Egyptian to qualify for a FIFAe World Cup Grand Final. The pride he must be feeling is uncanny. Last 6 minutes. And then that is day one concluded here from the FIFAe World Cup. Day 2 will be back with 5 more group games. Obron, just a bit of game management needed now, really. He'll end today on 8 points from 15. It's not bad, it's more than half. And certainly, he'll be in that top 4 conversation. Last 2 minutes. Plenty of time for one more attack. No, good defending again, Obron. Typical Italian defending, it's organised. Added time of 1 minute. Obron does not need to score again. And that should do us for day 1 here at the FIFAe World Cup. It's Group C and D concluded. Obron ended the day with 8 points.
Yeah, big result, wasn't it, for the Italian to end out day 1 here. Goes up to 8 points now after that one. So a good points haul for him to end out day 1. And same thing must be said for Tom Stokes there as well, getting another big win over the person that was doing the business, wasn't he, earlier on? RVP Legend had 3 wins on the trot and then unfortunately lost his last 2. But let's go then down to Spen for the last time today. You're with Nicholas. Spen, I'm sure he's a little bit disappointed with that first day.
Yeah, I'm here with Nicholas from Guild. What's your thoughts on day 1?
Yeah, he's so disappointed. But, you know, this group is really hard. And also I'm mad because I got a lot of my mistakes. But, yeah, that's the game. They don't miss. They are so good, and I don't have to. But, yeah, tomorrow is a new day. It happened the same FIFA 19, FIFA 22, and that's okay.
Yeah, we've seen it so many times, haven't we? It's almost better to have a worse group day 1 than it is day 2, if you can make sure that day 2 is stronger. But you're right, the group is so competitive. What can you do differently tomorrow to make sure you get more points?
The thing is, like, for example, my game against Anders, I didn't deserve to lose. We deserved to draw. The same with PHZIN. And, for example, against Bachoore, we drew, but he deserved to win. So it's really tough, you know what I mean? It's like maybe you deserve some result and you are getting another different. And yeah, for tomorrow we have to analyze the game and let's see. But I think I play okay, but maybe I miss or maybe I have, like, sorry for the word, stupid mistakes. But yeah, that's it.
I think that's the most important thing, that you feel you played okay. Do you still believe you'll make it out of the group?
Obviously, like I think this group is so hard. Now I am in the 5th. I am 2 points away from Manu. And I think I can make it. I think I'm okay and I can do better.
I know there's a lot of people in Argentina and across the world that believe in you as well. So good luck tomorrow, Nicholas. Thanks for talking with us. I'm going to cross over here to PHZIN, who has had 7 points today from his games. How do you feel about today?
I started the tournament today very good, but my mistake I lost against Embry. And the rest I played good, but tomorrow I play even better.
What do you need to do tomorrow to get out of the group?
Yeah, always for me is my mentality is just one every game, and yeah, that's it.
And it would mean a lot for you to win this after winning E-Nations 2 days ago.
Yeah. For me, that's amazing, the back-to-back in the Nations. But now I don't have time for the celebration, just focus in the 1v1.
Okay, best of luck, thank you. Well, guys, that concludes Group C and D for today, at least. Tomorrow we're going to finish off the groups and find out exactly who's making it out and who, unfortunately, is going home.
Yeah, thanks so much, Spen, for those interviews, as always. Reading into those a little bit more, for me, I guess Nicholas seems a bit more upbeat, sitting in 5th position, and actually PHZIN, who was in 3rd, who was a bit so-so about his results there, Rich.
I think he probably thinks as though he's not played terrible, and it might probably feel as though he could have got more points out of it. Nicholas is always pretty honest, like if he doesn't play well, he'll tell us. And he was like, he made mistakes. He probably got some draws in which he should have lost. He got some draws which he should have won. I think he will sneak through, but it's going to be real tough.
Well, then that's the case of who drops out. If Nicholas sneaks through, we'll use, at the moment, either MANUBACHOORE or PHZIN. They're only 2 and 3 points ahead, respectively. Let's start, sorry, I'm going to do this, but on Group D, because I'm talking about it already. And we're looking, aren't we, between, at the moment, 3rd, 4th and 5th, really. Only after day 1, Mike, there's still a lot of FIFA to be played.
And I understand Nicholas having optimism. He's been in so many different tournaments, and also, in theory here, if you're lucky, YILMAZ and BERKAYLION continually have that uproar, they're getting the results, they're getting the victories. Therefore, it allows Nicholas to kind of isolate against PHZIN and MANUBACHOORE, just needing to beat one of
the Johnny at the moment. Possibly a little bit unlikely. I know a couple of you boys had him to top the table. Richard's got a thumb up there. RVP legend, like I already mentioned, had 3 wins to start the day, then came unstuck a little bit. 8 points next to his name, and then K1, John and Stokes both end the day on 6. Palanetta with a little bit more work to do tomorrow. So big matches tomorrow. Question is Stokes gonna go through tomorrow?
It's possible. He's a hard.
It is possible, Mike.
No, but
that is
like,
something that is true.
Stokes is an all-in, all-out type of player, right? So when you analyze somebody's game, he's one of the more difficult players with that, because he can score 7 goals and then concede 7 goals, and there's really few people like that. I think my biggest concern, mostly because I put Palanetta to do well, this was probably the worst I've seen Palanetta play this year. I was thinking back, because I've seen him play a lot, even online in different tournaments and such. He hasn't had a worse day in action, so that's my bigger concern. I'm glad that he gets a day to go to the hotel and relax, because I'd like to see him come out and at least play better. This is a really surprising group. If you go top to bottom, I don't think people expected K1 John. I don't think people expected, maybe you expected Johnny or even RVP to get off to that good of a start. There's some results in this that I think a lot of people coming in would have said, oh, I expected maybe Oberon to be leading this group, or I expected Palanetta to also be in a similar situation, and that's just not what happened.
Quick word on, again, what Nicholas was saying. He deserved a lot of these matches to go in his favour. He was alluding to there. Surely in FIFA you don't get what you deserve all the time, do you?
Life isn't always fair.
It's not always fair at all, and Nicholas came unstuck a little bit, didn't he, today? Well, talking about Nicholas, I believe Alex has a moment from a Nicholas matchup against MANUBACHOORE, I believe it is, Alex, from earlier on today.
Yeah, exactly that. Nicholas didn't get everything the way that he wanted to, but he did score one excellent goal against Manu, and we're going to break that down for you and show you what it is that you can learn from the Iceman himself. So straight away, I just want to draw your attention to Alphonso Davies. What you need to do is to trigger that L1 button in the direction of Davies to send him on a run. As soon as you do that, that means Davies is going to keep going to look to beat that defensive line. Nicholas with a perfect through ball round the outside of the defensive line. He taps L1 again to send Mbappe into the box. Now Mbappe goes completely offside. He is no longer a threat now. So you can see immediately how Manu is thinking, all right, I need to cover off this space in here. The way that Nicholas baits that ever so slightly is by taking a touch inside. Then he's going to look for the step over
to drive into this byline position. That works excellent for him, and then the player lock. Pressing the left analog stick and the right analog stick in together at the same time to then switch from Davis over to Mbappe, pulling him back onside and then just simply pressing the pass button to get another tap in. That is beautiful FIFA from Nicholas, which I'm sure if he can carry on doing that in the attack tomorrow and maybe keep the goals out at the other end, he'll probably have a better day, Rachel.
Well, yeah, we'd like to think so, wouldn't we? Obviously, he was a runner-up in this very tournament last year, so if he does some beautiful FIFA, then I'm sure we'll see much more of him as the competition unfolds. Quick final thoughts then with the couch. Is Nicholas going through, yes or no, Aggie?
Yes.
Stokes, is he going through, yes or no, Mike LaBelle?
I've done the maths. I'm saying he's going to win 3 games tomorrow, and that's going to be 9 points plus 6, 15 points, yes.
Yes, it took a while to get them, yes, in the end. And is Damian going to shake up the top of the table, Richard Buckley?
No.
No, like those answers. Well, that was it, wasn't it, from day one? What did we learn then from groups A and B earlier on today? That TEKKZ, don't write him off. And in group B, is TEKKZ back? Possibly. And then from this evening, well, we know that Anders very much has the Saudi fans on his side. He loves the attention they are giving him in the house. And guys, that was only day one. We get to do it all again in round 2 tomorrow. Expect more storylines to unfold. We will see you back here, same time, same place tomorrow for day 2 of the FIFAe World Cup. We can't wait. Good night for them.